Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to another live stream here on the channel. Hopefully everyone is having a fantastic Friday so far. That's what day it is. It's a Friday. Let's see what we have here in the chat today. We have Proxy, Severe Weather Alert, Cody, as well as Critty. Let's see, we got Logan, Jason in here as well. ATR Media, use the 4CR, and everyone else who's in the chat who I may have forgotten to welcome, or if you're just now tuning in, glad to see you guys all in here for another live stream. Alrighty, let's go ahead and dive right on into it. We are at a 4 out of 5, the risk that we've been talking about for about 3-4 days or so, mentioning the potential for this to be our biggest severe weather outbreak out of our sequence. And here we are, and it is indeed as such. So, yeah, they've upgraded to the first 4 out of 5 risk we have seen in quite a while. The first moderate risk of this sequence here. We started that sequence back on Saturday, 6 days ago. And this is our first level 4 out of 5 for that full severe weather sequence here. And like I said, we ended up with that moderate risk here across portions of Kansas, Oklahoma, and Missouri. Definitely a little bit of a different positioning than what we were talking about, yesterday for the potential of a moderate risk. But that's where they went for the moderate risk for today. And I do think that we easily could see that moderate risk expanded further up to the northeast if we had time for another update. But it seems like, storms are going to get going here before we end up with that update at 4 o'clock. Storms will be ongoing here probably around 2-3 o'clock. But, up here, really up here has just about the same potential as down in here. So really both of them are very much notable risks for significant severe weather. Moderate risk for today was upgraded because of the damaging wind threat. We've got a hatched risk for damaging winds upwards of 100 miles per hour being possible here in western Missouri and eastern Kansas. That includes the Kansas City metro. We also have large hail being another reason for our moderate risk. Large hail upwards of 4 to potentially even pushing 4.5 inches in diameter being a possibility today. Out here in southern Kansas, northern Oklahoma. Also the potential for 3 to 4 inch hail back up here in Wisconsin, Illinois, and eastern Iowa. Tornado threat today is actually a little bit more on the lower side of things. It's still going to be definitely an issue with the potential for a few strong to intense tornadoes likely, and potentially a violent tornado or two being possible. If storms can be discrete in a very volatile environment. Both the potential for an intense tornado also back down here into Kansas, Oklahoma. I'm surprised that we don't actually have a 10 significant risk out here in Kansas and Oklahoma and western Missouri. I definitely think that we have the chance for a few strong to potentially intense tornadoes down there in Kansas, Oklahoma, and Missouri. But our main risk for the potential of strong to violent tornadoes is definitely going to be back up here with that potentially more volatile environment out here in Wisconsin, eastern Iowa, and northwestern Illinois. And that is where we have our Sig 2 risk for tornadoes out there in eastern Iowa, northwestern Illinois, and southwestern Wisconsin. We already have a severe thunderstorm watch out that was issued extraordinarily early this morning for the potential of severe storms ahead of the low pressure. However, we only ended up with one storm that actually managed to be severe, and I believe this is its leftover severe risk right here, and it is no longer a severe thunderstorm. But yeah, so more storms are expected to fire behind that and likely be significant across this area. We do have a mesoscale discussion by the Storm Prediction Center here. Those of you who are very much weather aware already know that this MCD is actually one of the highest mesoscale discussions that we've seen issued so far this year. We've got the potential for intense to violent tornadoes, 65 to 80 mile per hour winds, and 2.75 to 4.25 inch hail. So definitely one of the more high-end mesoscale discussions we've seen so far this year. Especially for the potential of a tornado watch. I believe this is the highest MCD we have seen for the potential of a tornado watch. If you could think of another one, please correct me, but I believe this is our highest end MCD for a tornado watch. We had three, I want to say we had three potentially, three MCDs for the potential of an intense to violent tornado on Tuesday, but all of those were not for new tornado watches. Those were for highlighting areas inside of an already issued tornado watch. So I'm pretty sure that this is our highest MCD for a tornado watch here. Tornado watch will likely be needed in the next 1 to 2 hours. So very, very high-end echelon mesoscale discussion there by the Storm Prediction Center. And likely going to be a very, very dangerous severe weather outbreak today. So I want to go over this again really quick here. If you haven't already, also make sure you hit that like button and share the stream. It is more important than ever. It is more important than ever. This is why we're here on YouTube. It is more important than ever that you share the stream, like the stream, and get it out on social media as much as you possibly can. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. Just even having you guys here really helps support the channel. But the reason we're here is to try to help people with the word of severe weather and really get the word out about this risk for severe storms. And it is a moderate risk for severe weather as well out here in Kansas and Oklahoma, as well as Missouri. So I want to be very clear. I want to be very clear and quite stern with the wording on this. This is most likely going to end up being a major severe weather outbreak and potentially a widespread significant tornado outbreak. We are looking at one of the biggest severe weather threats of the year being possible right here across the central U.S. from central Wisconsin all the way down into northern Oklahoma. This is a particularly dangerous day where your life is at risk because of these severe storms being possible today. You need to take action and take them very, very seriously if you are inside this enhanced risk and this moderate risk for severe weather. So please take it really seriously. Make sure you get your severe weather preparedness plan ready, put in place. Make sure you know where your safe spot is. Make sure you know where where that safe spot is. Your family knows where that safe spot is. Make sure you have shoes in that safe spot. If it doesn't take, if you don't have to put on shoes to go to your safe spot, make sure you put spare shoes in that safe spot. Make sure you put canned goods in that safe spot, things that won't expire that you can eat if you're trapped there for a day or two in your safe spot. Make sure you have plenty of water in that area. Make sure everything is all stocked up and ready to go. Make sure everything is fresh in there as well. And especially make sure, again, you know where that safe spot is. Make sure you take those precautions very, very seriously today. We're looking at, once again, potentially one of the most notable severe weather outbreaks of the year being possible today. And again, it is a particularly dangerous severe weather day here. Once again, your life is under a threat with this type of severe weather threat that we are going to be looking at. So please take it very, very seriously. There is the potential for a PDS tornado watch today. Actually, at that, 2 of them. There's the potential for 2 PDS tornado watches today, and yeah, definitely the best chance that we've had all year to see a PDS tornado watch. The SPC did reissue their SPC Day 1 outlook. I don't know if that was for just most of the time when you see that, it's for a correction in the wording. It looks like in this case, they've corrected the orientation of the 45% hail probabilities. So the hail probability risk was a little bit off from what they actually wanted. So they corrected the 45 sig hail probabilities slightly across northwest Oklahoma and south central Kansas. So once again, we're looking at a very, very dangerous day for significant severe weather. I also want to reiterate this. There's also a bunch of people under the risk for significant severe weather today. There is over 27 million people under the risk for strong to intense tornadoes today, and over 2 million people under the risk for intense to violent tornadoes today. There is over 17 million people under the gun for damaging winds, potentially upwards of 80 miles per hour, and over 3 million people, including the metro of Kansas City, under the risk for potentially damaging winds upwards of 95 to 100 miles per hour. There's over 13 million people under the risk for significant large hail today, and about 3 million of those people are under the risk for the potential of large hailstones upwards of 4 to 4.5 inches in diameter. So millions of people under the gun for very significant severe weather today, once again across this risk area. And even if you are in the slight risk for severe weather, I want you to take that pretty seriously too. I know I really was hyper-focused on the enhanced and the moderate, but also I want you to note the slight risk as well. Take it very seriously in the slight risk, especially if you're in the slight risk back up here into Wisconsin. This slight risk I would be taking a little bit more seriously than the slight risk back out here into like western Iowa, because out here there's a chance that we do see severe storms here, and there's a chance that we see absolutely nothing here. Whereas back out here in Wisconsin, there's a more likelihood that we see severe weather up here as opposed to the slight in Iowa. Excuse me. So if you're in that slight risk, also want you to take the day pretty seriously as well for the potential of significant severe weather. We definitely are looking at a very significant day for severe storms. The new HRRR is out, and it finally is, I believe, starting to get a hold of the ceiling of today's severe weather potential. I think the HRRR is finally starting to get a hold of what today actually could do. So this is for 3 o'clock Eastern, which is where our significant threat for all hazards will be underway. That's where we'll be looking at the risk for intense to potentially even a violent tornado being possible back up here into eastern Iowa, western Wisconsin, southeastern Minnesota. We'll start seeing significant severe weather fire here in southern Iowa, northern Missouri at that same time. And then a moderate risk for severe weather is going to start popping off right around that same time as well. So right around 2, 3 o'clock Eastern here, about an hour, not even, but about an hour from now, we should start seeing storms begin to fire along our cold front, maybe ahead of our cold front as well. 4 o'clock, we continue to see that very, very upper echelon risk for destructive large hail and damaging winds on the far southwest side of our cold front in southern Kansas and northern Oklahoma. That damaging wind risk continues to increase, as well as the potential for multiple strong to intense tornadoes embedded in embedded supercells. And then by the time we get to about 6 o'clock here, we're going to be looking at a line. We're not looking at a very long, discrete window here. That's why we don't have a 15 sig tour or 30 sig tour or anything like that. We're not looking at a very good window for discrete supercells to take advantage of that volatile environment. But if we actually do see any discrete supercells take advantage of that volatile environment, we could see an intense to potentially violent tornado if we see discrete storms taking advantage of that environment like the HRRR has in central Wisconsin right there. And then you could see the very big hail threat back out here into the tail end of your cold front, northern end of your dry line. And then here is, this is 6 o'clock Eastern time. And you can see your line is going to be very much starting to form 6 o'clock. The hour after 6 o'clock, and then 8 o'clock right there, 9 o'clock, 10, 11. And you could see we're looking at that damaging wind threat. That's why I want you to also take that slight risk seriously as well, because we could have embedded wind gusts here. This is 11 o'clock Eastern time, getting into our slight risk for severe weather up here in Illinois, and those embedded wind gusts could approach 90 miles per hour in a slight risk caliber area. So you don't want to be taking this risk lightly. Whenever you have such a potent trough like what we have, mixed with a potentially volatile environment, you really, really want to take Mother Nature seriously, regardless of what model runs show. Even if they show, a slop fest, you still want to take it seriously, because all it takes, like hurricane season, all it takes is one hurricane to make a hurricane season here in the U.S. Well, that's how it is today in Wisconsin, Illinois, Eastern Iowa. All it takes is one singular supercell all by itself in that volatile environment, and we can have a long-tracked, intense to violent tornado. All it takes is one singular supercell in the upper echelon environment that we are talking about here. And that is why the SPC issued that pretty high-end mesoscale discussion. Because it is a very, very serious potential for significant severe weather. I think our highest tornado threat today, I agree with the Storm Prediction Center. I think their outlook is really good, highlighting this area for the potential of the best tornado risk. Maybe push the 2 Sig Tor still, or the Sig 2, the Sig 2, other way around. The Sig 2 Tor still a little bit more into northeast Wisconsin, because that volatile environment still could be further into central Wisconsin. But I don't think our tornado threat, in terms of the I think our tornado threat is just as high out here in Kansas and Oklahoma as it is back up here in Wisconsin, Illinois, and Iowa. But I don't think the max intensity of tornadoes is the same. So, like, we could see intense to violent tornadoes up here, but down here, I think we could still see, near the same amount as tornadoes in Wisconsin, Illinois, and Iowa, except I don't think the tornadoes will be as intense back down here in Oklahoma and Kansas compared to the tornadoes back up here in Wisconsin and Illinois. No, this environment is nowhere near April 27th, 2011. The only environment that I have witnessed that was similar to April 27th, 2011 was March 15th, 2025. That was the only environment where I was like, man, this kind of reminds me of April 27th, 2011 type of environment here. But thankfully, the storm mode on March 15th prevented, an exact repeat of said day. So, I don't know if we'll ever see another risk and environment like what we saw in April 27th, 2011. I mean, that was like April 27th, 2011 was really like as high end as Mother Nature could possibly get. Like, really. That was like capping out Mother Nature's possibility. That's how high end that environment was. I mean, April 27th, 2011 is like as high as it gets for severe storms. Overmixing definitely could be an issue up here in northwestern Illinois and east central Iowa. It could be an issue, but I don't think it will be like a giant issue to where we're not going to be seeing tornadoes. But yes, it could be an underperformance factor. Yeah, nah. Yeah, HRRR, remember the HRRR was saying 50s out here? Guys, we are at 71 dew points in western Illinois. What the heck? HRRR, remember we compared the model runs yesterday, and the HRRR in pretty much that exact same area said 59 dew points. It's 71 out there. So, overmixing could be a little bit of a problem, for elevated thunderstorms. But not really, not really. The best chance for overmixing would be back up in here into central Wisconsin. And that is why the SPC doesn't have that Sig 2 Tor all the way up into dead central Wisconsin or into northern Wisconsin, because of that risk for overmixing issues and a bit more of a messy storm mode. But man, we are already at depending on lower level wind shear, but 16 supercell composite, you're already pushing volatile environment right here. You're already at a volatile environment. You're already at a volatile environment here across southwest Wisconsin, southeastern Minnesota, eastern Iowa. That's already a volatile environment up there. Look at that. So, no big surprise there. A little bit surprised, honestly, though, that it's that early. Look at that hodograph. Golly. Yeah, 4,000. Gracious. 4,100 instability paired with that amount of wind shear. Wow. Yeah, that's just recipe for intense to violent tornadoes. So storm mode. Storm mode is probably going to be our saving grace from seeing a widespread major tornado outbreak today. But, I mean, gracious day. It's been a hot minute since I've seen an environment like that. Normally with 2026, I look at surface-based instability, and I think it's insane. And then I look at wind shear, and there's no wind shear. But nope, not today. There's actually wind shear present out here in Wisconsin, Iowa, southeastern Minnesota. Look at the EML. You want an EML. I don't understand why some people are saying that EML is bad. You want an EML. I don't. If you think an EML is bad at 1 o'clock, yeah. I'm sorry, but before you speak, you need to go research severe weather, buddy. That's like severe weather 101. Everybody knows that you want an EML in the morning and early afternoon hours, so that way it inhibits thunderstorms from firing until the cold front comes through and forces storms up. The sun erodes that EML, and then you can get discrete supercells. An EML prevents overconvection. That's severe weather 101 right there. And look at that, even with an EML, look, we're already seeing convection out here. Never said if it was a good or bad thing. Let's just scroll up here. An EML could promote a more messy mode. And you also mentioned we have overmixing issues, which, like I said, is not really that true unless you go into the 5 sig in northern Wisconsin. So how about instead of you downplaying Mother Nature like you've been doing and you're still doing, you start, wording with the Storm Prediction Center. I'd like to see where Tracy is in this one. Although Tracy did admit, the mistakes. Tracy last night started saying that this looked more significant. Hey, Tracy, what's up? I was just talking about you. All good things. All good things. All good things. What a coincidence. All good things. I promise. Wasn't speaking anything ill of you. Look at that. 50 knot lower level jet up there. 50 knot lower level jet into northeastern Wisconsin right there. But most of it is a widespread 40 knot. Most of it is a 40 knot. But man, I mean, like I said, volatile environment, man. It is 1 p.m. and it's a volatile environment out there. Let me go back to the lower level jet. Yeah, Catman, I still think, they should have like maybe a 10 sig 1 tour back in Oklahoma and southern Kansas. I still think that they should have that. But I know, the reason why they didn't upgrade it is probably because the lower level jet is not the best, and I know wind shear is not going to be the best out there, but still, I was kind of expecting that. I mean, they upgraded it to a moderate. I was kind of expecting that tornado risk to at least be 10% sig 1. But yeah, once again, if you guys are just tuning in, because I know we have quite a bit more people watching than just 10 minutes ago, we are looking at a very, very dangerous day for significant severe weather. Like I said here, if I switch back to this outlook, if you live in this orange area, and in this red area, there is actually a threat to your life because of today's severe weather threat. If you don't take the proper precautions, it could be potentially life-threatening for you with the damaging winds, the large hail, and the tornadoes. We are looking at an upper echelon threat for every hazard. We're looking at the potential for 90 to 100 mile an hour winds, 3 to 4.5 inch hail, and a few intense tornadoes, maybe even a violent tornado today. It is high end severe weather potential today. With any storms that can stay discrete. And then that's the big problem, is even if they grow upscale, when they grow upscale, the damaging wind threat starts to become a giant issue. That damaging wind threat starts to go up towards, 90 to potentially even 100 mile an hour winds being possible. And also, to just put it in perspective too, the Storm Prediction Center on their newest wording here, they even said 60 to 90 mile an hour winds becoming the most prominent hazard by this evening. So they're literally talking about 90 mile an hour winds being a problem. So, we could see wind gusts potentially exceed by a couple miles per hour, 90 miles per hour. I do think a derecho is possible today. It just depends on how quickly things grow upscale and how long it lasts. But there is definitely the potential for a derecho today. There's definitely the potential for a derecho if we see storms form out in this area, become severe, and then last all the way until near midnight in eastern Illinois. Yeah, we have the potential for a derecho. But remember, derechos are much harder to get now with that newer severe classification for a derecho. Storms have to be severe for much longer and producing significant damaging winds for longer in order for it to be classified as a derecho. So, it's not like just a 200, 240 mile per hour track of 60 mile an hour winds anymore. It's got to be like a 400 mile track that's 50 miles or longer and consistently producing 60 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts and consistently getting reports of 60 to 80 mile an hour wind gusts or greater. Yeah, Cactus, I do agree that overmixing could be an issue on the northern mode up here. I do agree with that into northern Wisconsin, but the SPC has also obviously started to talk about that too. They're obviously kind of thinking that same ordeal, because you could see your 2% tore up here, your 5 sig here, your 10 sig here, and then your 10 sig 2 down in here. So obviously they're thinking with northern extent, storms could be more elevated, regardless of even the high amount of wind shear that you have. So overmixing could be an issue on the far northern side of our severe weather threat and central to far northern Wisconsin, but not further back down in here. Not in our main tornado risk area. What are we looking at for satellite? Oh my goodness. Huh. Well, that is that's pretty much the exact satellite imagery that you see before a big time severe weather outbreak. You see a cold front right back down in here, and you see clouds in front, just a few clouds out in front for potential prefrontal storms right out in front, and you have clearing everywhere else. You can see your CU field starting in southeastern Minnesota, northeastern Iowa. We're probably going to get a watch here soon. But yeah, that's definitely going to be looking at a huge outbreak today. The only threat I'm a little bit uncertain on, I will say, like the wind threat and hail threat, I think is going to be crazy significant today. But I do have a little bit of being skeptical with the tornado threat. A little bit more skeptical of how high end that tornado threat may get. But I still think it's going to be a big problem. I mean, look at all that cape, man. That's a lot of cape. It is definitely April. For those of you who don't know, this is surface-based instability. And basically, if you have instability greater than 1,000, it's going to be favorable for severe weather. And we are sitting at 1,000 instability. I mean, 1,000 instability is all the way back down here into southeastern Texas, southwestern Louisiana. So instability-wise, we are favorable for severe storms across this entire area. Instability-wise. Now, once you get down here into Mississippi, southern Arkansas, eastern Texas, you guys aren't going to be seeing much severe weather out there today because you're not gonna have any forcing out there. If you don't have any forcing to help grow storms in that environment, Obviously, they're not going to be able to be severe because there's not going to be storms. But along this entire area, you see how sharp this is? That's because of our cold front. Our cold front is a forcing mechanism. That cold front's going to slam into this instability. It's going to slam into this very favorable environment, and it's going to force those parcels to grow upscale. And then we're going to end up seeing severe storms along that entire cold front, or also in front of it if we see prefrontals. And then back down in here, we have a dry line. This is a little bit less of a guarantee for severe weather out here. It's a lot more conditional for today. That's why you don't have a higher risk into central or southern Texas. It's more conditional further to the south, but less conditional once you get into northern Oklahoma, southern Kansas, where we have that 4 to 5 moderate risk for today. So once again, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button and share the stream. It's greatly appreciated. Once again, today is the type of day where I hope we can reach as many people as possible for the potential of severe weather today. If you know anybody out here, family, friends, anyone on social media that you know that lives out here, especially in this orange and red area, just send them a quick message. Just say, hey, are you aware of the potential significant severe weather today? See if they're aware about that. And once again, if you're in that orange and red area, make sure you got that that tornado preparedness plan ready to go. Make sure you know where your safe spot is. Make sure you know where your family knows where that safe spot is. Make sure you have canned goods in that safe spot, water's in that safe spot, and if you're not going to wear shoes into that safe spot, make sure you put extra pairs of shoes in that safe spot, just in case, in a worst case scenario, you have to walk out and there's debris outside your house. So just make sure you have, those are just very, very basic. Those are the basic things for your safe spot. The biggest thing is know where that safe spot is and make sure your family knows where that safe spot is. That's the biggest thing. That safe spot, the best place to be during a tornado or a high-end severe storm is going to be in a storm shelter that's underground. If you don't have that, a storm shelter above ground. If you don't have that, a basement. If you don't have a basement, the most interior room on the lowest floor of your home, away from doors and windows, and put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Yeah, there's already an MCD out for those who don't know. I'll go ahead and show it again. Once again, this is probably, I'm not for sure, but this is definitely one of our highest, if not our highest mesoscale discussion for severe hazards that we have seen so far this year for a watch. Now, again, we had an MCD. We had 3 MCDs very close to just like this on Tuesday, but all of them were already for ongoing severe weather. This is an MCD for a tornado watch to be issued. So that means our tornado watch is probably going to be very, very high end, and we could even be talking about a borderline PDS tornado watch today, depending on what confidence the Storm Prediction Center has. So definitely a big day. Initial supercell development in eastern Iowa ahead of the front, and supercell development along the cold front. So both areas, they're saying supercells. So like I said, a high-end tornado watch is possible here, potentially even a PDS tornado watch, which if you don't know what a PDS tornado watch is, it's a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, and it is reserved for only the upper echelon outbreaks. Why PDS? Because it's a potentially dangerous day. And the peak intensity is 170 miles per hour. They would have to go moderate for tours. They wouldn't have to, but honestly, we're very close. We're very close to a moderate. Like I said, with Tuesday's threat, same thing with Tuesday's threat. We're very close to a moderate risk for severe weather up here for tornadoes. We already have a SIG 2 in place, and we're already at a 10%. All they need to have is a little bit more confidence in tornadoes, and you have a moderate. 80-80 is a PDS tornado watch. So 80-70 is just barely under a PDS tornado watch. Just barely under a PDS tornado watch. But just like with Tuesday's threat, even if they don't issue a PDS tornado watch today across any of these areas, or even if they don't issue any sorts of PDS watches, because there is a chance for a PDS severe watch. especially back there in Kansas and Oklahoma. Just don't let that deteriorate the severe threat. If they don't go PDS for any of the watches today, don't think, okay, they didn't go PDS. It's not going to be that bad of a day. They didn't go PDS. If they don't go PDS, they could literally not be a PDS watch by like a 10% probability. So regardless of what type of watch they end up doing out here, you need to be extremely weather aware. And don't let that watch be the deciding factors for how you prepare for severe weather today. Tracy, I do have that feeling that it's going to be that type of day for damaging winds and large hail. The tornado threat, like I said, I'm still, just because of the messier mode, still deep down, I have a feeling that there is a few ways today could underperform for that tornado watch, or not for that tornado watch, for the tornado threat. But still, I mean, you're looking at such a upper echelon environment, man. It's like literally all it takes is a single supercell in Wisconsin, and you're going to end up with a long-tracked, intense to violent tornado threat here in central southern Wisconsin. Where is that MCD4, by the way? I just want to check that again. So yeah, they're probably going to cancel a portion of this severe watch and issue a tornado watch in its place, and then also a tornado watch further to the south too. Yeah, exactly, Sam. PDS watch or not, today's going to be a dangerous day. Just like even if we didn't get a moderate risk for today, which we did end up, today's going to be a dangerous day. But we did end up with that moderate risk, which means there's even higher confidence in today being a dangerous day. And Haley, I know you're in the chat. I believe you're in this moderate, right? I forgot. Yeah, you're in that moderate risk, Haley. There you are. You're just barely north of Kansas City. You're in that moderate risk today for mainly damaging winds. I mean, you're dead. You're smack dead center of that 45% risk, and you even have a SIG 2 there. So that's where we have the risk for up to 90 to 100 mile an hour winds today. And that risk for 90 mile an hour winds, 80, 90 mile an hour winds, that extends all the way back up here to barely just west of Chicago too. So, up here in Davenport, you also have a risk for 80 to 90 mile an hour winds today. So anybody in this pink area that you see on your screen here, you have a risk for up to 80 to 90 mile an hour winds. And then if you're in this pink double hatched area right in here, that's where that risk is greatest for up to 90 to 100 mile an hour winds. Very, very, very significant. And then the rest of that moderate back down in here, that's where you're under a moderate for literally, not even kidding, large hail up to like 4.5 inches in diameter. Yeah, OKC radar's down. They're probably doing some maintenance on that. Hopefully they get that back up tonight. I don't think we'll need the OKC radar until late tonight, like probably closer to 10 o'clock Central. Kaylee, you're perfectly fine. You're probably going to be avoiding this. I mean, you're a bit close. You're a bit close to that enhanced risk. I would for sure watch the line overnight. So, get ready for a late severe threat. Probably looking at like midnight for your severe weather threat. There's that tornado watch. Okay, before I click this, my Tor prob is going to be 70-50. 60-40. 60-40. That is actually quite considerably lower than I thought. That is actually, especially for the strong Tor probability, that is absurdly lower than I thought. I am not even going to lie to you guys. That is considerably lower than I expected for that strong Tor probability. Like, insanely lower. The lowest I was thinking was 60. What did I say? I think I said 70-50 or something like that. Pack it up. No. Basically, what this means is that that tornado threat is a whole lot more conditional. A whole lot more conditional. Yeah, violent Tor MCD, and they went 60-40. Didn't see that one coming. I would have been in considerable disagreement if somebody said 60-40 would be the watch. Definitely not even close to the probabilities I was thinking, but hey, that's good. That's good news. That is good news. Main threat here is actually hail, followed by wind, and then followed by Tor. So yeah, we're already starting to see some storms fire. Like we mentioned before, they're probably going to be a bit more sloppy here. Yeah, SPC definitely going more with the conservative side of things on this northern mode. For sure going more with the conservative side up here. What a time to be alive. Violent MCD goes 60-40. Yeah, so we've got storms starting to fire up along our cold front and well ahead of our cold front. These storms ahead of the cold front are probably going to end up being the main ones to watch here. Conditional, simply that just means it's, how can I explain this? The best way. Somebody help me out here. How can I explain conditional? It's not a very high chance of happening. It's a very specific amount of things need to happen for that tornado threat to occur. Like, if we get discrete storms in this volatile environment, and if they stay by themselves, we could see an intense to violent tornado threat. But if they don't stay discrete, that intense to violent tornado threat probably won't verify. So a lot of things have to come together in order for that tornado threat to actually end up occurring. That intense tornado threat to end up occurring. But yeah, so basically we're looking at multiple tornadoes being possible here in this purple area that you see here, that tornado watch area. And one or two of them could be strong. And if we do get a discrete storm, one of those could be intense. We do have Wophus running, right? I'm sure we have Wophus running. I would be shocked if Wophus isn't running on a moderate risk day, because we've seen that run even on low-end enhanced days. Let me go to my weather links. 4/17. Yeah, today's date. Yep, Wophus just started rendering. Rendering. And look at that. It already shows the potential for prefrontal discrete supercells in southeastern Kansas here at 3 o'clock. Right off the bat, the first few Wophus runs are showing that. And they're also running it back in the Midwest, too. Yep, see, look at that. See, that would be a problem. That would be a big problem. Gracious day, that would be a huge problem. Look at all the discrete storms. You've got 2 or 3 here in Minnesota, 2 down here in Iowa, Illinois, 1 down here in southern Iowa. A bunch out here in western Wisconsin, central Wisconsin, southeastern Iowa. But you could see how a few of these do initiate pretty messy. Like Wophus 8 initiates quite a bit messy. Wophus 9, not very messy. 10. This is pretty dang good consistency on discrete storms for like another 2 hours. The first 2-3 hours that storms fire. MCD, okay. Is that the southern mode? Yep, there's the southern mode. Widespread severe thunderstorms will bring the potential for all severe hazards this afternoon and evening. A watch issuance will be needed in the next 1 to 2 hours. That is out here for northwestern Missouri, including Kansas City, eastern Kansas, and northern Oklahoma. I'd like to read the discussion on that. The tornado threat remains more uncertain as deep layer flow is largely orientated parallel to the cold front, which may yield complex storm mode and interactions. Given the potential for supercellular mode and storm and outflow interactions, at least some potential for a couple tornadoes, perhaps strong, appears to exist. However, this appears most likely with any supercell that is able to remain more discrete into the evening hours when the strengthening nocturnal lower level jet begins to yield an increasing lower level hodograph. Trends will be monitored, and a tornado watch will be needed in the next 1 to 2 hours to cover this threat. With time, the development of a forward propagating MCS is anticipated across much of this area, with wind gusts greater than 80 miles per hour possible, and perhaps embedded tornadoes as the primary threat. So there you go. Both of your main MCDs are out, and we already have one tornado watch out back up on that northern MCD. So these storms in Oklahoma and Kansas, these things are going to absolutely explode too. These storms are going to fire fast today. They're not going to be taking hours to explode here. We're going to go from 0 to 100 in the matter of an hour, maybe 2. I'm curious about the updraft tracks here. Yeah, look at that. Actually, very good confidence in a discrete to semi-discrete mode in central Wisconsin. Into southern Wisconsin. A bit more clustered there into northwestern Illinois, kind of on that triple border there, the tri-state area. And then look even back into southern Iowa, western Illinois, even a bit more discrete. Let's go back down to the southern and central plains. So you can see, yeah, see that? Those will have your greatest tornado threat. If those can develop, those will have your best tornado threat in the short term. And then look at that. Very high confidence that we're going to be seeing, either embedded clustered severe storms or just a full-blown line in southern Kansas, northern Oklahoma. There you go. Your first severe thunderstorm warning of our main event has been issued. It's out here in northeastern Iowa. 1.5-inch hail already, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and already torr possible. So if you're in that severe thunderstorm warning, just be away from doors and windows. You'll be perfectly fine. It wouldn't be a bad idea to stay close to your safe spot if you're in that severe storm. Since storms today are definitely going to be capable of producing tornadoes at some point, especially out here in eastern Iowa into southern and central Wisconsin. Let's look at satellite up here. Yeah, look at that. It is big time go time. So there's your prefrontal storms firing right there. Your leftover severe storm from this morning in northern Wisconsin. Your strong to eventual severe storms firing on your cold front in southeastern Minnesota, north central Iowa. And then we will have to watch for like some extra clustering out in this area. See if anything fires there. You could also see your cold front extending back down here with a CU field developing in southern Iowa, northwestern Missouri, northeastern Kansas. Initiation is imminent across that area as well. The southern mode, bunch of CU. Imminent initiation within an hour, most likely, across that entire vicinity. A bit more conditional, but still could see initiation from this CU here in southeastern Kansas That would be a greater hail threat and tornado threat if those storms initiate in front of that cold front. But even then, remember, we do have a bit of a lack in lower level wind shear down here. You've got 4 supercell composite, 4 to 6 supercell composite. 0 to 1 kilometer SRH is about 50 to 100 down here. So that's going to keep your strong tornado threat a bit more limited, but still could very easily get a couple spin up tornadoes down there, maybe one strong. I'm really curious to see how that tornado threat plays out on the southern end, because I'm kind of torn between like a 5 sig 1 and a 10 sig 1. Because storms are probably going to be clustered to semi-discrete in the southern mode for a couple of more, for quite a few hours. And then, you know, towards sunset, they'll grow more into a line. Yeah, this prefrontal stuff is fired right inside of probably our most primed environment here. Let's zoom in again. Yeah, wow. Talk about bullseye right there. Look at that. Dead center in the most volatile environment right now. What do you know? The dead center in the most volatile environment that we have in the US right now. Look at that photograph. Dead center. Almost 4,500 instability. You do have that sharp, I want to almost say a borderline EML here. The only thing that makes me think this isn't an EML is the fact that you don't have a good warm nose. There's no sharp warm nose here. But at least just a sharp amount of dry air right there. And I'm wondering if that could keep updrafts a little bit weaker at first. However, even with that dry air, like I said, 4,000, 4,500 cape, 7 to 8 lower level lapse rates, these storms should just explode. I really don't think that dry air in the lower levels is going to do anything. If it had more of that warm nose, maybe it could stop storms from firing, but obviously it's not. Check echo tops. I like to just look at satellite to see how storms are firing. I don't really like echo tops. I can already tell you that storm is very high on echo tops. Look at that. That looks like an explosion went off in that cloud. So I can tell you that the northern one is already exploding. That's our severe storm up here for Worthington in northeastern Iowa. Like I said, just be away from doors and windows, stay close to your safe spot, and you'll be perfectly fine. You don't have to be in your safe spot. You don't have to be in your safe spot, but it is a good idea to just be near it and acknowledge where it is, just in case this storm eventually does become tornadic down the line. So, yeah, lower level jet, 40 knots. I mean, like I said, you do have, those are a bit high for temperatures, but that moisture is also pretty high. You're in upper 60 moisture. And that warm front is not very, very, very far off to the north. The most favorable environment stops in southern Wisconsin, right in here. So, but that's going to keep moving to the north. That's going to keep moving to the north. We'll keep getting better moisture throughout the day. So things will just continue to get worse from here. Starting to see some initiation near the Wichita areas in southeastern Kansas. That means storms are starting to go up. So we should end up with a tornado watch here. I'd imagine before 3 o'clock Eastern, before 2 p.m. Central. I'd have to imagine that's when we're going to see a tornado watch. And also another one initiating here, northwest of Woodward. And then, yeah, you can see storms firing off of your cold front. Those are a bit more clustered, as expected. We're expecting a pretty clustered mode today. Pretty clustered mode. We shouldn't see many discrete to semi-discrete supercells. Most of our stuff should be clustered to embedded. So if you're expecting, you know, a line of discrete supercells like March 14th, 2025, yeah, you ain't going to be seeing that. Today's main threat is definitely damaging winds and large hail, especially on that southern mode, but also back up here, still damaging winds and large hail is probably going to be the biggest problem. But you just have so much wind shear, so much lower level wind shear. I really don't see how tornadoes aren't going to be, you know, a bit of an issue up here, and that's why I was saying we're probably going to see you know, few to several tornadoes up here. And that lower level wind shear, the last few tornado outbreaks, our lower level wind shear hasn't been great until after, you know, 7 o'clock. You know, Tuesday, for instance, Monday and Tuesday, I said over and over again, after 6 p.m., after 6 p.m., after 6 p.m. It is almost 2 p.m. Eastern, and our wind shear is already as favorable as if it were, you know, 6 o'clock. You're already at 200, 250, 0 to 1 kilometer SRH. Decline. Spam calls go crazy recently. No, I feel like the tornado watch, I don't think the SPC, their probabilities on their outlook, I agree with that quite a lot. I think their outlook is perfectly fine. But I do kind of disagree with that, you know, putting a 40%. I'm not too sure about that. That is pretty low. That is pretty low on the tornado watch. Yeah, so there's our first severe storm. We're going to get many more severes today. It is going to get very, very chaotic. So, you know, prepare for a full line of severe weather. Yeah, like the first 2 hours of this event, up until about 4 o'clock Eastern time, 3 o'clock Central, that's your best chance for storms to be discrete, as seen by WOFIS. That is definitely your best opportunity for storms to be discrete. But I don't know if they're going to be that semi-discrete, you know? This one's pretty rough. You can make out quite a few discrete to semi-discrete supercells here on this WOFIS run. I don't think we're going to be that discrete. And this is 6 o'clock, too. I think maybe something more like WOFIS 3 is more likely. Where we end up with this more sloppier mode. A more sloppier mode up here. But still, you know, if any storms get semi-discrete or discrete, that could be a big problem. But definitely some very aggressive WOFIS runs, that is for sure. Here's your supercell composite. Like I said, your environment really just, it's going to stay volatile up until at least 5, 6 o'clock. You're going to still have an extraordinarily favorable environment. And then closer to sunset, you might lose some of that. Closer to sunset, that volatile environment might start weakening quite a bit. Probably due to instability going down. But even then, once again, you know, you're going to have so much wind shear, even if you just have a little bit of instability, even if your instability is just a little bit over 1,000, with so much wind shear, storms are still going to be able to rotate if they're semi-discrete or clustered. So no rotation on these storms yet. It's only 2 o'clock in the afternoon, very early afternoon here. A new severe thunderstorm warning tour possible tag. These things are instantly going tour possible tagged, though. So that should show you, the National Weather Service out here is very much aware that there is a lot of wind shear out here. NWS is not playing around. We have a new HRRR run. You can see definitely pretty messy here, 3 o'clock, but guess what? The HRRR is already going to be dead wrong in multiple areas. In very much multiple areas. But yeah, you could see on Supercell Composite, this is 3 p.m. and again, a volatile environment along and just in front of that cold front. A very, very favorable environment for, if storms can be discrete, long-tracked, strong tornadoes. I mean, literally all it takes is one, golly. Holy crap. All it takes is one discrete supercell, man. You've got such a good environment. All it takes is a single discrete storm. Look at that further to the south too. Oklahoma, Kansas. Just an insane severe weather threat right there. Just an insane severe weather threat. Look at that, almost 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts portrayed by a model run, by the way, on a severe storm. A lot of these updrafts you see here, a lot of them are wind and hail. Updrafts don't mean tornadoes, despite what some people in the weather community want to say. This is the HRRR, which has definitely been more of the messier models and definitely one of the more all-over-the-place models. It hasn't had too much consistency, to be honest. It's probably considerably underdoing moisture. The HRRR is almost... It underdoes moisture so frequently. It's nearly a guarantee every severe weather threat that the HRRR is going to be underdoing moisture. Let's see. So once again, we should be getting a tornado watch pretty soon here. If you live across roughly this area. Roughly across this area. That it may not go that far southwest, but just generally that vicinity. We should be getting a tornado watch pretty soon. Sometime probably within the next hour. That tornado watch could go as far south as Oklahoma City, actually. So, almost as far south as Oklahoma City for the potential of a tornado watch. Purple is the tornado watch. Pink is a severe watch. We have a severe watch up here, just in case any extra severe storms fire, but I don't think we'll see too much up in that area. This huge area is a tornado watch right here. Half of it just disappeared because it wanted to update. I'll loop it back so you could see the full tornado watch. There you go. That entire purple area there is a tornado watch, which means conditions are favorable for the development of supercells capable of producing tornadoes. And we'll see another big purple tornado watch issued, again, roughly somewhere out in this area. Most likely before 3 p.m. Eastern. So these storms already severe, already exploding here in eastern Iowa. Make sure you're staying away from doors and windows if you're in these yellow polygons. Those are severe thunderstorm warnings. Both of them are Tor possible tagged, which means there's potentially an area of rotation the National Weather Service is watching that could produce a tornado in the future, but it's not yet enough to warrant a tornado warning. So these storms could be tornado warned in the future if they increase with rotation, but there's not an imminent tornado just yet. So just when you're in a Tor possible severe, typically stay away from doors and windows, be close to your safe spot. You don't have to be in your safe spot in a torque possible severe. You just want to be close to your safe spot just in case. Look at this ugly line that forms here at 6 or just after 6 o'clock Eastern time. Very ugly line that forms here. All the way from northwestern Oklahoma, all the way into northern or eastern Wisconsin. Very, very ugly line. Still some isolated spots of tornado potential up here at 7 o'clock. But once you go closer to sunset, the best risk for tornadoes is probably going to be with embedded supercells and back down here into Oklahoma. So northern Oklahoma, your risk is going to be probably a bit later. Unless you're in northwestern Oklahoma. But back up here towards like Enid, those areas back in Enid, northwest of Tulsa, that risk is going to be later on tonight. Flash flooding also could be a pretty big concern up here. If we have training supercells, easily could see some spots pick up on 2-3 inches of rain today. So if you are just now tuning in, here is our risk area for today. If you haven't yet seen it, we will be getting an update from the Storm Prediction Center in just under 2 hours for this outlook. But this is their newest outlook so far. So, yeah, if you're in this yellow area, that's a slight risk for severe weather, level 2 out of 5. That dark green is level 1 out of 5. The orange is a level 3 out of 5. And then that red area is your big 4 out of 5 for severe weather. A very, very significant threat for severe weather if you live especially in that level 3 or that level 4 area for severe storms. That's that orange and red area. But still likely going to see quite a few severes in that level 2 yellow area. Still at 2 severe thunderstorm warnings here. I'll go ahead and remove that outlook. Nothing imminent for tornadoes still. This is now observed 1.5 inch hail. So, confirmed 1.5 inch hail here with this storm. Probably on the northern side near Worthington in eastern Iowa. So be away from doors and windows there. Definitely some large hail. Here is the wind outlook for today. It is a little bit confusing, but generally all you need to know is if you're in the hatched red and pink area, you've got the chance for wind gusts potentially upwards of 90 miles per hour. And there is that second hatched area back towards Kansas City with those solid diagonal lines. That's where we could see an isolated wind gust upwards of 90 to 100 miles per hour, depending on how quickly our line organizes. And then large hail. We've got 2 main areas that you see here in the red back up in Wisconsin, Illinois, and Iowa. And then a red and pink area back here in Kansas, Oklahoma, and that red extends into Missouri. If you're in those red areas, you've got a chance for 3-inch hail. If you're in that hatched area here in that solid hatched area here in southern Wisconsin, northwest Illinois, eastern Iowa, that's the chance for 4-inch hail. And actually this pink hatched area here is a chance for hailstones, potentially even up to 4.5 inches in diameter if storms are discrete long enough. But regardless, widespread severe weather is expected today. And most likely, quite a few severes are going to end up being significant to destructive. All right, let's go and get rid of that. Let's go back to our severe storms for Cedar Rapids, or just east of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. You can see there's not a lot of rotation here. This is the velocity product, which is trying to detect winds in the atmosphere. Green is winds going towards that radar site that you see here, and red is winds going away from that radar site. And when those green and reds start to come together in a tight couplet, That's when we're starting to look at an area of rotation, which you can see there's a few little areas of green here and some red, just indicating some gusty winds on this storm, but none of that is actually close together. None of that is a couplet. The red and greens aren't strong, and they're not really close to each other to where we have to be concerned about an imminent tornado threat out here. Yet. Eventually, we're going to have to be concerned about an imminent tornado threat up there. This is the HRRR model run for tonight, and this is 10 o'clock, and you see these updraft tracks. That's for the potential of severe storms. Normally, those updraft tracks, normally they have hail, damaging winds, and even some of them can have tornadoes. And if we get any type of embedded Boeing segments like you see here on the HRRR, or back down in here, or back down in here, any of those can cause significant damaging winds upwards of, this is 10 o'clock, so it may be a little bit past peak. Wind gusts may not be, greater than about 80 miles per hour. Now that this is closer to, like I said, 10 o'clock. Our main severe weather threat today is going to be from 3 p.m. all the way till about maybe 9 o'clock. But you could still see 11 o'clock here. You still have a pretty large line of severe storms. Most likely in this case, these would be severe storms. I'm moving through Illinois and Indiana, 11 Eastern, 10 Central. Across this area. And it may not be exactly across that area. It could be a bit further to the south, could be a bit further to the north, could be a bit weaker, could be a bit stronger. But generally, we're going to be looking at, as we go into the early overnight hours, a line with multiple embedded wind gusts of 70 to 80 miles per hour tonight. The HRRR is probably really showing. Let's look at the updraft tracks here. Yeah, the HRRR is really pinpointing central western Illinois, southeastern Iowa, probably for the greatest damaging wind threat. And then, golly, look at those tracks. A lot of that, especially northwestern Oklahoma, southern Kansas, that's probably hail tracks there that you see right in here. Probably that stuff's hail. But some of this is also possibly damaging winds. Let's go back up to our severe storms. Got an extension here. This is going into, let's see. Trying to see the most populated town. Probably Asbury, Dyersville, Worthington. You guys need to be indoors, away from doors and windows. Stay close to your safe spot just in case. Got a new mesoanalysis coming in here soon, so we'll get new observations. That's in right now. Gracious day. If there's ever a bullseye today, it is for sure eastern Iowa. Big old bullseye right on those prefrontal storms. So, give them an hour. If they're still discreet, we could be looking at a very, very big tornado threat with these. If they can stay discreet. Or semi-discreet. They're just going to keep moving into a better wind shear environment. I'm not too shocked that this area is not moderate. The clustered mode definitely could keep the tornado potential down. But I am pretty shocked, once again, with the probabilities of the strong tornadoes on our tornado watch. That shocked me quite a lot. I'm really shocked by only a 40% chance for a strong tornado inside that watch area. That definitely, that's the thing that's probably shocked me the most today. Lower level jet, 35, 40 knots here. And your environment getting better, starting to get better out here in Oklahoma, Kansas, and central Missouri. So only a matter of time before storms absolutely explode along that cold front and prefrontals explode in eastern Kansas. Yeah, if this grows upscale fast, yeah, it's the possibility for a derecho. Violent tornado parameter. Let me look at that. Violent tornado parameter. 2 bullseyes here. One big bullseye in eastern Iowa. And then another one's showing up in southern Kansas. But that is a crazy one in eastern. Oh my goodness, that's at 11. That's just behind your prefrontals. Just behind or almost on those prefrontals. And you know what that means? We're going to be getting storms behind these prefrontals. You know, that cold front's going to move into that environment, y'all. It ain't like the prefrontals are the only storms today. That cold front is eventually going to hit that volatile environment out here if the prefrontals don't take it up. Yeah, you could see still a bit of a lack of moisture on the west side of that cold front. But once that cold front gets into these mid 60 dews, low 70 dew points, yeah, it's going to explode severe storms. And I think the cold front's going to initiate, you know, it's initiating now in southeastern Minnesota, but for central Iowa, it's probably still going to take, you know, roughly another hour or two before storms really start becoming severe along that cold front in central to eastern Iowa. Here's the rest of that HRRR run, and I mean, you can see, y'all, once again, that damaging wind threat. This is 1 a.m., and you're still going with it. Damaging winds possible across this entire area right in here, and then even back down into Missouri and Oklahoma. So, it's a very long event. Today is a very, very, very long duration event, and most likely much of that event is going to be significant. The number one thing you don't want to do today is let your guard down. Do not let your guard down. Until that cold front passes you, you're not safe. And right now, that cold front is barely past anybody. That cold front is like right in here. So until that cold front has passed you, you are not safe. Look at that. We do have one severe storm popping up now, northwestern Missouri. For Grant City, Maryville. Make sure you're indoors, away from doors and windows. The tornado threat south of, I'll give you a line. The tornado threat south of this area should be relatively low. So in here, any storms that develop in here for the next, 2 hours or so, the tornado threat should be relatively low for those. Because our wind shear is not very high. We'll have to see. I want to go check that now, actually. We got a new meso analysis. Let's go check southern Oklahoma. Or not Oklahoma. Southern Kansas. Yeah, see? If we can get little pockets of like 100 to 150 0 to 1 kilometer wind shear developing in here, that tornado threat could be locally higher across southern Kansas, northern Oklahoma. Depending on how high that wind shear gets. Yeah, but you could see 50 wind shear in here. That's really not going to cut it for tornado potential in this area. So the main tornado potential should be, for the next 2 hours or so, should be focused along that cold front and with those prefrontal storms up in here. And then if we could get any prefrontal storms with that locally higher wind shear in southern Kansas into western Missouri. And then after 2 hours, well, the tornado threat's going to explode all over the place here. If you're looking, 2 to 4 hours from now, look at that wind shear. I mean, everywhere's just going to start exploding with that tornado threat. Let's go check up here in southeastern Minnesota. Yeah, little area of rotation. Just northwest of Austin in southeastern Minnesota. Nothing, imminent at the moment, but just a little area of rotation to keep an eye on. Let's go to WOFUS again, see if we got a new WOFUS run. We do have a new WOFUS run. And we definitely want a WOFUS run that has those storms more clustered, like the WOFUS 8 run has those storms more clustered in southern Wisconsin. So this is a more realistic scenario. You could still see, again, storms on that cold front, semi-discrete there. Prefrontals still embedded supercells, so definitely a problem. I want to look at this for southern Kansas, WOFUS 8. Yep. You see those little embedded area of damaging winds, large hail on the tail end of that. And these storms go up, I mean, like right about now. Anything firing down there? They're starting. They are definitely starting. We should see a watch very soon out here. I mean, that's where your trough is, back up in Canada. Look at your 500 millibar low, closed low up there. Huge positively tilted trough with multiple embedded shortwave troughs along the large area of defluence. So your best wind shear should be, just out in front of that main closed 500 millibar low. So it should be right up in here is where that best wind shear, probably like right up in there. Oh, a little bit more off to the east. A little bit more off to the east, right in there. 700. What is that? Can we get a sounding on that? Aww. 764 0 to 1 kilometer SRH and 928 tornado warning 0 to 3 kilometer SRH. It's the storm we pointed out. Good call, Grumpy Grandpa. First tornado warning of the day. Grumpy Grandpa called it. Area of rotation in southeastern Minnesota. We just got a tornado warning, first one of the day. If you are in Hayfield, in southeastern Minnesota, run to your safe spot. This is our first, and most certainly won't be our last tornado warning of the day. This is for just over 7,000 people. It is also for 3 schools and no hospitals. Also, the last moderate risk day for Kansas City, Missouri was almost 7 years ago. Almost 7 years ago for the last moderate for Kansas City. You guys are in a moderate today. That's a level 4 out of 5. So not a very strong area of rotation. Just a velocity couplet here that's pretty concerning. Concerning enough to where it could drop a brief weak tornado. So you do want to be in your safe spot if you're north of Austin in southeastern Minnesota. If we go and zoom into that environment, you can see that storm is approaching our favorable environment right up in here. So it's going to be moving into that more favorable environment. It's in really good wind shear right now, and it's going to cross into about the same amount of wind shear there. Better instability. Dew points is, that's definitely the limiting factor up here, is a little bit more elevated thunderstorms. But, I mean, you've got what, probably low 60 dews in southeastern Minnesota. So, as it moves east, dew points could get a bit more of a problem there in western Wisconsin. But right now, they're not really too big of an issue. I can tell you this. For a tornado threat, this is not what you want to see. We're not going to be getting much of a tornado threat out of these storms anytime soon. So this is really, really good. We want to keep seeing storms clustered up like that. A lot of lightning, a lot of very heavy rain, some isolated large hail, and maybe a bit of gusty winds with those storms right now. But no tornado threat with them imminently. Still severe storm from Maryville in northwestern Missouri. Storms in Kansas firing along the cold front now. Those are going to be firing rapidly, and they will be quite upscale too. I expect them to grow quickly into clustered storms. So our first tornado warning of the day is on the cold front back up here in southeastern Minnesota. And these storms in Iowa, right now they're very weak, but I mean, we'll have to watch them because they're right on that cold front and in a generally the same environment too. We'll have to just see if they can grow into strong supercells, just like the storm north of Austin, Minnesota. Yep, first tornado warning already. Struggling due to cloud cover. Yeah, nah. I mean, unless that cloud cover's been there all day, which, I mean, it's been there through much of the day, but you've had quite a bit of breaks in the clouds. Now that cloud cover's getting a bit more thick, but you've had plenty of time to destabilize down there. You know, you're up to 3,000 instability in front of the cold front, so these storms should grow upscale down here and intensify rapidly. That's if you were talking about cloud cover on the southern storms. You could have been talking about cloud cover up here. Getting a little bit more concerning right there. Definitely be in your safe spot, man. Sergeant Waltham, just near Hayfield, be in your safe spot. That's definitely getting to a bit more concerning of an area of rotation there. Lining up pretty well with where your hook echo would be. So, be in your safe spot. You're under a tornado warning. Definitely good lead time from the NWS out there. I imagine, is that Twin Cities that issued that? Oh, that's La Crosse, actually. That's La Crosse NWS. I thought that was Minneapolis. Shouldn't be too much longer before we end up with our tornado watch down here. So prepare for that tornado watch to be issued down here into Missouri, Kansas, and Oklahoma. Shouldn't be much longer. But once again, if you guys haven't already, make sure you hit that like button and share the stream. It's greatly appreciated. Help spread the word out to as many people as possible about the potential for significant severe weather today. We'll be live throughout the majority of this event today. It is a moderate risk, and I expect it to be one of the biggest severe weather outbreaks of the year. So we're going to be here throughout the day, and prepare. Make sure you prepare. If you're sitting at home and you're not in the risk area, get you some bottles of water, snack, and sit back and just relax and enjoy watching severe storms on radar. And fingers crossed, no tornadoes. A lot of people can handle the severe weather. It's the tornadoes that normally get to people. That normally causes the most anxiety. But I don't know, because a day like today, when you're under a moderate for wind and hail, I remember being under a moderate for wind before, and man, the anxiety with that was just as bad as if I was under a risk for tornadoes. Let me tell you, it's no fun knowing that there's a threat for 90 to 100 mile an hour winds in your neck of the woods. Welcome, Legacy. Glad to see you here. You're at school. Sweet. Tuning in from school, huh? That's risky. Unless you're on like a lunch break. So, yeah, SPC Outlook comes out in an hour and a half. We'll be counting down the minutes to that one just to see if they end up changing anything. The SPC for their mesoscale discussion on the southern mode said a tornado watch would be issued before 4:15 Eastern. Before 4:15. Even though I really think it's going to be sooner. just because storms have already fired. I mean, these storms are already starting to explode. And look at this one. Random little guy in western Oklahoma. Probably won't do much. It shouldn't be in a great environment. Shouldn't be a lot of forcing for that one. But these should grow upscale into a cluster or line quickly and become a problem. Mount Vernon. Well, that took me to Mount Vernon, like freaking New Jersey or something. Illinois? You gotta say the state, buddy. You gotta say the state. Iowa, I'm guessing. Yep, Iowa. There you go. Ooh, yeah. That, hold on, could just be a little cell merge. That's exactly what it is. So, it's not a hook. It's a storm that fired here, moved to the northeast, and is attaching to this. I've fallen for that one too many times. But if there is going to be a tornado threat with this cluster, it could be embedded, but the best chance for that would be on the tail end Charlie down in here. They did just upgrade this to our first significant severe of the day. 1.75-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and a tornado possible tag out here for this significant severe across east central Iowa. So if you're in this area, be away from doors and windows and be close to your safe spot. You don't have to be in your safe spot, but this time I recommend getting to your safe spot because this is quite large hail and it also has tornado potential with it. It'll be down till 2 p.m. Is that Central or Eastern? I'm assuming Central because 2 p.m. Eastern's already passed. So that should be up in about 30 minutes or so for the radar site in Central Oklahoma. Which, like I said, you know, no big deal. We really shouldn't see any severe weather across OKC until very late this evening or overnight. The threat for tornadoes has remained the same compared to what we thought yesterday for today. It's remained the same. I didn't look at NATOcast today. I wonder what that has. Oh. Hot diggity dog. Thing's got a 15% tour. So this is NATOcast. It's another kind of outlook for tornadoes that we use, and this is based off of our cam models. So this is based off of our HRRR cam, our RAP cam, our HREF cam, and the SREF, which I believe is an ensemble. The HREF may also be an ensemble. But that is your 14Z NATOcast outlook. This is probably QLCS potential right here. This is probably prefrontal potential, and this is either prefrontal or QLCS potential. And this is, I'm not sure exactly what that's going to be, but that definitely shows your greatest tornado threat: Western Illinois, Eastern Iowa, Southern Wisconsin. And I have a feeling NATOcast sometimes has a population bias, so that 15% tornado risk could actually be partially because of a population bias for Davenport. But that's your NATOcast risk for today. Which it does pretty well. Sometimes, you know, it has its moments where it's barely better than the SPC. But most of the time, the SPC is going to do a better job than NATOcast. There's very select few risks where NATOcast has done better. Very select few. So it's better to just listen to the SPC, but I just wanted to show that real quick. Dryline initiated? Yeah, that's what this guy is right here. I know. I pointed this guy out a while ago, bro. You guys are late to that. I pointed that guy out like 5 minutes ago. I just don't think it's probably going to be able to maintain because it's initiating off of a dry line and it's very early. And even if it does maintain, the wind shear is absolute garbage. So I'm not. I'm not really thinking that's going to be a big problem. It could become a problem for severe weather, but tornado threat with that will remain very low, even if it does manage to intensify. What time do you say is the peak tornado threat? That is hard to say. The thing is, our peak tornado threat may be with the QLCS threat tonight, but discarding that QLCS threat tonight, which could end up being the main tornado event here at 8, 9 o'clock Eastern, I would say probably between 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. Like 4 to 7 Eastern. If you disregard that QLCS threat, although I do think that QLCS threat could end up performing way better than the time frame I just gave you. But, our main risk for tornadoes, just, the main possibility for tornadoes, that began at 2 o'clock Eastern. And we'll still have the risk for tornadoes probably all the way until about 2 a.m. We could very easily see a few strong QLCS tornadoes. Maybe even an intense QLCS tornado. That very well is a possibility. Especially if you get a favorable orientation with your line. And you could see decent environment here across Illinois and then back into Oklahoma, a good environment as well. And even with that, all you really need is just a good line, a bit of instability, and good shear, and you get a QLCS threat. And you'll have plenty of wind shear. Most of the area will still have 1,000 instability in Illinois, and then 1,000 instability back into Oklahoma. Maybe not as much Cape in Missouri towards late tonight. But all you really need is 1,000 Cape, good lower level wind shear, and a line that is organized, and you'll get a QLCS threat. And on a day like today, could be a strong QLCS threat. Yeah, I'll still be live, Legacy. I'll be here probably all day. Unless something starts to go critically wrong with the severe threat and it starts to fall apart, like, absurdly, but I don't see that happening. Let me see. This is my analysis radar here. Definitely a few areas just to keep an eye on here in this cluster. Specifically for severe weather. I'm kind of watching this. I don't really like how this storm looks. But the good news is it's embedded. So hopefully that will decrease its tornado threat. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Let me go see. I appreciate that. Madison, Wisconsin. Talked about that area before. You are inside the tornado watch, so you need to be hyper weather aware for many, many hours until that cold front passes you late this evening. Very significant threat for severe weather in your area up until about 8 o'clock. Timing is a little bit uncertain. There could be 2 waves. The first wave is going to be with this stuff here in about roughly 2 hours. Lightning, damaging winds, very large hail, maybe the threat for tornadoes in southern Wisconsin. So definitely be weather aware in Madison, Wisconsin. And then maybe a second round after that, closer to 6 o'clock, 5, 6 o'clock. So you could get 1 or 2 rounds of severe weather today. The main threat is by far large hail in this area. I mean, we could see hailstones up to like 3-4 inches in diameter, but the chance that that's in Madison's pretty low. But you could see large hail upwards of 3 inches in diameter. Damaging winds also will be possible, upwards of 80 miles per hour. And then you could see, like I said, a brief tornado or two is possible. There is also the risk for a strong tornado near and west of Madison. So pretty high-end hazards, but the chance that you get hit by any of those high-end hazards is relatively low. But definitely want to be weather aware from now all the way until like 8 o'clock, with the best opportunity for severe weather being here in about 2 hours, and then maybe another round closer to 6 o'clock. Let's see. What will it be like for me tonight? Well, we just got a tornado watch, and you're not included in that. So that's good news. Golly, 4-inch hail likely. Holy crap. Widespread damaging winds and isolated significant gusts of 85 miles per hour likely. Very strong wording right there. A few tornadoes likely, couple intense tornadoes possible. That should be a pretty high-end watch right there. We'll see the probs on it. I don't expect anything too significant for your area. Storms should be dying out as they get to you, but still close to 10 o'clock. Be on guard for the potential of 60-mile-an-hour winds, a brief tornado being possible, and 1-inch hail. Your main threat will be 60-mile-an-hour winds. Wouldn't rule out a gust upwards of 70 somewhere along that line, and it may be close to your area, or it could be back towards west of OKC. And again, that will be close to 10 o'clock tonight. You're all good, Legacy. Have a good day at school. I'll still be here when you get back. Whew. It's been a hot minute since I have seen 4-inch hail likely on a watch. We've seen 3-inch hail possible, tennis ball sized hail possible, tennis ball sized hail likely, but 4-inch hail likely? Been a hot minute, man. Yeah, you'll most likely get into either a low-end tornado watch or a mid-tier severe watch. Or who knows, maybe you could even get into maybe a mid-tier tornado watch. You never know, but definitely some sort of watch for sure. I think you will definitely be put in some sort of watch tonight. Most likely, like I said, a mid-tier severe watch or low-end tour watch. All right, here is our new tornado watch. 60-30. This tornado watch is only 10% less than our 10 Sig 2. Wow, that's absurd. That is absurd. The tornado threat is almost as high on this 5% tornado risk as it is in our high-end 10% tornado risk. Wind threat is 80-60, so very high wind threat. And then a pretty high hail threat, too. The reason why they say softball-sized hail likely is because it's probably the same probability there. So if we get 10 hail events, there's a very high chance we'll end up with one of those being greater than 2 inches in diameter, around 2 inches in diameter. And I think we will see a whole lot more than one hailstone of 2 inches in diameter. Most likely we're going to see a whole lot more hail than that. These hail probs, I think, are actually a bit low. The wind probs I agree with, and the tor probs I agree with. I feel like that hail prob might be a little bit low, though. And then this watch back up here, this thing's all screwed up. I disagree quite strongly with the strong tornado potential. The wind threat I agree with, but maybe that lower, this one might be a little bit lower than what I would be thinking. And then the hail threat I agree with. I think the strong tor potential on this watch is a little bit too low, and the severe 75 mile per hour wind gust is a little bit too low. Also, you know what's crazy? You know what is crazy? Our hail threat. What are we doing with the watches? We have a moderate for hail here in Kansas, and the moderate risk for hail in Kansas on this watch has a lower probability than the enhanced risk for hail back up here into Wisconsin, Illinois, and Iowa. The hail probability is higher on an enhanced risk than the hail probability on a moderate. Huh? These watches I feel like are pretty screwed up. These watches, man, they don't match the actual SPC outlook. It's like they're contradicting themselves. Very, very confusing. That's one way to make wording very confusing for the general public, because then it makes me look like I'm stupid. I may be pretty stupid, but I'm not that stupid when it comes to weather. You know, I was about to point that out, too. Very good call on the National Weather Service out here. Early warning. We pointed this out earlier for an embedded supercell, but I thought the, you know, just it being embedded wouldn't result in much of a tornado risk imminently. However, it looks like that area could start getting some convergence here near Bernard in Iowa, so they've decided to go ahead and issue a precautionary tornado warning here. Whoops. Don't know how I managed to refresh that. And that is out here for Bernard and surrounding areas in east central Iowa. I'm going to refresh that again. Move this down here. New HRRR in 10 minutes. However, we're really now casting now. The H-Warf is probably going to do a bit better. Or not the H-Warf. The WOFUS is probably going to do a bit better than the HRRR. Now that we're very much now casting. You can see all of these, all the new WOFUS members now show that cluster in eastern Iowa, so they're all picking up on that same thing. All of them show that now. Something I'll be watching closely is how much does this cluster affect the environment behind the cluster or on the cluster here. Because we've got plenty of instability. We've got a great environment. So I'm curious if that environment can stay still quite potent for the cold front. Or does that environment end up getting completely scooped up from these prefrontals, and then we don't end up with much of a threat on our cold front because of that. Is there a way to see who's issued these watches? I just curious. Okay. Okay, both of them are by the same person. And the SPC Outlook is by one of the same people who issue those watches, and also another person. So, Broyles wasn't on desk today. Dang it. That's probably why there's a disagreement. We ain't got no Broyles. Over 15,000 people are in that new tornado warning. Over 15,000 people in that new tornado warning here in eastern Iowa. Again, we have a little convergence signature trying to wrap around here in Bernard. Nothing that I think is going to drop a tornado at this very moment. However, it could drop a tornado soon, so you still need to be indoors, away from doors and windows, and close to your, or in your safe spot, rather. Don't be close to your safe spot, be in your safe spot if you're in Bernard, because you're in that tornado warning. So used to saying close to your safe spot with the Tor possible severes. Mix the wording with an actual tornado warning. So we'll monitor that tornado warning closely. Also going to watch this tail end, Charlie. Just depends how many cell mergers it gets on if it's going to be able to be tornadic as it goes up to the northeast. I think that's going more sharply up to the northeast. That's probably going to go towards far northwest Illinois. A lot of storms firing off the cold front right now. Really didn't expect to see this much convection on the cold front. Heard another beep, but didn't see where the warning was. I don't think that's a new warning. Yes, like I said, over 15,000 people. This says 17,000, 17.4 thousand affected. Over 7,000 homes. There's the populated areas affected right there. 3 schools, 2 private schools. A lot of areas affected here. National Shelter System facilities, 6 of them. A lot of shelters in that warning. Let's go back to our main radar here. Once again, doesn't look bad. Definitely needs a tornado warning. So like I said, props to the National Weather Service on issuing that warning. Very, very, very early tornado warning. And I think it's very much needed. Really good early warning by the NWS here. Pretty surprised I got that out so early. Normally I'm talking about the storm for like 50 minutes and then it ends up getting a tornado warning. This one I talked about it like not but 20 minutes ago. And then here they are with an early tornado warning on it. Yeah. So we'll continue to watch this tornado warning. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Again, for Bernard. We're continuing to see an area of convergence here where winds are attempting to rotate right along this little notch you see here. Just barely, actually over Bernard. Weather spotters have reported a tightening wall cloud near Bernard. So that's why they were able to issue that warning quite early. Probably because everyone and their mother's on this storm. Let's see how many people are on this. Not everyone and their mother, but a lot of people. Definitely a lot of spotters. At least, what's that? That's like 6 right there. 10 plus spotters on that, at least. A lot of spotters. A lot of spotters all over the place, man. Switch back to this radar again. Should get, let's see, how often are we getting scans here? 2-minute scans, that's good. 2-minute scans. The area where we get the most, like, 5-minute scans is back in Texas, I swear. Every time I track Texas, I'm always dealing with 5-minute scans. Low-key crazy. Observed? You ain't talking about the tornado one, right? Oh, crap. Tornado up here. Got a tornado on the ground up here in Vernon. In Minnesota. Weather spotters confirmed a damaging tornado. So we got a tornado on the ground now. First tornado of the day. Out here in Vernon in southeastern Minnesota going up towards Marion. I didn't hear the beep. You guys didn't hear that beep either, huh? Wasn't no beep on that one. That one was one of them silent ones. Actually, you know why? Probably because I don't have a beep for my... Yep. That is why. I need to change that to this. There you go. That will be a PDS. And then what's this one? That will be Tori. So hear this? That would be Tori. That one's PDS. That's observed. That's observed. We went in the opposite direction. Instead of going higher in pitch, we went lower in pitch. Yeah, so again, tornado on the ground out here in Stewartville in southeastern Minnesota. from Marion. Make sure you are in your safe spot. This is a confirmed tornado via storm spotters. Did we get an observed sounding in Iowa? Let's see. Ah, we did. Davenport. Look at that. Golly. Observed 195 surface to 1 kilometer shear. Observed 352 surface to 3 kilometer shear. Observed 7+ lapse rates in all levels. Observed almost 4,500 cape in the surface base. Really good mid-level hodograph. Gets a little bit wanky in the lower levels. Definitely dealing with, a little bit of an elevated problem there. 67 dew points, 80 temperatures, but your LFC and your LCL are still close to each other, and they're still at or below, or they're still right around that 700 to 850 millibar level. So as long as those aren't like, I think if they're like not greater than 750 millibars, like you're fine. So this isn't a very elevated profile. But those dew points, definitely considerably higher than, 59. Still an observed tornado warning out here. So be in your safe spot, Stewartville, Pleasant Grove, in southeastern Minnesota. Radar indicated tornado warning still continues. You could see that signature getting a little bit tighter there. A little bit more red and a little bit more green. So watching that very closely now east of Bernard. Stay in your safe spot if you're in Bernard or surrounding areas in eastern Iowa. Southern Iowa, we have a severe warning on the border of northern Missouri, southern Iowa. Just stay away from doors and windows. And we have our first severe in Kansas. Our first severe thunderstorm warning in the state of Kansas for today. Our first severe thunderstorm warning of our moderate risk, I believe. Yep, that's right on the moderate risk. First severe warning of our moderate risk area. That is for 1-inch hail, 60 mile-an-hour winds. Yep, they definitely exploded. They're all exploding along the cold front. This is our prefrontal slop fest out here. We'll have to see if that does anything. Go back to our observed warning again in southeastern Minnesota. I don't see any very clear area rotation here, but it is still observed, so you still want to be in your safe spot. We should be getting a new 18Z HRRR. I'm just curious to see what that shows. Still shows an insane severe threat across our moderate risk area over the next few hours. We're just starting. This is 3 p.m. on this model run. We are just starting. And this is like where the most uncertainty lays up here, but gracious day, that new run has a lot of updraft tracks. Sham wow. Look at that, 4 o'clock. Gracious. That's where it shows our peak threat being, but it also shows 2 semi-discrete supercells, which we're not actually seeing that. We're seeing one big cluster. But that is definitely crazy. Traffic cam has the observed tour. Alright, I'll go pull it up. Let's see. Oh, yep, that's it. Sure did. No, play video. Let's see if this thing had a video. Not really that crazy of a tornado. It's a halfway condensed tornado with some debris at the bottom. Definitely a tornado. So this definitely was a tornado, and may still be a tornado here, moving off to the northeast, very close to Stewartville, southeastern Minnesota. First severe storm along our cold front in central Iowa. That is just to the northeast, barely to the northeast of Des Moines, Iowa, for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Definitely gotten stronger here. This is very much now capable of producing a tornado, so this could easily drop a tornado at any moment out here in eastern Iowa. Pretty well east of Bernard in eastern Iowa, so please be in your safe spot. Take that storm seriously. Look at our satellite. Look at that. What a classic start to a severe weather outbreak. Prefrontal, cluster, cold front. Classic start to what will most likely be a severe weather outbreak today. All right, let's see. Still an observed warning up there. Still radar indicated there. No other tornado warnings. All right, this is where we start really taking this one seriously, y'all. This is probably going to be capable of producing a tornado very, very soon. This is probably about to drop a tornado. That couplet is getting very much more tight here. And as long as this storm doesn't impede on it, this is going to have the opportunity to drop our first strong tor of the day. If this storm to its southwest doesn't impede on the inflow here and on that hook echo. So watch that very, very closely, moving to the northeast in eastern Iowa. This is just east of Bernard in eastern Iowa, and it is heading towards the state line of northwestern Illinois and eastern Iowa. So that is a near classic embedded supercell here. Near classic. Not you know, crazy classic, but near classic. Go back down to Kansas here, where we're starting to see a larger hail core here north of Park City. So this storm currently is warned for 1-inch hail. We could be seeing slightly larger than that. We actually have a report of just 5 minutes ago, 1.5-inch hail out here. So this storm's actually capable of producing 1.5-inch hail as it's just north of Park City in central southeastern Kansas. Storm's absolutely exploding along our cold front right now. You've got your dry line initiating, and then much of your cold front initiating as well. Much of your cold front is actually initiating right now. All the way up here. Like that. Much of that cold front is initiating. And there's your prefrontals still. Only concern is those far southern prefrontals right now. And you can see that rotation. It's definitely getting very, very tight. Not strong yet, but that rotation is just pretty tight right now. Late April never fails to go crazy. I mean, not sure why we're looking at late April when we've got a moderate risk today, but this risk just started and it's a 4 out of 5 and we're busy on late April. Alrighty. Sure, I guess. Lifting Fred, is that the one in yeah, Minnesota? Then no longer actually new warning, never mind. New tornado warning. In Stacyville, northeastern Iowa. Still actually observed up here in Stewartville. And then still radar indicated for this area of tidal rotation. Getting stronger, but not yet strong. Another severe for Des Moines. That's for downtown Des Moines. Downtown Des Moines, Iowa. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then another severe for northwestern Missouri. For Guilford. And surrounding areas up to Ravenwood, northwest Missouri. Make sure you're away from doors and windows. And another severe. Back up here in Red Wing in northeastern Minnesota. That's observed 1.5-inch hail and roughly 50-mile-an-hour winds. That wind threat is radar indicated. There's your tornado report 17 minutes ago from law enforcement. Tornado on the ground at 2:50. 2:50 Eastern. It's 1:50 Central. I'm sure this thing's gotten very close to producing a tornado here. Has to be very close to producing a tornado out here in eastern Iowa. Special MCD for the potential of an intense to violent tornado on this cluster. The tornado threat is increasing with the potential for 75 to 90-mile-an-hour winds, 2.75 to 4.25-inch hail, and the potential for an intense tornado. There you go. Special mesoscale discussion just got issued. I'll go ahead and show you that here right now. It's this red one right here. That is our special MCD for those hazards I just mentioned. So tornado threat is increasing on that. Don't forget, though, our tornado watch probabilities is only 40%, which we actually have seen on a slight risk before. I'm going to bring that up multiple times today because that's like the most, that's like the thing I disagree with the most. So tornado is still ongoing out here, just north of High Forest, somewhere in this area. Moving up towards Marion in southeastern Minnesota, just being your safe spot. That is still a confirmed tornado, so still a quite dangerous situation there, and you need to be in your safe spot. Oh, that's looking like some borderline strong rotation right there. Getting to some borderline strong rotation. I'm gonna go get a chaser on this. Let's see. This guy ought to be on it. Don't see it on the ground yet. Brief spin up. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if this has been on the ground just momentarily. Had another beep, but I don't see an update. Still radar indicated for the one in Stacyville in northeastern Iowa. Tornado still on the ground up here in southeastern Minnesota. Over 41,000 people affected, almost 17,000 homes. There's the main areas affected right there in southeastern Minnesota. 25 schools. Let's see, 12 nursing homes, 14 mobile home parks. So quite a lot of areas being impacted by this observed tornado warning here. Let's go back to central Iowa. Ooh. Might be corruption. Looks like corruption there. That got me for just a second there because that looked like rotation. Keep an eye on that though, because you never know. See if maybe a hook starts to poke out here, and maybe this is an embedded supercell. So just watch that. Not 100% sure with that. Just keep an eye on it. On the ground, I'm guessing that's the one in eastern Iowa. Oh, yeah. Yeah, look at that. No shocker that's on the ground. Not a shocker at all. That rotation's gotten considerably stronger and tighter. So most likely a tornado on the ground here southeast of Bennettsville in eastern Iowa. With that area of pretty strong rotation. So please get to your safe spot. There's an extension to that tornado warning, continued radar indicated. According to the AI tornado thing, this thing's got a... It's always that number, isn't it? It's just always that number. You can't escape it. It's got that % of chance of producing a tornado, according to the AI thing. A new tornado warning. So if you're in this area, you need to run to your safe spot because there's probably a tornado on the ground, maybe even borderline strong tornado on the ground heading your way here. So over 13,000 people, you need to be run into your home, run into your safe spot. Over 13,000 people, run to your safe spot, lowest floor of your home. A lot of areas in here: 7 nursing homes, 3 law enforcement locations, 3 mobile home parks. 12 schools, 2 child care centers, quite a bit of emergency services. So quite a lot of people being impacted by this tornado warning. So make sure you get to your safe spot. Does look like that couplet broke up a bit, so I don't know if there's still a tornado that may be on the ground with that. I don't see anything on the ground right now. Yeah, it looked like there was a tornado on the ground with this, though, right? Yeah, I see that. It looked like there might have been like a small rope that was lofting up a lot of dust. And it doesn't look like that's on the ground anymore. I believe that was the tornado. So I believe it is lifted. Just a brief tornado. Could have been a brief strong tornado. But very, very, very brief. Not on the ground long at all. Definitely not as long as this thing. Apparently this thing's still ongoing out here, just northeast of High Forest in southeastern Minnesota. And still radar indicated out here for Stacyville in northeastern Iowa. These storms don't look too impressive, but that could be because we don't have a close radar to them in Allison. So just be away from doors and windows in that severe. I'll show you guys that that new MCD for the potential of an intense to violent tornado again. Well, apparently it's just a flashbang. Gracious. Baldwin, Iowa. Oh, the tornado warning storm. Good call, Proxy. Proxy literally called that just not even but seconds before it got tornado warned. Yep, area of rotation trying to ramp up right in here. Moving up to the east-northeast. I told you guys the tail end Charlie, that's the one that I was most interested in. Because that's on the tail end of our cluster here. But it definitely depends on if we get cell merges into this thing. If we continue seeing cell mergers into this thing, that that could decrease tornado potential. But so far, no notable new cell merges. Another tornado warning. Another tornado warning out here in northern Iowa. Area of rotation here in Orchard. Moving to the northeast, going towards Elma? Elma? Looks like how you pronounce it. Lime Springs in north central, northeastern Iowa. Make sure you're in your safe spot. That puts us up to 6 tornado warnings and 12 severe warnings right now. So there you go. We are increasing with severe activity. Let's see. We also have one considerable severe, and that's the one in southeastern Minnesota. So 2 areas of rotation we're watching here with this cluster in eastern Iowa, getting to the border of northwestern Illinois. One up here, and then one down in here. 2 areas of rotation we are keeping an eye on. Both are actively tornado warned. Let me go back up to this one again. Still gracious. Holy moly. How long has this thing been on the ground? Because it's still observed. I mean, our first report came in almost 30 minutes ago for this thing being on the ground. A new SPC update comes in here in about 43 more minutes. We could see an expansion of the moderate risk if they think that's needed. But I don't think we'll see much change on that SPC outlook. Dodgeville, Wisconsin area. You're good for now. There's definitely some storms that you want to keep an eye on off to your west. These storms have a lot of lightning, some small hail, and isolated wind gusts with them. Your main event should be later this evening once this line gets to you. But with this cluster, it looks like the northern side of this cluster is very, very weak, and the southern side of this cluster is where the main severe weather's at. So you should be good until later this evening, when these storms get to southwest Wisconsin, closer to 6 o'clock. Hoo-wee, that is a line, man. Every time I look at this model run, it just looks like it gets more and more impressive for this line. Like, gracious day, look at that. That is for 9 o'clock tonight. Every time I look at it, it just looks like it gets stronger and stronger every single time. And again, if we do see any type of embedded bow echoes in this thing, those are going to be where we have the potential for 80, 90 mile an hour wind gusts set. And one of these could eventually attempt to produce upwards of 100 mile an hour winds. Wouldn't rule out a gust of 100 miles an hour today. Which radar is closer? Yeah, La Crosse radar is definitely the favored radar. This is a very high chance that is corruption. Extraordinarily high chance. You want to be using the La Crosse radar site. Apparently still a tornado on the ground near the Stewartville area. Moving up to the northeast. Another severe thunderstorm warning. This one for Cotton Falls in eastern Kansas for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, the Stewartville, that's in southeastern Minnesota. That's the Stewartville storm. Another new mesoanalysis here, 19Z. Let me refresh that. There we go. So here's our new mesoanalysis. And yeah. These prefrontals just didn't leave a cool pool. Mesoanalysis says cool pool. What's that? You can see here on the HRRR, it looks like they left a pretty good cool pool right in there, especially in southwest Wisconsin. But mesoanalysis says, nah, fam. There ain't no cool pool. What are you talking about? VTP up to 13. Golly. Woo-wee. That has got to be the least curvature lower level hodograph I've ever seen, with somehow managing to have 213 lower level wind shear. Like, what is that hodograph? Why is that so straight? The one up north looks more impressive. You can see how it kind of has that more gradual curvature to it. But even then, that lower level still looks somehow just straight. Golly, that's a lot of wind shear. Can I look at the... Okay, that is it. I'm just dumb. 250 up there. That is crazy. Really good environment. Really, really, really good environment. Still an absurd amount of instability. Lower level jet is actually increased down here. It's up to 40-45 knots, so it's actually increased across this area. Maybe is even increased a bit across eastern Kansas. But you can see little to no lower level jet back out here in southern Kansas, and that's what's going to help limit our lower level wind shear and limit our tornado threat in the short term out there. Not a lot of opportunity for some spin in the atmosphere back down there. Let's go to, let's see, WOFIS. There's 2 new WOFIS runs that have come in since I last looked because I've been slacking. None of them have as much convection on the cold front. WOFIS 3 is close. WOFIS 3 is probably about as close as it gets to what we're actually seeing on the cold front. But really, none of them are as good as I would like them to be. What about the new WOFIS? Even the new WOFIS, I mean, it's not really showing the amount of intensity that I think we actually have. Like, look at this. It's showing all these storms looking pretty weak, and that is not really the case here. So, and still, WOFIS not handling things very well. So we are still at 6 tornado warnings. Still 1 observed, that one being in southeastern Minnesota. Yeah, the 60-40 was way too low. We've already verified the top tornado threat. This is already verified. This is already verified. Verified already. This is probably getting close to verification already. This, I'm not too sure about yet. But we've already verified that. I don't think we verified our SIG tour potential just yet. Because I don't think we've had a good SIG tour. We may have had an extraordinarily brief tornado that was, borderline strong, but we haven't had a clear strong tornado with like a good debris signature and velocity couplet. So I don't think we've had a good strong tour today yet. I think most of you guys would agree with me. But that's probably going to change. Let's see. Tornado warning count for the overlay. I've thought about doing that, but really the best way I know to do that is to do it manually, and that requires too much brain power. There's not really, I don't know of a great way to do it outside of manually. Yeah, so far this tornado risk verifying pretty well. We'll see what the rest of it looks like with this cluster. See what happens here. These two clusters are interfering with each other right now. I'm hearing it beep like every 5 seconds over here. That's why I keep zooming out. Only thing I see that's changed so far is this one got disextended and this one's still observed. Give me just a moment. Switch back to this. Welcome, Pez. About time. Yeah, we're still at 1 observed tornado warning. 15 severes. 6 tornado warnings. This one's still on the ground. Probably, yeah, there's a report right there. Funnel cloud 2 minutes ago. So it lifted and it's probably back on the ground. Roughly near Simpson. Moving to the northeast. So that's on the ground, probably again. Cam has it. Yep. So that one's back on the ground. This thing's dropped from some very tiny photogenic rope tornadoes. Actually, one of them was actually pretty strong. This one actually, I think, is strong. I think this one is a strong tornado. Well, there you go. I think our strong tornado threat's already verified now. Because that looks to be a strong tour. And get a better camera on this. Let's see. Yeah, but I was actually talking about earlier too. Earlier it looked like we had a strong tornado from this storm, and it looks like this is CC for another strong tornado. That doesn't look like clear air. That lines up very well. That looks like a tornado. Let's go up to our analysis radar with a little cross radar sight. Oh, heck yeah, that is definitely a debris signature. What are you talking about? 1,000,000,000%. For sure. Look at all that spectrum width. Holy crap. This thing is probably a good, strong, large tornado here north of Simpson and southeastern Minnesota. So, yeah, make sure you are in your safe spot. Make sure you're in your safe spot if you're north of Simpson or around the Simpson area. Oh yeah, I did find that camera. I didn't find it at first, but now I did. I don't know if that's if that's live or not. You guys know if that's live? Here, I'll send you guys a camera. Gracious day. There you go. I'm not for sure if that's live, if that is live or not. I'm not sure if that's live. But definitely a tornado on the ground. Whether that was live or not. It was on the ground before, or it's still on the ground. There's a play and pause video at the bottom left corner of that. Still a large CC. Still a very large CC. Lofting debris maybe plus 9,000 feet here. So this is for sure a strong tornado. For sure a strong tornado ongoing here in southeastern Minnesota. So again, this is going to go just north of Simpson. And it's going to be heading towards just west-northwest of Dover. But it looks like this is already on a weakening trend here, so it shouldn't be alive for too much longer. That's the first time, though, that radar's actually looked like a debris signature with this storm. Before, it just looked like a sloppy storm. But chasers actually had photo evidence of a decent-sized tornado, maybe even strong earlier with this storm. Now that CC is going to be partially corrupted. You can see that's partially clear air right there. But I'm still pretty sure it's on the ground. I don't know if that traffic camera's live, y'all. I'm not 100% trusting that. Confirmed tornado warning continues there. So confirmed tornado warning still now continuing for this debris signature going off to the northeast as a strong tornado's on the ground. Now I can tell you, a lot of that is CC. A lot of that is debris. But much of that is not actually like the size of the tornado. The tornado is not that large. I can tell you that. But a lot of that is debris, and some of that's probably turning into fallout. Still looks like it's probably on the ground roughly in this area here. Yep, you can see that's where the most probable area of debris is. But if we go up with height, I mean, this debris is evident very high up in the atmosphere. I'd say at least 10 to 12,000 feet up. Very high up into the atmosphere. Still on the ground. Traffic cam still has it on the ground. So this is still a dangerous tornado. Likely still strong, moving up to the northeast. It is getting smaller. So it's getting smaller, probably getting weaker, but still on the ground and still a tornado. Central Iowa tornado warning. Yep. That's for that little area of rotation I called out a long time ago. Now it actually looks like rotation and not clear air. There was actually a wall cloud reported on it 10 minutes ago. Let me reload this again. Looks like it's starting to weaken. It's getting further away from the camera I'm using. And that you guys are probably also using. I'm going to use a better camera. See if I can get this one. Still on the ground. Trying to see if I can find any other cameras. That's a big debris signature, though. Gracious day. What did that thing hit? Holy crap. Hopefully it didn't hit any homes. Yeah, it's still on the ground. Despite the velocity signature, which is pretty much not even existent. There's still a large tornado going over Chester. Still looks like it's a large cone. Decent sized cone. That camera, I think, is out. One camera's far, one camera's out, and the other camera is meh. We also probably have another tornado trying to drop down just to the well southwest of Plainview in northeastern Minnesota. So we'll have to watch that area of rotation too, considering this thing dropped a SIG Tor. Oh, tornado warning to the south of that for Chatfield. All right. I do think that's starting to... Gracious, that's so much debris. I keep thinking that thing's starting to weaken. I've said it like 10 times now, but... It ain't really weakening on radar for that debris signature. So still likely a strong tornado going over Chester in southeastern Minnesota. While that next scan comes in, I'm going to go quickly do something. Give me like 2 minutes. I'm going to go grab me another bottle of water. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Apologies. I know a horrible time to go get a bottle of water, but gracious. How much lower can this thing go on CC? Yeah, it is still... it still looks like it's on the ground from radar. That CC just got even deeper and larger. My word. And yeah, that is definitely a debris signature. It's for sure a tornado still. That's gone right through from Simpson all the way up through, was it Chester? Yeah, Chester. They should have pulled PDS on that, I ain't gonna lie. That for sure should have gone PDS. Because that went through an extraordinarily populated area, too. I mean, we're looking at over 36,000 people and over 14,000 homes. Some of that is probably getting towards clear air and maybe a bit more contaminated, but that is definitely still very much on the ground. Very, very much still on the ground. So once again, this is in southeastern Minnesota. Downstream here, it's going to be going towards Plainview in southeastern Minnesota. Heading right up that way. And then we still have this other area rotation we want to watch here. But man, so much debris. That velocity has never been strong. That velocity has not been strong whatsoever. But man, this thing has lofted debris probably close to 15,000 feet up into the atmosphere. I mean, that is not a debris signature you see often, man. Not something you see often at all. That is, I mean, if the velocity was stronger, I'd be using stronger wording on that. But I think that's at least a strong tornado. At least a strong tornado with that. See if I got any more cameras here that are closer to this thing. My cameras ran out. There is no cameras close to this thing at all. Huge confirmed tornado warning. Gracious, that thing's huge. Tornado producing storms, meaning multiple tornadoes. Multiple tornadoes are on the ground. Potentially multiple tornadoes on the ground with this storm and other storms around it. So they've just issued one ginormous confirmed tornado warning. One of the biggest confirmed tornado warnings I've seen right there. Pretty strong rotation up here. And we still have potentially a strong tornado on the ground in southeastern Minnesota there. Two tornado warnings in effect here, and actually three in effect in central Iowa. One for Waverly, one for Lime Springs, and one for Laurel and Toledo in central Iowa. And then these storms are still intensifying pretty quickly across the cold front in Wichita, Kansas. Let's see that from any better radars there. Nope. But that's pretty decent rotation right there. Hard to say how strong that is because we're far from radar, but we definitely still want to watch this cluster as it goes onto the border of southern Wisconsin and northern Illinois. We are up to 10 tornado warnings. 10 tornado warnings. And mind you, back to the Tor Watch props. 60-40 Tor Watch, by the way. I really don't know why the SPC went that low. That was definitely the most shocking thing today. I would also not be shocked if we have an intense tornado on the ground here west of Elgin. I'm not sure why this stuff hasn't been PDS. Because we had this debris signature lofting debris so high up into the atmosphere. We're talking 15 plus thousand feet in the atmosphere. Multiple traffic cameras confirming a large cone. Now we have a intense area of rotation here west of Elgin. And that it looks legit. It looks legit. It is right where you would expect an area of strong rotation to be on a low precip supercell. Right where you would expect it to be. We're also going to have to watch these prefrontals here. I don't know if these prefrontals are going to be an issue at all going into central Wisconsin. Those might be a little bit more elevated. Remember, there was a bit less moisture available out there. This could easily break apart next scan or have a giant CC with it next scan. And it's kind of 50-50. It could do something crazy or absolutely break apart and do nothing. And we're about to find out sooner than later. Should have a new scan here in either 10 seconds or about 40 seconds. See if we get a new scan here right 1 0 now. No CC scan. Oh, did get a velocity. Actually, we did get a CC scan. There's just no debris signature. Didn't even look like it changed. So still pretty strong. Not as strong as the last scan, but still pretty strong area rotation west of Elgin. And this thing could still, it could be on the ground. You know, there just may not be much to pick up out here. So this very well could be a tornado ongoing, and there's just not a lot to pick up. I'm starting to think this is more fallout now at this point. I really don't believe that this is on the ground now. On that newest scan, that looks a lot more like fallout and clear air. I'm not buying that being debris anymore. But you could see that was a probably pretty long tracked, strong to intense tornado. There's a slim chance it could still be on the ground, but it doesn't look as convincing as previous scans. But man, let's go to WeatherWise and let's use their new CC product. And my word, holy crap. Now that's a lot of CC. I'm going to just go back and loop this. Was it actually that much CC? Oh my goodness. Look at all that CC. That's crazy. Wow. Yeah, so most of that on the bottom of it here, this CC most likely was a strong to intense tornado. Guilford, northwestern Illinois, you could easily have a tornado on the ground, but if you do, it's fully rain wrapped and it's going to be nearly impossible to spot. So please run to your safe spot if you're not already in your safe spot in this tornado warning in northwestern Illinois. Easily could be a tornado on the ground, and we just wouldn't be able to know because we're far from radar, and most likely it's heavily rain wrapped. Yeah, pretty safe to say the SPC underdid tornado probs on that watch considerably, huh? We now have still 10 tornado warnings in effect, and we've had multiple tornadoes, probably 1 or 2 strong, maybe actually 2 or 3 strong. Very much underdid those probs. All 3 of these storms are capable of producing tornadoes right now. This one, and is it that southern one? Yeah, this one right in here. The northern one looks the best, middle one looks the second best, and then the bottom one looks the worst. We did get a new tornado warning there for Stockton in northwestern Illinois. Let's just go back and show you that here. So that's for this area of rotation in Guilford that's moving potentially deviantly here. Relatively moving to the east-southeast right now, but this thing's been moving all over the place. So potentially even a deviant tornado if one is on the ground. Huge hail, too. Gracious. They have this at 1.75 inch hail, but might even be higher, larger than that. I'd also be watching the southern area near Hanover, too. This could be a monster. If this sorts itself out, it could be a monster. Watch that extraordinarily closely. Very, very closely. Very closely. Watch that. Because this could be a monster embedded supercell if it gets that hook act together. It could be really, really bad. Guilford tore on the ground from Chaser. So we got a tornado on the ground. Right up here in Guilford. Or very close to Guilford. So make sure you run to your safe spot if you're not already. Chaser's apparently reporting that on the ground. Funnel cloud reported on this storm, so this storm's been close to producing a tornado at this point. So be in your safe spot there as well. And I think this is a new tornado warning here for North Washington. That is 39 more minutes here. So be in your safe spot there. Feels like we got even more. Yeah, we're up to 12 tornado warnings. I was going to say, feels like we got even more tornado warnings here. Still none back down in Kansas, so that's really good. So these storms, oh shoot, actually did get a tornado warning in a severe thunderstorm watch. Where'd that guy come from? That is actually now tornado warned. Mentioned earlier about watching these prefrontals, but I thought they were a bit more elevated, but not elevated enough. But I was going to mention that these storms have definitely helped create a more sloppy thread out here. So once these storms get to where these storms have fired, you know, they could run out of some instability and encounter some cool pulling issues. But at least 2 more hours here of very high tornado potential. I wouldn't be shocked if the Guilford tornado is still on the ground there. Plainview, Minnesota on the ground. Well, which one? There's 3 areas around Plainview. Which one of the 3 areas here? I think, oh yeah, okay, well, my bad, very obvious. I think I spotted it, golly. Maybe a strong tornado on the ground south of Plainview. Holy crap, definitely see that. Yeah, went from a small CC to when you just pointed it out right there, Tracy, to a very notable debris signature in one scan. Definitely a tornado, possibly strong on the ground, about to head into the east side of Plainview in southeastern Minnesota. It updates here on GR2 in 3 seconds. Right now. Oh. Okay. That's why we go back to weatherwise. GR2 is slow. It should have updated right there, and it didn't. So, tornado on the ground, potentially strong. Again, moving up to the northeast, towards the east side of Plainview in southeastern Minnesota. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Run to your safe spot now. Make sure you run to your safe spot right now. Also, radar estimates show debris lofting around or higher than 18,000 feet on that previous tornado. That should have 100% went PDS tornado warned. Where was that town? I need to know where that town was again. Chester. Yeah, remember Chester. Because it went through the east side of Chester. That Chester, I have a feeling, got hit pretty hard. Close to Chester, or maybe even in the southern side of Chester. GR2 ain't updated in a long time. There it goes. Yeah, definitely a debris signature right there. You can see the very clear ZDR drop. Spectrum with big increase. Look at that. Big increase. Big increase right there. Also, look at your spectrum width on this one, too. It doesn't mean that there's been a tornado on the ground with that. But you can see how spectrum width increased, and it almost kind of looks like a debris ball. That doesn't mean that there's been a tornado with it. But that could just mean that there's been a tighter area of rotation. So it wouldn't shock me if there was a tornado somewhere along that track that spectrum width has. Somewhere along this yellow right in here. It wouldn't shock me if we had a brief tornado, or maybe even a not even a brief tornado. You know, could have been a bit longer on the ground, a little bit longer than what this radar may show. But it just wouldn't surprise me if there was a tornado on the ground with this storm at some point, and it just maybe wasn't strong enough to loft enough debris to be seen on radar. Whereas this guy right here is very much strong enough to loft debris into the atmosphere, and very much a strong tornado lofting debris over 7,000 feet. I do agree with Tracy. This was too conditional to go moderate for Tor. If you look at the placement, y'all, let's be real. We're in a 5 sig here. If there was a moderate, the moderate would have been down in here, not up here. So even if they went moderate, it would have been on the completely wrong spot. So I agree with Tracy that it was too conditional to go moderate at 1630Z for Tor. And again, if they did go moderate, it probably would have been in the dead wrong spot. And they probably still won't go moderate up here. We just got a new outlook, so we're about to find out like right now. Yeah, they didn't go moderate up here. Not surprised by that at all. That's what I expected. Doesn't look like they changed, anything. At least from the base map. Just disk expansions. But they could have expanded that SIG Tor risk. Let's see if they did. They did not. The SIG Tor risk, the SIG 2 Tor risk was disexpanded. The wind risk looks very close to the same. And the hail risk looks a little disexpanded on the SIG 2 there in both locations. But no major changes on that warning. Or not on that warning, on that outlook. Let's see here. Yeah, just severe probabilities have been trimmed. I kid you not, my weather device has beeped probably 10 times in the last minute. We're up to 16 tornado warnings. Anybody else hear a bunch of beeping? I should have unmuted that so you could have heard that. We're at 16 tornado warnings. One on the border of Kansas and Missouri, one here in central Iowa, another one in central Iowa. Oh, that's on the ground now. Look at them all. Look at them all. Look at them all. That's insane. I kid you not. The entire time that I was speaking about the SPC outlook, I just heard beep, 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 beep. Literally like every single second. Like they just issued and updated like practically every warning. That was insane. This I don't think is on the ground anymore. I think much of this is now fallout. I think a lot of that is now fallout. Here, I'll unmute it again because I'm going to close this chaser since he's elsewhere. I'm going to unmute it again so you guys can hear all the beeps because they do be going crazy. Again, man, guys, this could be an absolute monster of a storm. These two supercells have just merged. After these cell merges here in about 30 minutes, this could be an absolute monster going near Stockton and Lena. and maybe eventually close to Freeport in northern Illinois. We also got a new tornado warning over here for Reedsburg in south central Wisconsin. Make sure you are in your safe spot. Let's go back to that tornado warning over here. Ooh. Terminal radar definitely has a good area of rotation. You guys hear the beeps? They're back. The beeps are back. There you go. That's what I was hearing for like a minute straight. The beeps are back again. There's so many. But we do have a tornado on the ground here in Lime Springs. Probably just barely to the northwest of Lime Springs. Going towards Florenceville and far northeastern Iowa. Heading towards Bristol and far southeastern Minnesota. I don't see any tornadoes on the ground right now with these storms. However, they are still extraordinarily capable of producing tornadoes to go under the radar. Yeah, no. This would have verified right now. This tornado watch, if they went like 80, 60, it would have already verified. Like, you hear this? It's just consistent warnings. It literally would have already verified if they went 80, 60. And they went actually 60-40. So I really don't know why they didn't go higher on that tornado watch prob. Just watch this supercell on the border of Wisconsin and Illinois, man. I'm telling you, about 30 minutes, this thing has a chance to go crazy after it's done with these mergers. A little area of rotation there for Tama. Just keep an eye on that. Plenty of storms to keep an eye on. So many storms to keep an eye on here in Iowa. My goodness. And then this guy, this could easily be producing a tornado. So make sure you're in your safe spot. This is an imminent tornado, or may even be a tornado on the ground out here. Very, very classic embedded supercell here. Very classic supercell. Trying to drop a tornado, embedded supercell there. Again, that's on the border of Missouri and Kansas. Out here, look at that. Look at that. Another area of rotation in front of it. Look at that. That probably needs to be warned too, to be honest with you. But here's our tornado warning for that storm that could be producing a tornado on the border of Missouri and Kansas. Over 27,000 people affected, over 11,000 homes. A bunch of affected areas there you see on your screen. Yeah, but that's a very large area of rotation. Oh yeah, terminal radar does say this doesn't have much rotation, if any at all. I see that. So that rotation is mainly probably in the upper atmosphere right now. We'll have to see if that gets lower. Let me loop that just to see if... Yeah, it's convergence right now. So that doesn't need a tornado warning right now. But definitely an area you would want to watch, because that is a supercell all on its own moving to the northeast. So that very much could be capable of producing a tornado in the future if it intensifies. It just has a really good look to it. And this is getting a little bit more sloppy in here, but you could still see your embedded supercell. Considerable severe from Marshalltown for 1.75 inch hail. Yeah, definitely a lot of storms to watch. Gracious day. More beeps. Get used to the beeps, my word, because they're going to be very frequent. Very, very frequent. There we go. Go back to the analysis radar on this. That's a lot of CC, man. I don't know if that's a tornado or not. That might be a tornado. There could still be a weak tornado on the ground east of Plainview. It's hard to tell with all this CC. If we look at the probability of debris, you could see the first time we called it out, like I said, I'm pretty sure that was a tornado. But now, I don't really know. That's more of a question mark dead east of Plainview in southeastern Minnesota. That's much harder to spot. Those low precipitation supercells are always hard to spot. We have our first PDS severe. First PDS severe for 2.75 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That is a very weird spot for a PDS severe. What the heck? Okay, though. That just doesn't look like there's storms here that are capable of producing such hail size, but... Ah, I see. It's for this guy. This guy moving up to the northeast. I see that. And look at this. This is also still very much rotating. Classic Eagle split supercell right in here. Moving to the north-northeast. New tour on the ground. I don't see any new observed ones, but yeah, there very much could be. This is actually, look at this. You can see it. This is an embedded hook. There's an embedded hook in here. This actually is rotating enough to easily produce a tornado. Keep a very close eye on that. Definitely be in your safe spot if you're around this area. This is a storm that's had deviant tornado motion with it. This thing has gone all sorts of directions. So this thing's been quite a bit deviant. So if you're just anywhere in that tornado warning, seek shelter. Don't wait to look at radar and see what radar looks like, because this thing could easily move north, east, northeast, south, southeast. This thing could be moving anywhere. I would not be shocked if that's on the ground. That would not surprise me if it's on the ground. Still can't tell if this is a tornado. I don't think it is anymore. I think that's fallout, or at this point, corruption. Yeah, they continue to radar confirm, or radar indicated, my bad. Radar indicated tornado warning. I don't think any of these are on the ground right now, but it's definitely hard to tell. New tornado warning. Wow, that is a very weird spot. I nearly want to call that anticyclonic, you know? I nearly want to call this and like an anticyclonic, like southern hemisphere upside down supercell over here. I nearly want to call that anticyclonic. Look at that. We might have an anticyclonic tornado warning right here. I mean, I don't see what else they would have tornado warned. It would just be this area here that's rotated for like 2 scans. That might be anticyclonic. Yo, Catman, what the heck is that new WOFUS run? Oh my goodness, look at this, guys. What is that? WOFUS 1930 UTC, Southern Central Plains, WOFUS run 1 at 220. Oh my goodness, look at that. What the heck? What even is that, bro? Hello? What in the world? I don't think I've ever seen a WOFUS run like that. Like, bro. That's insane. Oh, man, and look at this. Holy crap. Oh my goodness. We're nowhere. Oh my word. Maybe they should have upgraded. Because that's insane. Look at all the updraft tracks up there. Wow. That's crazy. A lot of these storms that you see discrete are going to be isolated large hail and damaging winds in a brief spin up tornado. Not a lot of those will be tornadic. The ones I would be a little bit more concerned about for tornado potential and much larger hail is back down in here. This area. Holy crap. I keep forgetting how many tornado warnings we have. 15 tornado warnings. Every time I come up here, it's like, gracious day. Look at all the flashing tornado warnings, man. Everybody in the red and pink flashing polygons need to be in their safe spot. And that blue one you see, only one blue one left. That's our confirmed warning, which expires in 4 minutes. Holy cow. Like I said, I don't really disagree too much with not going moderate. Maybe they could have. Maybe it could verify as such. But the only thing I really disagree with, is the fact that they put 40% on the strong turboprops and 60% on the 2 or more. We have had, I don't even know how many. We got to be nearing like, I don't know, maybe 10 tornadoes. Maybe just less than that. We got to be somewhere near or a little less than 10 tornadoes. Like, it's crazy. That watch prop just was so underdone. Yeah, purple is a tornado watch. Let's see here. I ain't seen that much. I haven't seen that much at all. We got a severe thunderstorm watch with a severe thunderstorm type MCD, blue. It's not red. And the biggest threat is tornadoes and hail. You'd think this would be red for tornado watch or tornado potential, but it's actually blue because there's already a severe thunderstorm watch in place. You don't see that too often. New meso analysis here now. Let's see how volatile the environment. Yeah. No shocker. No shocker. Look at that. Thankfully, this storm may be leaving the best environment. Man, if that storm was just 50 more miles to the northwest, holy crap. Yeah, that thing's on the edge of the most favorable environment, dude. If that thing was just a little bit more northwest, that would have been a completely different story. So this storm's leaving the best environment now. I would still watch it very, very closely, but it's leaving our best environment. Our biggest concern is just all this stuff here that's moving into that very volatile environment, and then the stuff that's already in it up here. This whole area is just very high concern for tornadoes. As you can hear by the consistent beeping in the background. 15 tornado warnings. We are up to... Guys, we are at 48 severes. Look at the severe mayhem down here. What is this? What is the severe warning spam? There's got to be like 15 warnings in this one area. Look at this. This is crazy. Look at all these warnings in this one area. Holy crap, bro. There's severe warning spam over here. 48 severes, 49 severes, and 14 tornado warnings. Major severe weather outbreak underway here with a tornado outbreak on the northern side. Gracious day. Keep hearing the beeps for tornado warnings. Those beeps also happen when they get updated, too. Alright, we don't have any more observed warnings. So we should lose quite a bit of tornado warnings right here. We lost 4. Okay, we're down to 28 severes. Now it looks a lot cleaner in here. I should have got a screenshot of that. We were at 40. I'm going to just type it over here. Just to see if we break that again. It was 49 severes. And 14 tours. That is our record so far today. Dude, like I don't even know what they're updating right now. These tornado warnings are getting updates, but I don't really see them. Definitely 2 areas of concern here. Definitely 2 areas of concern. These things are moving into a quite favorable environment, too. Let's look at the violent tornado parameter. Yeah. Yeah, especially that southern one. That is pretty high concern. I'm going to ring the bell on that one. Definitely watch that one. That far southern one as it goes up into Fountain City, Dodge. Gracious day. Oh, tornado on the ground down here. I'm actually going to change this real quick. So I'm going to change this to urgent. So if you hear that, that means it's been upgraded. This, radar indicated, observed. And then I'll keep PDS and Tori. Those are going to be that. That's PDS Tori. That's observed. That's radar indicated. Now you know the different chimes to listen for. So, tornado on the ground here, observed 28 minutes. Damaging tornado according to weather spotters that have confirmed a tornado here. Wait, hold on. Did they mention it being anticyclonic at all? Because, like... from Marysville. I mean, I think this is anticyclonic, right? Well, that means there's another confirmed. I believe that's still for this one here. Unless there's a different one. Oh, look at this. This did produce a tornado. 13 minutes ago, train spotter reported a tornado. So we did have a tornado on the border of Missouri and Kansas. And no, that was a new tornado warning. New tornado on the ground in Stockton, Northwest Illinois. So new tornado warning. It is now confirmed a tornado on the ground from law enforcement between Stockton and Elizabeth. So there's Stockton. There's Elizabeth. Is that another one? Let's see. This one's observed. And this one's observed. Yeah, like I said, sometimes it will do that too if they just update it. So, like if they disextended this warning, it will have that lower tone beep with it too. Holy crap, Proxy. That's, yeah. That is definitely a strong to intense tornado that hit Marion, Minnesota. Yeah, we definitely had, 2 or 3 strong plus tours. Gracious day. I haven't seen this on my radar since last time I remember this, April 2nd. April 2nd, 2025 is the last time I remember an outbreak like this. Holy crap. Like, oh my goodness. Wow. Just try to... I can barely even fit all this in a screenshot. That's how much there is. I'm gonna go ahead and post this on Twitter. That is insane. Gracious day. Hold on, Sam's calling me out. Kansas. Let's go to Kansas. Are we talking about just the ramp up of tornado potential in Kansas or that storm? Oh, maybe these down in here. You got to remember, we don't have the best environment. So I just want to go to here. Oh, well, I mean, we actually do. Violent tornado parameter is exceeding 3 across much of that area. Yeah, we actually do. We actually do have a pretty dang good environment up here. Gracious day. I have to watch that storm near New Market in northwestern Missouri. Ooh, yes. Yes, very much so. A lot of convergence right there. This is a classic sign of a supercell attempting to rapidly organize and try to produce a tornado. Gracious day. Definitely want to be indoors, away from doors and windows, and get close to your safe spot if you're in this area. This is in kind of northeastern Kansas here. Definitely gonna have to watch that one. This is crazy. Can't keep up. None of these look that impressive. That looks actually pretty concerning. Yeah, watch that one. Watch that as it goes up towards Montana. That's in west Wisconsin. And still watching this one for Stockton. It looks like some cell mergers are inhibiting that from producing right now. But that could be a big problem if those cell mergers stop impeding with it. Could still have a tornado on the ground somewhere around Stockton, so be in your safe spot. That's northwestern Illinois. No longer a confirmed tornado for this probable anticyclonic supercell east of Knoxville in Iowa. Gracious. Yeah, probably one of the more concerning storms right now is this one here in northeastern Kansas, near Berlin Game, northeast Kansas, just because of that convergence signature there. Very concerning convergence. New area of rotation here, new tornado warning for it here in Grinnell in east central Iowa, going towards Brooklyn. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Yeah, I'm really, really, really not liking the look of this one. That stuff to its south can really hurt it if it goes into this storm. That can really decrease this northern cell's tornado potential. But yeah, if it doesn't, this could produce a tornado. Yeah, but a lot of damage coming in from around the Marion, Minnesota area, or Marion. That area, a lot of damage reports and videos coming out of that populated area. Definitely a strong tornado. Maybe intense, but definitely a strong tornado earlier today. Just based on those videos, looks very strong. Let's go back down here to northeastern Kansas. As the beeps are still going crazy. Again, still a great convergence signature here. Very worrisome. Not even a torr possible severe. Now, sometimes these convergent signatures, they do absolutely nothing. But other times, they can go absolutely insane and produce tornadoes. So, the environment down here, I would say the lower level wind shear is definitely an inhibiting factor. But still, you've got a decent environment out here. So, it's definitely possible that that tries to produce a tornado in the future. And then still a really good looking supercell here, approaching our terminal radar, going towards Dearborn in western Missouri, northwest Missouri, but that is getting a bit more clustered now. A bunch of storms just all over the place in Iowa. If you're in a tornado warning, just be in your safe spot. None of these look extremely concerning at this point. This one looks a little interesting, but it's actually about to move outside of that tornado warned area, so we'll see if we get a new one there. We just lost 2 more tornado warnings. Ooh, uh-oh. We'll have to wait for that velocity scan. This is for Cream, Montana, or, ooh. Looks like Montana. Yeah, this might be a strong tornado touching down right now over Cream and just east of Harold in western Wisconsin. Let's go to our analysis radar on that. This could be our first SIG tour in Wisconsin so far today. It looks like that's already on the ground. It does look like this is most probably a strong tornado. Very rural area, thankfully, but unfortunately, there is definitely some homes that are at risk of being hit by this tornado as it moves off to the northeast. Definitely going to have to watch for the northern edge of these supercells to the south to impede on that inflow notch, but this could be a strong tornado for quite a while if these storms don't merge with it instantly here in the next few minutes. So that's by far our most concerning storm right now, and I think that's going to be a strong tornado, possibly on the ground here. I'd like to see one more scan. Before I start really saying that is a strong torr here, just to make sure that that is a debris signature and not an area of corruption. I'm pretty confident that's a tornado, because you can see the ZDR is dropping slightly, spectrum width is dropping. That is definitely a strong tornado. Just want to wait one more scan. It's never a bad idea just to be safe before you start sounding the alarm. And that is going to be a confirmed tornado warning for somewhere. And it's for here. There you go. Great job by the National Weather Service almost instantly confirming that tornado warning with the new scan coming in here. Really great job by the NWS there. So, tornado now confirmed and on the ground northeast of Buffalo City in western Wisconsin. Again, this is going to be heading towards very small areas here. It's just over Cream, which is a very, very rural, small area. I don't even know if it's considered a town because it's such a small region. But most likely a strong tornado ongoing. You could see this AI tornado ID thing says there's about an 80% chance of a tornado with this. And we can guarantee there is 100% a tornado with this. It is an observed tornado warning. No longer a confirmed tornado warning for Freeport and northwestern Illinois. Still got to be in your safe spot, but just know that there's no observed tornado. There still could very easily be a tornado developing with this, though, especially right in here, just northwest of Kent. Also, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts reported from a train spotter there, just south of Warren. Let's go back up to our significant tornado. Strong tornado here. Still ongoing. This is going to be mainly a tree ripper, but unfortunately there is definitely some homes here. Definitely some homes that are at risk of being hit by this this strong tornado. Waiting for that velocity to update. It's going to update in 4 seconds. Oh my goodness. Might be one of our strongest, or maybe even our strongest tornado of the day. That's probably our strongest tornado of the day right now. Right over Cream here. And you can see, again, I don't even know if it's considered a town. Such a rural, small population, but unfortunately, definitely people likely being impacted by this. So please run to your safe spot. This is for over 39,000 people. However, the actual tornado itself is only on the northern side of this tornado warning. So everyone on the southern side that's in a confirmed warning, there shouldn't be, I don't believe there is a tornado on the ground down in here. So still stay in your safe spot. But just know that if you are in this same tornado warning, the northern side is where we actually have an intense tornado ongoing. The southern side, there, I don't believe is a tornado on the ground. Lord have mercy. Yeah, that's maybe even pushing a violent tornado at this point. So maybe a violent tree ripper ongoing out here in western Wisconsin. You can see, once again, pretty rural areas, but once more, you do have some homes here that could be hit by this tornado as it goes off to the east-northeast. So I'm going to wait for that full scan to come in here. Wow. That is definitely one of the stronger tornadoes for today. I believe that's the strongest tornado so far today. All right, let's go ahead and look at this here. So there's the motion of it. You can see it's almost due northeast. So if it keeps going, it's going to be very close to this house, and these homes down in here. It's moving due northeast. So this is, again, an intense to potentially even a violent tornado. It is a very, very dangerous tornado. Very, very dangerous. As it's moving off to the northeast here in western Wisconsin. This is just barely west, pretty well west of Independence in western Wisconsin. Like I said, pretty rural area here. Our CC drop, for those wondering, it's down to about 22.5 percentile, actually 20.8 percentile. That is extraordinarily low, meaning a whole lot of large debris is being lofted with this, and that is a PDS. You just hear that very low pitch. That is a PDS tornado warning. So we now have a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning out here. This is a PDS tornado warning. Out here for... Oh my goodness. Holy crap. That might be one of the strongest signatures of the year right there. Oh my word. Holy crap. Wow. That is an insanely deep debris ball right there. So this is a very, very dangerous situation out here in western Wisconsin. You can see the purple polygon. That is a PDS tornado warning, meaning a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is on the ground. And this is lofting debris well over 10,000 feet. Again, staying over mostly trees, man. If it has this type of signature over mainly trees, that's insane. Man, I really, really, really hope it missed these homes. Gracious day. I really hope it just stayed in this field, because this is an open field right here. You know, it could just be a violent tree ripper. Hopefully missing all the homes. Oh, it's very close to that house, that's for sure. Look at that. Very close to that home. Man. So, again, intense to potentially violent tornado ongoing right now. Well west of Independence. It's going towards Montana. Just east of Crean here in western Wisconsin. Gracious. Let me go back over here again. Okay, that's the same scan. Just want to make sure my scans are up to date here. That's another tornado one. We're going to focus on this one and this one alone for just a few more minutes, as this is a PDS tornado warning for over 40,000 people. Again, the southern side of this, you guys are in a life-threatening situation. However, the tornado is actually just on the northern side. So still stay in your safe spot down here because you are in a PDS tornado warning. But the northern side is where we have that intense to potentially violent tornado ongoing. The newest scan right there, the one we got about 2 minutes ago, still shows a velocity couplet, although it is weakening. We're about to get another scan here very, very soon. Maybe as soon as 8 seconds here, so we'll stay on this radar. Might get it first. See if we get a CC update here. Definitely did get a CC update. Still very much a tornado on the ground. Gracious day. This might get the velocity scan first. So again, this is going into Montana. And this is in western Wisconsin. Still a good area of rotation. I don't believe that's like close to a violent tornado anymore. But still most likely an intense tornado ongoing here. Holy crap. Yeah, that is violent. Thank you. What's up for the tag in that. That is definitely an intense to violent tornado right there. Holy crap. And look at all the trees around. Like I said, big time tree ripper. Stockton on the ground. Let's go down to that. Oh my goodness. This is far from radar, but I mean, that does look pretty impressive. That looks very impressive, but it's far from radar. Look at that. Crazy hook, too. Crazy hook. Crazy hail core on the north side, too. Very easily could be a strong tornado moving through Lena. A continuation of that PDS tornado warning just got issued. Continuation of that PDS tornado warning into Russell. Make sure you are in your safe spot, Russell, Wisconsin. All right, I'll go to Reed. Let me go to the Weed Whacker. Is he down in southern Wisconsin? Or is he in western Wisconsin? Let me go back down here again. No new scan on that. He's on Stockton? Okay. So we might have an intense tornado ongoing heading into Lena. If you're in Lena, Illinois. Is this Illinois? Yeah, Lena, Illinois. This is in northwestern Illinois. Lena, Illinois, just northwest of Freeport, Illinois. We may have a rain-wrapped wedge tornado on the ground here going into Lena. A lot weaker on that newest scan for our PDS tornado warning. It looks like that's probably our only debris now. This most likely is fallout. Our most probable actual debris signature from this tornado is that. So considerably weaker. Still likely a strong tornado, though, moving up to the northeast, going towards Russell and Elk Creek. Yeah, look at big donut. Big donut right there. Big donut. This easily, I would not be shocked if Reed is correct with this being a potential large wedge. Huge donut on that. Reed does tend to over-exaggerate tornadoes and things, but... Excuse me. Another sneeze. Gracious. But yeah, that is definitely strong rotation and most likely a tornado ongoing there. Heading into Lena in northwestern Illinois. Elsewhere, rotation up here in northwestern Missouri died out quickly on that tornado warning. We got a destructive severe in Oklahoma. Second destructive, I believe, of the day. First one in Oklahoma for 2.75-inch hail. And then out here, none of these look too crazy. Just be in your safe spot if you're in any of those warnings that are still active. Still a lot of debris here. Still maybe a tornado barely on the ground here, but weakening. Just north of Montana in western Wisconsin. Back down to Illinois. Again, we probably have a large wedge tornado moving into Lena in northwestern Illinois. And potentially an intense tornado on the ground here. Definitely an intense tornado on the ground. This is an intense tornado ongoing. Huge wedge tornado moving into Lena right now. This is potentially a life-threatening situation here. If you are in Lena in northwestern Illinois, we have a large wedge tornado, intense to potentially even violent, moving into Lena right now. Very large wedge tornado observed by Reed Timmer himself. And this is now a particularly dangerous situation. Great job on the National Weather Service pulling that one out. That was really, really good. So this is now a particularly dangerous situation for Lena. Large wedge confirmed tornado on the ground moving into Lena right now. Population of this warning is over 42,000 people, over 20,000 homes, multiple very populated towns and cities. And again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. This is a PDS tornado warning for the town of Lena in northwestern Illinois. This is a very dangerous, intense, or stronger tornado on the ground moving into Lena. Very, very, very dangerous tornado. You need to be seeking shelter immediately. This is the type of tornado that you may not be able to survive if you are not in your safe spot or underground. So please get to your safe spot. Once again, if you are in this PDS tornado warning and it's about to go into Lena. If not, it's probably over Lena right now in northwestern Illinois. Just briefly, I want to go back up to our other PDS tornado warning. Significant fallout of a lot of debris here across Montana in western Wisconsin. This is going up towards Russell. There is most likely not a tornado with this anymore, but a bunch of debris falling out of the sky up there on that PDS tornado warning. We're going to wait for a new scan. We got a new scan on this radar for velocity, CC, and reflectivity. Still looks like a large donut hole here. Probably a rain-wrapped wedge tornado. No new scan on that radar yet. Actually, that was coming in literally right as I skipped it. Still none right there. But definitely still likely an intense wedge tornado. Very close to, if not potentially over the north-northwest side of Lena. So please make sure you are in your safe spot if you're in this PDS tornado warning in northwestern Illinois. Just to zoom out, just to show you a little bit better, we're going to go back to the analysis radar to show you this better here. So here is state of Illinois. It's on the far northwest side of Illinois, well removed from Rockford, well west of Rockford. The PDS warning does include the city of Freeport, but the actual intense to potentially even a violent tornado is actually over Lena right now. And you can see very much rain wrapped. See how the DBZ value decreases in the middle and it increases around? That is a clear sign that it is heavily rain wrapped, and maybe even such an intense tornado that it's actually wrapping the rain all around the mesocyclone. That is potentially how intense this tornado is, that it's creating that donut signature from this far away. Which it's more common to see a donut signature high up in the atmosphere, if you guys didn't know. You most commonly you see a donut signature higher up in the atmosphere. It's much more difficult to get it lower in the atmosphere. Like closer to the surface. Go ahead and unmute that. So still, most likely there is a large tornado ongoing here. Most likely still a wedge tornado. No longer a PDS tornado warning up here for the for Independence and surrounding areas, and no longer a warning there, or no longer a PDS tornado warning. Definitely significantly more weaker on that newest scan there. Definitely could have fallen apart. We'll have to see if chasers confirm if it's lifted at this point or not. We'll have to give it also another scan too, because the other radar still shows very strong inbound winds here, not as strong outbound winds here. So this still could very easily be an intense to violent tornado ongoing. And it might simply just be breaking the radar. That there's a chance that either it's lifted or it might just be so strong to the point where the radar is being broken in the upper atmosphere. Because remember, we are scanning very high up. That's probably why we haven't seen debris either. We're not scanning too high up though. Scanning 5,300 feet with this radar and 6,300 feet with this radar. Let's see here. Nothing much with that warning. Ooh, warning in north central Missouri here. Little area of rotation moving into Willing. So we're going to watch that closely. Still PDS severe warning back here for destructive large hail in northwestern Oklahoma. Let's see. Ooh, that one in West Union is a little bit more concerning. Not anything too crazy on those two new warnings, but still stuff we want to watch because those are in a quite volatile environment. All these storms up here need to be watched because remember, they are all in a quite volatile environment. Oak Valley, Kansas. Yep, right down in there. Don't see any notable rotation with that, and it's also pretty far from radar. And I know that this environment's not the best, but you know, we'll still keep an eye on it. Yeah, back here, new scan still reveals that this is probably still an intense tornado ongoing here. Still thinking that we have an intense tornado on the ground. Just northeast of Lena. And I am curious here. Let me see. Yeah, both of these beams are definitely... The southwest one, this one, the Davenport radar, is definitely less accurate. But even the one that we're using here, the Milwaukee radar, even that one is going to be scanning right near into the hail core too. So the Milwaukee one's further away, but I think it's a little bit more accurate because it's got a bit of a cleaner scan and it's not going through the main hail core. I believe that's the continuation. Yep, still have a PDS tornado warning on this, still observed. We are up to 36 severe thunderstorm warnings, and we are actually down to 9 tornado warnings. Still good area of rotation there. Switch to the other radar. Still matches up very well. Remember, this scan is 1 minute behind. This scan is the newest one here. Might not be as rain-wrapped anymore. You can see you're kind of starting to see that hook echo a little bit more. You're starting to see a little bit more of that opening for inflow. Still very rain-wrapped, but maybe not as much is what it was, 10 minutes ago. So we're going to watch that. Caleb, restart your phone, see if that helps. If not, you're good. It's perfectly fine. Yeah, so now McConnell, make sure you guys are in your safe spot. We could have still an intense tornado on the ground here. Might be a bit smaller than, roughly 10 minutes ago. But still could be an intense tornado on the ground. It was a confirmed likely intense tornado earlier. But ever since our radar started, going crazy here, I haven't seen another visual of it. So I'm not 100% sure if it's on the ground, but just simply by relaying the fact that it's a PDS tornado warning, you don't want to take any chances. It very easily could be an intense tornado ongoing. Yeah, this one's going to be, the Davenport radar now is going to be a lot less accurate because look at this. It's scanning through a new hail core before it gets to that hook echo. So the Davenport radar is not going to be nearly as accurate now as the Milwaukee radar, which is scanning from up here into the storm. Just got 3 new beeps. You guys didn't hear any, though, because I muted it so I could see a chaser. Or hear a chaser. That West Union storm still looks pretty good on radar. Not fully discrete, though, so hopefully that will help it from becoming a big problem. Don't think we got any closer radars for this one. So still really the main concerning storm. That one has a really nice hook, but it's so far away we can't tell what velocities are doing. Definitely want to be in your safe spot with this tornado warning going into Wheeling in northern Missouri. Easily could be on the ground. Okay, this is more accurate radar again. This is the Milwaukee radar. Yeah, so still McConnell. here in this is northwestern Illinois. Be in your safe spot. Doesn't look as concerning as before, but our radar's far away, so who's to say the radar's ever been accurate? But we've at least, this was at least on the ground, roughly 10 minutes ago when a chaser had a large tornado on their live stream. So we know that this was on the ground at least once as it went through Lena. Could have lifted and retouched down, could have lifted and it's not on the ground, or could still be on the ground. We don't really know. Point being, though, it's still a PDS tornado warning, and you need to be in your safe spot. Again, this is for McConnell in northwestern Illinois. Yeah, definitely more clustered mode now, not as discrete as what we once were, but still there's a few storms that are, semi-discrete to discrete, so still some storms that need to be watched fairly well. Yeah, like I said, this still could very easily be on the ground. They still have it PDS, so we're still going to say there's a strong to intense tornado ongoing until they lift that PDS warning or until it's otherwise proven not. So once again, potentially an intense tornado ongoing here, heading towards Orangeville now and Rock Grove. This storm has had deviant tornadoes with it, so if you're in the warning, you want to be in your safe spot. This isn't the type of storm to even close to mess around with because it's been very, very dangerous and has produced at least 2 or 3 tornadoes. And at least one of those being intense. Watch that area over Romance in this tornado warning in southwestern Wisconsin. That could be a problem. Let's see. PDS tornado warning continues, I believe. Looks like it continues. We'll just make sure that updated. Yep. PDS tornado warning is still continuing, so they still believe that this is a large and dangerous, strong to intense tornado ongoing here, approaching Orangeville at this point. The good news is this storm that fired to its south should eventually hit the Hook Echo. It's already hitting the Hook Echo, and hopefully that will hurt its inflow and help it to weaken. Let me just make sure. There we go. This is the Davenport radar. Like I said, this one's going to be more accurate for these storms further to the west. Not really for the PDS warning. I don't even have the Milwaukee radar up on this. Again, still watching West Union, too. Just a large area of wind there. Actively tornado warned. Could be a problem in the future if it becomes more discreet. Iowa. Missouri. Kansas. Again, not putting state names. Not putting state names. Gotta put a state name if you're gonna call out a town for me to see if there's rotation at. Alright, Caleb. Oh, tornado warning out here in Kansas. Look at that. Definitely an area of rotation worth warning right there. This is our first tornado warning closer to southeastern Kansas. We had one way up here, in northeastern Kansas. This one's more towards east central Kansas now. Little area rotation there. Want to go back up to our tornado warned, our PDS tornado warned storm. Hard to say what's happening in here, but you know, again, just going to continue to reiterate the PDS tornado warning and the fact that there could be a strong to intense tornado still ongoing. Once again, there already was a intense tornado, possibly an intense wedge tornado ongoing earlier out of this storm. Let's go back up to Romance, Wisconsin. Nothing notable still there. These storms clustered up, but you can still see there's a few areas that we want to watch here around Independence. Okay, let's go back down to our PDS again. Impossible to know what's happening right there, man. Impossible to know. Impossible to know. Little area to watch in Robbins and Center Point. Few little areas to watch up there in eastern Iowa. But probably the best one and the biggest threat to watch is the one in West Union right now. This could easily ramp up and produce a tornado going towards Malvern in northeastern and east central Kansas. So make sure you're in your safe spot there. Good news is we really haven't had the very destructive hail. I want to watch that one in Elk City, southeast Kansas. And we haven't really had the very destructive hail we were thinking out here in Kansas and Oklahoma. We have had a PDS severe warning in Oklahoma, but we haven't really gotten past about the 3-inch hail mark or so. I haven't seen anything greater than 2.75 3-inch hail here. And I don't know. I think the best chance for that would be with this prefrontal. This thing definitely could become an issue if it organizes, so watch this very closely. That's going to go up towards, eventually head towards Erie, Fort Scott, Mound City, and surrounding areas here. That definitely could be a problem. If we do see a huge hail threat or a strong tornado threat out of this area in southeast Kansas, northern Oklahoma, it's probably going to come from this cluster of prefrontal storms in southeast Kansas. Still, a PDS tornado warning in effect. Still could have a large tornado on the ground somewhere up here. So still monitoring that very, very closely. Be in your safe spot. They did actually extend a radar-indicated tornado warning just to the southeast of Monroe. We'll see if they downgrade the PDS to radar-indicated or not. Robbins, Iowa. Oh, yeah. That was the little area I pointed out. There's 2 areas I pointed out up here. Robbins and then up towards Center Point. Okay, every time I circle one, the other one just disappears. That's crazy. We'll look at mesoanalysis here in just a few minutes. We'll get a new one very soon. We'll look at that here in about 10 minutes. Right around when this PDS warning expires. But they may cancel the PDS warning before it expires. We'll see. They still continued it. They still continued that PDS tornado warning. Yep, this is our only PDS one, and they still continued it. So still, they are still thinking that there is a strong, large tornado on the ground here, just northwest of Orangeville. Confirmed tornado, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Oneco, or 8 miles south of Monroe, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Weather spotters confirmed. Let's go back down to Missouri again. Still a very much tightening couplet here. Easily could become a big problem for Malvern if it continues to tighten like this. Let me see, Ottawa, Kansas. The one north of that, not much of a problem, but the one west of that, yeah. That definitely could be a big problem. That's a hail core. Blair, Wisconsin. Ooh, yeah. All by its little lonesome here. That definitely could be a problem if we don't see many mergers with that. That could just sustain and become a problem. Definitely want to watch that one. What about that? Just saw this little area right here over Burton. Just gonna keep an eye on that just in case. I don't think there's anything with it right now, but I mean, could be in the future. There's another little similar area here northwest of Platteville, or Plateville, I think you'd say Platteville. Man, we need a radar bad in this area. This area needs it more, but still, I mean, this region here, look, you've got 4 radars all right in here. And there's just this perfect radar hole right in the middle. And that's like where all of our concerning storms are right now. They're all hiding in the radar hole. Let's go back here again. Still an area rotation with that, but I'm not as confident that that's producing anything at this point. I think our peak tornado threat doesn't have too much longer left. I think we still have probably an hour left with the peak tornado threat here. That might last another 2 hours or so. I think right between about an hour or two is probably our peak threat. 8 o'clock the latest. 8 o'clock the latest for our peak threat. Somewhere between 6 and 8 p.m. our main tornado threat will die down across our main risk area. So, one of our PDS tornado warnings today was in the 10 Sig 2 tour. The other one was actually in the 5% onto the border of the 10%. So remember multiple times yesterday and today when I said they should have extended that, Sig 2 further to the north into more of central and northern Wisconsin? Well, if they did that, it would have happened in a 10 Sig 2. But wasn't enough confidence. There was more uncertainty about instability not going that far north, and uncertainty specifically about dew points not going that far enough north. But either way, there was still an intense to violent tornado with that first PDS tornado warning we had up there. And this one, we had at least a strong to intense tornado. It could have been much stronger than that. And it was very large. Very large with that one. 12 tornado warnings still in effect. 36 severe thunderstorm warnings. We are still at quite a major severe weather outbreak and a tornado outbreak underway. I think this is a new tornado watch. And the probs are 40-20. Golly. They haven't learned, have they? No, I agree with that one a little bit more. I agree with that one more because it's further off south of the best wind shear. I agree with that a bit more. That includes, you could see central Illinois, northeastern Missouri, St. Louis, Missouri, Chicago, Illinois. Yeah, I do agree with that a little bit more. Although that first probability, we could have QLCS spam tonight, so I feel like that first probability is probably going to be blown out of the water and verified very quickly once our QLCS gets going. Oh, hey, look, they tornado warned it. This was the storm I pointed out. Lancaster and Platteville. That's the one I pointed out. It's now tornado warned. So make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in Lancaster. Still quite concerned about this West Union one. Look at that. Still quite concerned about that. But just not a close enough radar to be extremely concerned about it. Blair, Iowa. Why did that take me over there? Okay, I might have to try to find this myself here. That's not appearing up. I'll go look at Google Maps, actually. Are you guys spelling that right? Because that's not popping up on Google Maps either. And if it ain't on Google Maps, it's probably not a thing. Oh, Blair, Wisconsin. Well, that makes sense. Let's see. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. Tightening up. That might be on the ground already. I have to give that another scan, but it might already be on the ground there. Look at spectrum width, ZDR. No clear signal on spectrum width or ZDR, so I don't think it's on the ground at this very scan. But it may be on the last one or on the next one. We'll see. We'll see what the next scan has to show. And because that's tightening, they extended that tornado warning. Really good idea there. So we'll see on the next scan here if we get it here. Oh, that's on the ground. There you go. Great call, Tracy and Fred. Great call. That is a tornado on the ground now. So tornado ongoing northwest of Blair in southwestern, actually west central Wisconsin. That is a very far north tornado warning. When did those get there? So be in your safe spot if you're in Blair going into Taylor, Northfield. You guys got a tornado coming your way. I gotta go look at that. When did those get up there? Look at these. These are close to the very high sheared environment, but not the best instability, not the best dew points. But they are tornado warned way up there. So that puts us up to 16 tornado warnings. 16 tornado warnings and 40 severe warnings. But a lot of those, quite a few of those severes and some of those tornado warnings are about to expire. Okay, the PDS warning, I believe, is expired. Why did I get another? Okay, this one's observed up here. That's what it was. But yeah, the PDS warning is about to expire. It hasn't expired. It's about to expire. Might have a strong tornado north of Blair right now. Definitely a tornado on the ground. Maybe strong. So get to your safe spot if you are in Blair, west central Wisconsin. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Tornado is barely to your north and could be strong. This should stay out of Blair. This is going to go probably just barely north of Taylor towards Hickston. And then another area of rotation trying to form to the south of an active tornado, south of Blair. Another tornado trying to ramp up. And also way north, too. Few areas to watch on that storm. A PDS tornado warning has just about expired. It's got a few more seconds left on it. And PDS tornado warning has expired, but we are at still an observed tornado warning. Tornado on the ground north of Blair in western Wisconsin. We'll go to our analysis radar. It doesn't look particularly strong on velocity, but like I said, it could be strong. But it doesn't look particularly strong. Definitely not like the past tornadoes that storms just west of this area have produced. Lofting debris still 4,000 plus feet up. Actually, maybe even upwards of 6,000 feet up there. So still a very dangerous storm, very dangerous tornado. And definitely a tornado, maybe a strong one on the ground. Let's see here. See if we get another scan. There you go. Still a deep CC drop. Velocity considerably weaker. So still a tornado on the ground, but definitely weakening now. Definitely a weakening tornado. Still, both of these warnings. Still want to watch both of them closely here. This one, Lancaster, looks a bit more concerning, and still watching the one east of West Union in Iowa now. This one in Wisconsin. This one in Iowa. Yeah, still on the ground, though. Going towards Taylor, western Wisconsin. Like I said, no longer PDS tornado warning with that storm. Northwest of Rockford in Illinois. Want to go check back on the one in Kansas. Haven't checked on that one in a hot minute. Looks like that gusted out. That's going to be a big wind threat. Lower tornado threat. Nothing's happening with our prefrontal storm just yet down here in southeastern Kansas, but still want to monitor that as it heads to the northeast towards Galesburg, Erie, and then eventually Fort Scott and Mound City. New tornado warning very far south, but look at that. Even with it being so far south and away from radar, our radar can still reach that far and show us that, hey, there's definitely an area of rotation that we need to be watching right here. Going up to the northeast. So, agency, make sure you are in your safe spot, southeastern Iowa. This storm very much capable of producing a tornado. Go back to our confirmed tornado warning. Still debris on it, moving towards Taylor. Again, much weaker velocity signature on that latest scan. We'll get another scan here in about a minute, maybe a little less. These storms are moving into a big radar hole in Wisconsin, by the way. Just a heads up with that. Radar here, 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 and 2 up here. There's a big radar hole as you go into north central Wisconsin. That's where those 2 tornado warnings are too, right up there. This is not quite yet in a radar hole. We have a good radar in La Crosse, but it's heading up towards that radar hole. We are at... Gracious. Chill. We're at 17 tornado warnings. And we are at 28 severes. 17 tornado warnings. I believe that's the most today. And no tornado warnings expire for the next 10 minutes. So there's a chance we get even more than 17 here in the next few minutes. Not seeing any rotation on that storm in Freeport. Just a good hook, but no rotation. So we'll watch that as it goes up towards Durand. And then eventually just northwest of Rockford, northwest Illinois. Back up to our confirmed tornado warning. It is no longer on the ground. Nowhere to be seen around Taylor. Still a little bit of debris left. Maybe a little bit of debris left right there. But no longer a tornado ongoing, most likely with that. Watching that very closely still. It's just it's getting to our radar hole, but watching that going towards Hay Creek very closely. Those were all updated tornado warnings, not new ones. So we just got a bunch of updates to our tornado warnings. None of them confirmed, just a bunch of disk extensions. Alright, let's go to our meso analysis. It should be in now. And unfortunately, it shows an improving environment across southeastern Wisconsin, where our storm currently towards Freeport, Illinois, is heading towards. So our environment has gotten better in front of this storm. Higher wind shear further off to the northeast. So the environment is actually better out in front of this storm. So this storm could be a problem for quite a while here as it goes into northeastern Illinois and southeastern Wisconsin. But the environment, I know the storm doesn't look great right now, but the environment will favor intensification of that storm in the future. Both of these tornado warnings, there's really not a whole lot of rotation in them. Just be in your safe spot. Alright, we're at 18 tornado warnings. We just got a new tornado warning somewhere. Wall cloud reported 3 minutes ago on this far northern storm here, going towards Augusta in western Wisconsin. I believe this is the new tornado warning right here. For very good reason, too. That's going into Weston and Rib Mountain in central Wisconsin. That's an updated tornado warning. No longer confirmed warnings for our storm in Taylor. Yeah, like I said, you guys really pointing out this storm in Freeport. Again, maybe not a big problem at this very minute, but once it gets into that better sheared environment as it keeps going to the northeast, it's only going to get, it's only going to have a higher and higher chance to produce a tornado as it moves more northeast. Is Oklahoma awake? No? Not a single severe warning in Oklahoma anymore? Oklahoma is still asleep, man. I'm telling you, this state has had 3 or 4 good setups. You're in a moderate risk in northern Oklahoma, and you're still asleep. It's like this state can't wake up this year. They did actually upgrade that to our first destructive severe. This storm that was previously tornado warned is now our first destructive severe for damaging winds. 80-mile-per-hour winds for our severe thunderstorm warning here in Princeton. This is actually, if we switch to our wind probability, this is dead center of our 45 sig 2 wind risk. Dead center of it. Absolute perfect placement from the SPC outlook there. That is a 80-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. You need to be preferably in your safe spot if you're in that area. Holy crap, we are up to 20 tornado warnings. That might be the most this year so far. Look at all the flashing tornado warnings. Look at them all. It feels like there's hundreds of them, but there's actually only 20. Might be the most we've had this year. Absolutely insane. Gracious day, dude. Oh, let's see. Is that an update? Yep. Those 2 more updates to polygons. Not new ones. So we're still at 20 tornado warnings, 33 severes. Oh my goodness. 21 tornado warnings. Somewhere just got a new tornado warning. Don't ask me where. I have no idea. Okay, I get it. Oh my goodness. Oh my word. It's an extension. New tornado warning northeastern Iowa. For our tornado warning in Postville. Moving to the northeast. Make sure you go to your safe spot there. We have 5 more minutes before... Let's see. Before 1, 2, 3, 4... 4 more tornado warnings expire in 5 minutes. We'll see if we can get any more tornado warnings before then. We are up to 21 tornado warnings. 21 tornado warnings, man. Gracious day. Look at the placement by the SPC right there. Holy crap. Hello? Like, what? Look at that placement, man. It doesn't get much better than that. I'm going to get a screenshot of that. That is awesome. That is some S tier placement right there. It seriously doesn't get much better than that. Gracious. That is crazy. Alright, let's go see if any of these tornado warnings look really concerning. Oh, look at that. First 3-inch hail report just came in. Just came in 1 minute ago. First 3-inch hail report. I don't even know how I saw that. First 3-inch hailstone of the day that I'm aware of. Still 21 tornado warnings. That was an update. Clyde, Wisconsin. Is that up here? If it's up there, you're perfectly fine. Storms will be quite weaker by the time they get to you. Let's see. See if I can find another Clyde. Southwest Wisconsin. It popped up on Google Maps. It's like somewhere in here. Let me see. Richland Center. You're near Richland Center, Wisconsin. You're just south of there. North of Dodgeville. Yep, there you are. Clyde. You don't have to be in your safe spot, no. I believe you are perfectly fine right now. There is definitely a very concerning area of rotation to your to your southwest that's moving towards your general direction. So definitely want to be ready to get to your safe spot here in about 30 minutes or so if that storm continues to be tornadic. Aside from that, just stay away from doors and windows. Maybe don't go outside because there's some lightning well removed from these storms. Possible CC. Let me go see. We are at 23 tornado warnings right now. Prince, Minnesota CC. I didn't see anything with that one. Why did that take me way up there? Ice, Minnesota? Prince, Minnesota? Where are you talking about, brother? $23 tornado warnings. We're just about to lose a few warnings here. Oh, there you go. Price, Wisconsin. Not Minnesota, man. That is a strong, maybe a strong tornado. Actually. Why does that misalign now? Hold on, y'all. I gotta whip out the analysis radar on that. That doesn't align anymore. Looks like 23 tornado warnings is our new peak for tornado warnings. I don't know about that. The last scan, yeah. The new one, I'm not so sure of. It still says, radar still says, yes, that's a tornado. Uh-oh, that's confirmed. There you go, it is. It is a tornado. I don't know about a strong one, but law enforcement has definitely confirmed a tornado now. So there is a tornado on the ground here. Just hard to say if it's a strong tornado or not, but definitely is a tornado ongoing, according to law enforcement, and it looks like that in on radar too. It looks like there's a tornado ongoing. Just hard to say if it's, you know, how strong it is. So we peaked at 24 tornado warnings, y'all. And there you go. We just lost a bunch. Now we're at 17. These beeps are insane. Oh my... Bro. Bro. You gotta be kidding me, man. We peaked at 24 tornado warnings. So our peak severes is 49, and our peak tours is 24. At one point, we had 49 severes and 14 tornado warnings at the same time. I don't know if that CC is actually a tornado. That's on the clear air side of things. That's on the clear air side of things. I'm not 100% sure about that. That CC is the tornado. There is a tornado. I'm just not confident that that particular CC is the tornado. 15 violent tornado parameter right there. Doesn't get much more crazy than that, man. It's about as good as it gets for an environment right there. Well, we're at 18. 18 tornado warnings. We'll see if we can get back up to 20. It probably won't be that difficult at this point. This looks like a whole bunch of corruption right here. Like an insane amount of corruption. But that is actually like right where our sweet spot for tornado ingredients is. If we take a look at our violent tornado parameter, it's literally right to the south side of these storms. So these storms right here, this cluster is moving through the best environment we have. That's another confirmed warning. We've got 3 confirmed warnings for this one storm up here. Yeah, I'm just not sure how much of that is, I mean, kind of think it's corruption, you know? It just disappears in literally one tilt. So I'm thinking corruption on that CC. The first one, this one, I don't think so. This could have been a brief, weak tornado. Not strong, like I said earlier. That could have been a brief, weak tornado. And then the next scan, it just, that doesn't line up well at all. It could just not be hitting anything. Yeah, but here's the thing, Critty. You've got all of this CC down here, so that's why I'm saying I think this is clear air. There may still be a tornado ongoing here, up in here, but I'm thinking the stuff to the south of that, in this area, that CC is clear air. Looks like this storm in gracious day. This storm in northeastern Iowa looks like it's starting to die out here. Doesn't look nearly as good. Rockfort storm. Rockfort. Yeah. Wait, no. Rock City. I combined Rock City and Freeport and called it Rockfort. Or Rockport. Man, trying to go too fast. I have to slow down a little bit. But this storm here, northeast of Freeport, northern Illinois. A lot of hail with it, a lot of damaging winds, and definitely some tornado potential with it, but I don't know how much tornado potential. Like I mentioned before, it's moving into a better environment, but it's still a bit iffy. Holy crap. Yo, that scared me for a second. Gracious day. Yeah, observed 80-mile-an-hour winds from emergency management on this storm. Look at that. Definitely our first very destructive, damaging wind threat here. That's going to be moving towards the southern side of Kansas City in about an hour. Funnel cloud reported 12 minutes ago on this storm in Missouri. No surprise there. I'm going to leave you guys up here so you can enjoy the beeps. I'm going to go take a quick break because I haven't been up in forever. So give me like 2 minutes just for a brief break here. And then I will be right back. They also just unconfirmed that tornado warning too in west central Wisconsin. Enjoy the beeps. I'll be right back. Give me about 2 minutes. I'm back. You guys enjoy the beeps? Took a little longer that time. Let's see. Wait, what? Where is that? Saying something about a violent tornado. I can't tell anything about this storm here. A lot of hail. That's all I know. Dude, that looks crazy. Some insane damaging winds here. Insane damaging winds. Moving into northeastern Kansas there. Holy tornado warning galore. Oh my goodness. Gracious day. We're right back up to 21 warnings. What the heck? Oh, tornado on the ground in central Wisconsin. Ooh, yeah. No shocker. Emergency management confirmed that tornado. Okay, Evergreen, Wisconsin. Man, that brings me up here. Choose a more populated city, will ya? that could that's also still a very concerning area of rotation that's observed. Y'all need to learn your states, low key. Also an observed tornado warning up here for Hatfield. That is a tornado on the ground here. So make sure you're in your safe spot. Now we're up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 observed tornado warnings. This one looks by far the most concerning going into Weston and central Wisconsin. That looks very concerning. 1 minute ago, funnel cloud reported. So actually, apparently, according to that, it's not even on the ground. It's a funnel cloud, not a tornado. However, considering it's observed, we're going to assume as such. So get in your safe spot. Tornado likely ongoing here, just barely south of Weston. That's in central Wisconsin. This looks like the damaging wind threat on this one's increasing quickly. See, that looks like a big bow echo right there. That storm in Waterville still dying out. Northeastern Iowa. Black River Falls, Wisconsin. You sure it's Wisconsin? Sure it ain't Iowa? That's the storm I'm looking at. Oh. Yeah, I could see how you fell for that one. It is on the ground, but I do think that is full clear air. I don't see any CC drops, but man, there's a lot of verified warnings. A lot of confirmed tornado warnings. Don't know why I said verified. I don't see any notable CC drops at the moment. Again, most concerning is still the one in just south of Weston, central Wisconsin. Funnel cloud 16 minutes ago on one of these tornado warning storms. That was in far northern Wisconsin. And like I said, I don't see either of these. I don't see a good CC on. I don't think this one's on the ground. It's observed for only 2 more minutes. Radar indicated for 32. So I don't think this one's on the ground anymore. This one was recently observed and is still observed for 32 more minutes. Just checking through some of these other tornado warnings. Yeah, this one looks like it's going to be allowed to expire. I don't think they'll continue that for Dodgeville. Like I said, with this one, it looks like a big-time damaging wind threat developing up here. Northeastern, or rather east central Iowa for Stone City. This stuff in southeast Iowa, man, I couldn't even tell you. I could not even tell you. All I know is that there's a whole lot of tornado warnings here and a whole lot of a radar dead zone. Oh my goodness. Might have our first opportunity at 90-mile-an-hour winds today. Still warned for 80, 80, and 80. But might have our first opportunity for 90-mile-an-hour winds today. Violent tornado possible, MCD, for southern Wisconsin and northern Illinois. All right. Let's go back up here. Yeah, no longer observed for that one. So, a tornado on the ground here for Hatfield, central Wisconsin. And tornado on the ground here in Weston, central Wisconsin. Make sure you get to your safe place there. Run, don't walk. That is a confirmed, both of those confirmed tornado warnings. Really starting to stay with this damaging wind threat. This is extremely significant. Spring Hill and surround. That's another confirmed warning. Heard the pitch change. Spring Hill surrounding areas. You guys need to be running to your safe spot. This is a particularly dangerous situation for 80-mile-an-hour winds, and we honestly could have upwards of 90-mile-an-hour winds moving into Spring Hill here in the next 30 minutes. Kansas City, Missouri, now under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail. The main severe threat should stay off to y'all's south there. That's where it will be significant. So significant severe weather in the form of damaging winds is going to be moving through down in here. And that will be through the southern side of Kansas City. The downtown Kansas City and the northern side. You guys are going to probably be staying on a little bit lower of a severe threat, but still severe thunderstorms moving through. Observed tornado warning continues here in Weston. They still believe a tornado is ongoing. Emergency management confirms a tornado located over Weston. So tornado is still on the ground here in Weston, moving to the northeast towards Ringgold and especially towards Johnson in central Wisconsin. Make sure you get to your safe spot. Run, don't walk. That's an observed tornado by emergency management. This thing's just been a whole lot of mess. It was an observed tornado, still is an observed tornado by radar for that one scan. But ever since then, it's just been a whole lot of slop. It's really just been a messy storm. All right, let's go ahead and show you guys that new MCD for the potential of an intense to violent tornado. Here you go. The third one today, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Corridor of higher tornado potential will exist with the potential of 2.75 to 4.25 inch hail and an intense to violent tornado as well as 55 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts. That is southern southeastern Wisconsin and northeastern Illinois. Milwaukee, you are in that again. You were in one on Tuesday, you're in one here on Friday. And these are very rare. You typically don't get these often at all. Only a handful of times a year. And Milwaukee's been in 2 of them. One Tuesday, one on Friday. Looks a little weaker there on that tornado warning for Weston. Just stay in your safe spot. Strong rotation, but directly in the clear air slot right there. But this is most likely still a tornado on the ground here. And again, this is going to go towards Hatfield, right through Hatfield, central Wisconsin. Back down to eastern Kansas. Observed 80 mile an hour wind gusts heading towards Spring Hill and surrounding areas. Again, this should stay just on the southern side of Kansas City, Missouri. So this is going towards the border of eastern Kansas, western Missouri. They upgraded this severe to 70 mile an hour winds. Remember I pointed out earlier that this looked like it was starting to get a bow echo shape to it. And it's 70 mile an hour winds on that new considerable severe. We're down to 13 tornado warnings, the lowest in a hot minute. This new, this extension on this actually says radar indicated, so apparently it's not on the ground anymore going into Hatfield, so that's really good, but Hatfield, central Wisconsin, still stay in your safe spot. That easily could develop another tornado. And still could be a tornado on the ground here in Calon. Just barely on the east of Weston, central Wisconsin, once again. I want to keep saying the state name over and over again because I switch so frequently. They just, in front of your eyes right there, just extended this tornado warning in far northern Wisconsin. Just make sure you're in your safe spot. Doesn't look like there's much rotation with that anymore. There is, however, a little bit better area rotation might be developing on the far tail end of that, going towards Park Falls in northern Wisconsin. Ooh, man, this is going to be a close one, y'all. I don't like this storm. Don't like this storm going into Hatfield here. Could easily put down a tornado. That velocity isn't updated, which is why it doesn't match at all. That might be a tornado debris signature over Calon. Yeah, they radar indicated this one here, but I'm very concerned about the potential for a tornado out of this in downtown Hatfield, Wisconsin. Okay, let me open another radar. We're going to go up to that radar site in far northeastern Wisconsin. Oh, ZDR drop. Yep. Big ZDR drop. That's a likely tornado. Reason why it's so light is probably because we're looking very high up. We're looking 6,000 feet up right now. So, at least a tornado, maybe a strong one. Just hit the eastern side of Weston in central Wisconsin. Definitely looks like a decent CC drop right there. Ooh. That one looks scary. You never like to see a hook that looks like this. Huge clear slot right there. Is that a cell merge behind it? Yeah, depending on what that cell merge does here, we could easily get a tornado very quickly here going into Rockton. And this is an extraordinarily populated tornado warning. How many people we got? Of course, it's always the number. It's always the number. Well, that's roughly how many people are inside that tornado warning. Very populated. Just over 27,000 people. Or rather, just over 27,000 homes affected by that storm. And you could see, I'm not saying the number again, how many people affected by that. Yeah, it depends if this is going to be a destructive or constructive. Destructive or constructive. Depends if it will just tear it all apart or help it. I like to say, what is it? Oh, I forgot what I said before. I said it in the other stream, but now I can't remember. That looks very dangerous. We're going to have to keep an eye on that for sure. Still some CC there. Oh, Lord have mercy. That's, yeah, that's a strong tour. Hartford, man. Hartford. Hatfield. Hartford, man. Confusing these names. Hatfield, central Wisconsin. That looks very crazy, like a donut hole over here. That easily could produce a strong tour if it gets its act together even just a little bit more. But I do think we have a strong tour on the ground up here. Just northeast of Weston. I think we have a strong tornado on the ground. Just on the northeast side of Weston right here. I believe that is a debris signature. Not into the dark blues yet, so hopefully it's not hitting many homes here. Matter of fact, the debris signature track of that, I think, literally went around homes. Oh, the first one, unfortunately, did go... Now, that looks like it went right over homes. But when you're this far, the exact placement of that CC is going to be different high up in the atmosphere compared to where the tornado actually is on the ground. So even though, you know, your CC says your tornado's on the ground right here, it could be a few more miles to the west or to the east. gracious day. Yeah, like I said, strong tour probably imminent here in Hatfield in central Wisconsin. West central Wisconsin. I'm going to keep this. I kind of want to put another radar on the Chicago radar site. Or not, the Milwaukee radar site. Doobie. I'm telling you, depending on that merger, holy crap. It all comes down to what this merger that is currently going into the rear flank of the hook and starting to impede on the inflow. Whatever that does. Oh. That's PDS. Hear that low tone beep? That means we got PDS. There you go. So we now have a PDS tornado warning just to the northeast of Weston, on the northeast side of Weston here in central Wisconsin. This is the 4th or 5th PDS tornado warning today. Another PDS tornado warning issued here. And this one for Johnson and the northeast side of Weston in central Wisconsin. Looks a lot weaker on these newer frames, but definitely that PDS warning honestly considerably late. That PDS warning should have been out even behind this one. It should have been out, you know, back here. Weston should have been in the PDS tornado warning. PDS warning pretty dang late. And it looks like we're probably going to have a meso handoff. It looks like this is probably going to go on for a little bit longer, die out, and then maybe a new tornado tries to occur north of Ringel. I don't know how this is not a big debris signature right now south of Hatfield in central Wisconsin. Not sure how we don't have a strong tornado on the ground right here. This is very surprising. Very easily could have a tornado on the ground in Hatfield. Central Wisconsin once again. Alright, quickly got to go back down here. Just got to keep a very, very close eye on this storm as it goes towards Rockton in north central Illinois. Let's go back to analysis radar. Not this one. This one. Spectrum width is barely present. ZDR does go down. Let's outline that. Let's outline the main core of that. That's a tough one. That could be a debris signature, but it also could be hail. This storm is heavily rain-wrapped and has a lot of hail in it. Not sure. Still a bit of a debris signature on this one. Still could be a tornado ongoing, but again, likely this one's going to lift and a new one's going to try to form northeast of Ringel in central Wisconsin. That's our only confirmed warning right now, and it is a PDS tornado warning. That's our only storm that has a confirmed warning on it, and once again, it is a PDS tornado warning, which means a large and extremely dangerous tornado is ongoing, although I do think it is now a bit weaker. Yeah, now it's hard to say if there's even any tornado on the ground with that. Yeah, this looks like it was just hail. So we'll just keep monitoring that. Could easily get a tornado out of this in Hatfield. Still 90 mile per hour observed severe here by emergency management. Still 80 mile an hour winds here. Does look quite a bit weaker on these newer scans, but still 70 to 80 mile an hour winds moving towards Spring Hill roughly in the northeast direction there. Oh, wait, what the heck? Oh, I thought that was a PDS tornado warning. Yo, why is that the same color? That jump scared me. Holy crap, you can't do that, bro. I need to change that. What in the world? Oh my goodness, bro. That's not fair. Yo, that is horrible. Okay, there you go. Now it's like extremely dark brown. That's a EDS severe. So that's 80-mile-an-hour winds observed, and it is a PDS EDS severe. So very, very dangerous storm with that. Let's see the impacts on that real quick. 19 public schools, over 21,000 people affected, over 9,000 homes, 2 mobile home parks, 80-mile-an-hour winds observed there in Lock Springs. Make sure you're in your safe spot. That's a particularly dangerous severe thunderstorm warning and a very dangerous storm. I think we got a confirmed warning. Yep, we did. Northeastern Illinois for Rockton. We've got a confirmed tornado down here, probably just barely south of Harrison, in north central Illinois. Likely a tornado on the ground there. Or there is a tornado on the ground there. There is a tornado on the ground with that. And I still don't think this tornado has lifted north of Ringgold. I still think we have a tornado on the ground here north of Ringgold going towards Johnson. Alright, I'll go look at Chaser here. Actually, I don't even have to. My friend's already sending me a photo. Sweet. Gracious. I'm going to go look at this anyways. I need to go... There we go. Gracious day, dude. Yeah, strong tornado on the ground here. Strong tornado in progress. Heading into Rockton in north central Illinois. This is going to be a pretty dangerous tornado as it's getting strong and is going into a very populated region. So this is going to be a pretty dangerous tornado and dangerous storm. Over 57,000 people inside of this tornado warning. Yeah, strong tornado in progress, about to hit the city of Rockton. Roughly 50,000 plus people inside that city. So make sure everybody's in their safe spot, Rockton, Northern Illinois. We still have a PDS tornado warning for central Wisconsin for Johnson. Still a strong couplet. Not as good of a CC drop, but still a potential CC drop going to the northeast. Central Wisconsin. Another EDS severe. We have a EDS PDS, extremely dangerous situation, particularly dangerous situation for observed 80-mile-an-hour winds on the southern side of Kansas City. This is going to go into Lee Summit, as well as Harrisonville in western Missouri. 2 EDS PDS severes for 80-mile-an-hour winds and 3 PDS severes for 80-mile-an-hour winds. Wind threat is beginning to verify. Hail threat definitely didn't verify as a moderate. Looks like this tornado is potentially lifted at this point. I don't see a clear debris signature on this from a chaser feed right now, but he could just be because he's pointing up in the sky and not on the ground. So may still be on the ground here going into Rockton in northern Illinois. I don't see a fully condensed tornado. I see some dust. It's getting very rain-wrapped. It's very difficult to tell if that's the full tornado there or not. It's still tornado ongoing here. South of Johnson, going into Johnson. Connor. Okay, that might give me a better visual. Let's go see. Oh my goodness, that's even worse. It's so blurry. I don't see it on the ground, though. Like, it definitely was just moments ago, but I don't see it back on the ground at all. Or on the ground still. Okay, yeah, it still is on the ground. Yeah, tornado's still on the ground, although considerably weaker. I'm moving into Rockton right now. It's going into Rockton in northern Illinois. It looks like this storm is running out of juice here in central Wisconsin. Same with this one. Little area of rotation, but they're running out of juice. These guys, however, are not. 3 tornado warnings up here towards northeastern Wisconsin. One of them still PDS. Still a little debris signature there. And these 2 radar indicated. Back up to 11 tornado warnings. 1 observed, 1 PDS. And still about 29 severe thunderstorm warnings. We haven't gotten even close to that severe record that we had earlier today at 49 severes. Towards the, like the middle portion of our stream. Also gonna have to watch this northern side of our bow echo for the potential of a brief spin up tornado. Just in case. Alright, let's go back up to Wisconsin. Still a PDS tornado warning for 23 more minutes. But they did issue... Is that a new tornado? This might be a new tornado touching down right here that is now on the ground, and our old strong tornado lifting. Might have a new tornado ongoing here, because you could see the shape of that new tornado warning definitely looks like they're thinking this is the tornado, not this. So like I said, we still have a pretty weak tornado here moving into Rockton. It is a tornado, and it's moving into Rockton. It's not fully condensed. Let's see. I'm going to go get 2 more chasers on this. Getting as many chasers on it as I can on this thing. Ooh, it's got some vortices that are strong with it, but it's not fully condensed. It's almost like a borderline multi-vortex tornado. New MCD for the potential of an intense to violent tornado in central to northern Wisconsin. That is in northern Wisconsin. Wow. So we just got an MCD up here. I'm assuming it's for these storms for the potential of a intense to violent tornado. Let's see if that is true or not. And boom. Yep. There you go. And that's actually going to be for all of these storms up here. For the potential of an intense to violent tornado. That's on the central, like they said, central to northern Wisconsin. For the potential of an intense to violent tornado. And we already have the other MCD out here for the potential of an intense to violent tornado. So 2 of them active right now. 2 special MCDs active. Riverside, Iowa, faint CC. Let's go see this corruption. Oh, dang. Golly. I didn't expect to see that circulation down there. That could be the start of a tornado, but it could also be complete and utter corruption because it's so small. It's not really anything notable. If it was like a deep blue CC, I'd say, heck yeah. But that's like That's still 95 percentile. That could be corruption. That could be small hail. It could be just about anything. If it gets bigger on this next scan, it's a tornado. That's if we get another scan. So I'll keep this here. This is if there is a tornado, it's going to be heading towards West Liberty. We just lost that PDS severe, or the PDS tornado warning up there in north central Wisconsin. They've canceled that. It's down to a radar indicated warning now. Waiting on this scan. See, it didn't get any bigger on that one, so I'm not going to call that a tornado. Not bigger on the next scan, but this very much could attempt to be producing a tornado here going into Riverside. I don't see that damaging wind potential that I saw just 5 minutes ago with this storm. Still could get gusts of 70, maybe pushing 80. But starting to get a little bit more concerned about the potential for some brief spin-up tornadoes on the leading edge of this. And again, that's going to be heading towards Harrisonville and Lee's Summit. Maybe as far north as Raystown, just south of Kansas City, Missouri. And another tornado definitely trying to touch down or may still be on the ground. Going towards Elmhurst in northeastern Wisconsin. Can't really see the radar too well on this storm. So much hail. Is this thing still on the ground here? Actually, new observed warning. So, yeah, I guess it is. Hello, Legacy. Welcome back. Yeah, the tornado risk is starting to go down, but it won't be going down quickly until roughly 7-8 o'clock Eastern. And then by then, our QLCS tornado threat could go up. Yeah, 8 o'clock Eastern is when the main tornado threat is expected to end. So we still got another hour, 45 minutes of this main tornado potential. Yeah, tornado side of this definitely overperformed. The wind side is performing right now. The hail side on the southern end, the southern mode, I'd borderline say underperformed. The northern mode, the hail performed pretty well because we did end up with a 3-inch hailstone. The southern mode, which was moderate for hail, by the way, we only had a few hailstones up to 2.75 inches in diameter. Like I said, that wind threat is actively verifying there in Missouri. And the wind threat is still, the wind threat should just increase from here on out as storms grow more upscale. It probably performed as a 15 Sig 2, yeah. Yeah, I'd say it did. If not, it had to be extraordinarily close to performing as a 15 Sig 2. Radar indicated warning for southern Wisconsin on this confirmed tornado warning storm. Basically, the tornado is right in here, probably nearing about to lift, if not very, very weak, and is about to move into this area where if it is still on the ground, they'll observe it. If not, it will stay radar indicated. Well, just remember, Pez, 15 Sig Tor, different than a 15 Sig 2. We're not at the criteria of a 15 Sig as like what we were, last year. You don't have to have a bunch of violent tornadoes for a 15 sig to verify, nor a bunch of long track tornadoes for a 15 sig 2 to verify. They're different. They're different criterias of verification now. A risk that may have underperformed as a 15 sig last year may perform as a 15 sig 2 this year. Yeah, the way how a long track tornado threat could verify a 15 sig is just the fact that you get a lot more reports inside that moderate risk area. But you don't necessarily, by any means, need long track tornadoes to verify a moderate. I mean, you can't tell me that this felt like a 10 sig 2 day, buddy. A 10 sig 2 day was Tuesday. Tuesday was a perfect 10 sig 2 day. This felt way more like a 15 sig 2 day. I want to watch this area of convergence here. Across Milford, just in case it is possible. And remember, today's not even over. Today's not even over. 90 mile an hour winds right there. Booyah. First 90 mile an hour severe. So this is an extremely dangerous situation here. If you live in Riverside, Lone Tree, first 90 mile an hour severe of the day. This is in eastern Iowa. West Liberty, you're also included in that. So this brown polygon right here is a 90 mile per hour severe. We also could see a tornado with this, which is why there's that flashing red and pink polygon. And you can see there is your wind gusts upwards of 90 miles per hour. First 90 mile an hour severe of the day. And it is quite well removed from the SIG 2. However, it is halfway in the 45 SIG 1. So, still pretty good. At least it didn't occur in like a slight risk or something, you know? And it still occurred in a SIG 1. Is this still on the ground? I have my doubts about this one still being on the ground. I haven't seen any chasers see it in a while. I've seen dust, but not dust that looks like a tornado. Yeah, there you go. Dropped it back down to radar indicated. Right as I started talking about it. Right as I started talking about it. Hold on just a second. Wow, Reed actually got inside a tornado. Wow. How does Reed do this, bro? Most people's bucket list is to just see a tornado. This dude manages to get in front of them, get inside them, and then survive them. Like, what? He's crazy. He actually got inside a tornado today. That's wild. But there you go. There's one of our tornado warnings for a QLCS potential here. As this storm moves into the southern side of Kansas City, Missouri. New tornado warning for Lee's Summit and Raymore. For a little area of rotation for the potential of a QLCS spin-up tornado. There in western Missouri. Confirmed tornado now up here. In eastern Iowa. Could you guys hear the audio of Reed intercepting a tornado? I don't know if I muted the audio. Crap. I hope I did. I already forgot if I muted it and then unmuted it. Oh, thank goodness. I thought I was about to be cooked. It's like, shoot, I got a lawsuit coming my way. We're good. I forgot if I muted it or not, because sometimes I mute it and unmute it so quickly. I gotta try to fix that camera. Did you see it do that crazy glitch thing right there? So now, if you're in Riverside and Lone Tree, you've got 90 mile an hour winds and a confirmed tornado. That is some warning right there, dude. That is crazy. Confirmed tornado and 90-mile-an-hour winds heading through Riverside, going towards Lone Tree, in the southern side of West Liberty. Wow. This is again in eastern Iowa. It's still a tornado warning for a good area of rotation up here towards Elmhurst in northeastern Wisconsin. And then still watching this area of broad rotation in central Wisconsin going towards Marshfield. Definitely feels like our main tornado threat is over. I can tell you that. We're down to 12 tornado warnings, which is still a bunch, though. So, like I said, that main tornado potential really isn't gone until 7:30, 8 o'clock Eastern. And then again, after that, we'll probably still see a few more QLCS spin-ups. Let's go look at meso-analysis here. Yeah, your instability rapidly decreasing across your warm sector here. But still, man, you've got a favorable environment, very favorable environment for tornadoes from northern Wisconsin all the way through northern Missouri here. Still very much favorable. So, yeah, and again, it's not really, we're really not going to have much of a problem in terms of getting QLCS tornadoes tonight, because that wind shear, although it looks, a little bit barely sufficient for strong to intense tornadoes, once we get to 2 hours, especially 4 hours from now, that wind shear is going to rocket upwards of 300 0-1 SRH in some spots. So we really shouldn't have much of a problem getting a few QLCS tornadoes tonight. Where is this? Oh, up here. Yeah, these are new tornado warnings on the border, the tri-state border here of Illinois, Wisconsin, and Iowa. Right now, these are in northeastern, east central Iowa. Spin up tornado potential along this bow echo. This storm definitely looking considerably weaker here in southeastern Wisconsin. It's still in a very favorable environment, but it's leaving the best environment now. You can see that violent tornado parameter, best environment, is actually back with that QLCS spin-up potential with that bow echo on the tri-state borders. Still, easily wind gusts of 80 to 90 miles per hour possible here, as this is still continuing up towards West Liberty, and still an observed tornado on the north side of that 80 to 90 mile an hour wind gusts. All right, we're going to go back down here just south of Kansas City. Ooh. Uh-oh. That's a tornado. We've got a tornado down, most likely in downtown Belton, just south of Kansas City. Cody just pointed that out. Right now. I said it first, Cody. Stream delay, but I said it first. I saw your message after I said it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a debris signature, though. Pretty confident. Yeah, that is. So make sure you're in your safe spot. We've got a tornado down. QLCS spin up tornado down here. Just barely on the west side of Raymore. This is going to go right over the Belton Regional Medical Center. It's going to go right over. That's exactly where it's going. Literally going to head probably directly over that regional medical center. If not, it's going to be close to the Longhorn Steakhouse. Now an observed warning. They didn't waste any time observing that. Good job by the National Weather Service in Kansas City, Missouri there. So right now, there's a tornado here. If you live out here in Belton, you know exactly where this is. It's probably over the Applebee's, over the Longhorn Steakhouse right now. Getting close to the target, maybe over the target area still. Right over target. Right next to Interstate 49. And it's going to be getting very close to the Fairfield Inn and Suites, or Suits. Spelled one or the other. Suits, I guess. Also really close to the Belton Regional Medical Center here. Very, very, very populated area. Very populated. And it definitely is a tornado. Maybe not very weak. Not very weak. I mean, we're looking at probably 80-mile-per-hour winds with this thing. Maybe even more than that, because your winds could increase as you go down. Some tornadoes are stronger than what velocity shows. Some tornadoes are weaker than what velocity shows. That's why velocity isn't something that's correlated into the EF scale yet. All right, let's go briefly while we get a new scan on that back up here. Lone Tree, 80, 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts over you right now. I think the tornado potential with this is decreasing a little bit. It's still observed. I don't see a tornado on the ground on radar, but there could still be a tornado with this. Regardless, you're still looking at 80 to 90-mile-an-hour wind gust, and a tornado may be down very close to you. Let's go back up further up north here. Pretty good area of rotation right there. We'll need to watch that. That could easily be on the ground. And then still another good area of rotation there. Both of these storms in Wisconsin have had good areas of rotation for a while. All right, still a tornado on the ground. So, yeah, like I said, it went probably right over the medical center here, or very close to it. Probably went somewhere generally at this white line. So probably went over these populated areas down in here, very populated downtown area in here, and then very close to, if not over, the medical regional, or the Belton Regional Medical Center, and is now just north of the Firestone, here, along West Foxwood Drive, north of the KFC as well. Still on the ground. This is going into northern Raymore, again on the southern side of Kansas City. It's south of downtown Kansas City. It's right there. And actually another one might be trying to touch down right here. Look at that. We definitely have one on the ground, but a second one may be attempting to touch down just barely to the northeast of that first one. But for sure, tornado's still on the ground. Just to the northeast of the KFC here in Raymore, Missouri. Yep. Still have those dark blue velocities here. Still 80, 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Now over Lone Tree, about to exit Lone Tree and head towards the southern side of West Liberty in eastern Iowa. Convergence signature still there for Johnson Creek, but it hasn't tightened up enough to where it's a tornado concern imminently. And then still a very good area of rotation here in just northwest of Sherwood in central Wisconsin. Weakening area of rotation there, just south of Polar, northeast Wisconsin. Hopefully we keep seeing that die out. Look at that, some stronger supercells down here. 2.5-inch hail, 2.5-inch hail, 1.75-inch hail. Northern Oklahoma. Oklahoma's starting to wake up again. No more noticeable debris here around Raymore, so hopefully that is lifted. No more noticeable debris right there. Oh, is that this storm up here you guys are talking about? That the thing is, that's such a small signature, it easily could fall apart. You know, you said Proxy said Newark, Wisconsin. Did you misspell it? Or is it actually down here? Oh, no, it's actually down here. Yeah, no notable velocity on that, but I see what you mean by that hook echo. But the environment is getting less favorable with time, and as those storms move east, it's getting even more unfavorable for tornadoes. Yeah, there still could be a tornado on the ground here. No good CC drop, but still some CC in the area. There still could be a tornado on the ground. If it is on the ground, it would be north of the Timber Creek Elementary School. Just to the barely on the northeast side of Raymore, south of Kansas City, Missouri. Look at that new tornado warning up here. They've extended the tornado warning for this area of rotation. It's weakening, but not weakening fast enough to where they wanted to not extend it. So that's been extended up towards Polar, White Lake, and Long Lake. Make sure you guys get in your safe spots. Look at that tornado warning right here on the border of Wisconsin and the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Area of rotation there for, what is that, Phelps, I suppose, northeast of Eagle River. Northeastern Wisconsin being your safe spot there. Let's see here. Only one observed tornado warning. That's this one up here in Kansas, or rather western Missouri. South of Kansas City in western Missouri. Still 70, 80 mile an hour winds here. It's still warned for 90, but I think the winds are beginning to decrease here. Gracious day. That was a lot of updates. Let's see if I notice anything new. Okay, they disextended that warning. Still radar indicated. That one still radar indicated. All these radar indicated. And radar indicated. No confirmed tornado warnings now. Still at a whopping 12 tornado warnings, though. And over 30 severe... over 30 severes. Need some more water again. So, I think we're exiting our peak tornado threat. Our absolute peak tornado threat, I believe we are exiting. Accidentally refreshed that again. Gave me a jump scare. It looks like that peak tornado threat was from roughly 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. But we still have the risk for quite a few more tornadoes up until about 8 o'clock. And then after 8, that tornado threat starts to decrease. But we could still see a few more tornadoes from 8 to 11. And then after 11 p.m., that's when your risk goes pretty low. But we still... Now this is 11 o'clock right here, 10, 11 o'clock. We still could have a few spin-up QLCS tornadoes being possible at that time. And then finally, once you go past about 1 a.m., that's when things start to decrease. 1 a.m., things are, very, very low. So from here on out, things should just keep on going down. Now, that doesn't mean we won't still have 10-plus tornado warnings all the way till, 8 o'clock or something. But just know our environment is not improving now. Our environment will just keep decreasing. That severe threat will keep decreasing. And the tornado threat should keep decreasing. That wind threat may go up a little bit. It may go up quite a bit, especially if we can actually see a full-on line form like this. That wind threat definitely could go up quite a bit if we do see those pockets of QLCSs and bow echoes. The HRRR, for some reason, wanted these to become full-blown supercells north of St. Louis. But they really aren't doing anything. This is 6 o'clock. It says we have like 3-4 big supercells trying to form here in western Illinois. Not the case. There is one storm that's formed, but it's very elevated, moving due north. Little to no tornado potential with that. Thoughts on tomorrow? It's probably garbage. Definitely could see a few wind gusts across western Pennsylvania. Wouldn't rule out a brief tornado or two across western Pennsylvania. But it's a Saturday. I mean, Yeah, there is a higher end scenario where we see, maybe a few tornadoes across West PA. But really just some damaging winds, small hail, and a brief tornado or two possible across mainly southwest New York, western Pennsylvania. I may be live, I may not be live. We've been doing daily live streams ever since freaking Friday. Dang, a lot of beep right there. Hear that beep? See how it like combines 6 beeps and puts them into one? We've been live every day since Friday, so I'm ready for a break. We've been live for every day for 1 week straight. But yeah, after today, a little bit of lull severe weather, and we'll still have severe weather tomorrow. Sunday will be inactive. Monday will be inactive. Tuesday will probably be inactive. And then we'll start increasing again with the potential for widespread severe weather as we go towards the end of April. Maybe Dixie Alley lighting up. You can see here, Monday, Tuesday, nothing. Wednesday might be our first opportunity for severe weather. Thursday, severe weather, most likely. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I mean, we'll have another full week stretch of severe weather probably towards the end of April. We haven't gotten a new special MCD, but there's still a special MCD in effect here across southeastern Wisconsin and northeastern Illinois until 7:45 Eastern. But like I said, I think the tornado potential with these storms are starting to decrease at this point as they move away from that favorable environment. And we start to see, some embedded squall lines take over our main severe weather threat. But man, I tell you, ouch. That moderate risk for hail, it didn't perform horribly. There's definitely some hail reports there. Some SIG hail in northern Oklahoma, but it definitely didn't perform that well. And this is probably only half of the reports that we'll get. We're going to get a lot more reports in. Yesterday, I see what crazy on the damaging winds in western Tennessee. Golly. Late yesterday evening. And then the day before that, Wednesday. Only 6 tornadoes confirmed. Wow. Really? I don't know about that. Nah, fam. There was definitely way more tornadoes in Arkansas than 0. What are you talking about? Maybe they ain't surveyed them all and put them on there yet. Because there ain't no way there's only 6 tornadoes. Yeah, they haven't surveyed anything in Arkansas. Some of these QLCS tornadoes, they don't get surveyed. Some of them don't. So, I mean, it is what it is, but there was definitely way more than 6 tornadoes on Wednesday. I can guarantee you that. We have a new PDS severe for observed 2.75-inch hail out here in southeastern Wisconsin. But yeah, like, see, even this supercell that's had this convergence signature forever, it hasn't ramped up. That tells me all I need to know about this environment. Wind threat is still, upwards of 80 miles per hour here around West Liberty, but that wind threat is decreasing. A little area of rotation actually increased on that newest scan. Watch that. Could have a QLCS spin up really quick here. So watch that closely. East of West Liberty, even maybe a little bit of a hook trying to form there. Very easily could plant a tornado quickly west of Moscow, east of West Liberty, in eastern Iowa. Look at that. A lot of severe warnings. How many severes we at now? We're down to, well, still at 13 tornado warnings, but 37 severes. Starting to go up on those severe warnings. What the heck? Severe weather reported 10 minutes ago. What? I'm confused. What do you mean? Thunderstorm wind gusts right there. Oh yeah, I saw this area of rotation up there in Phelps. 20 more minutes left on that warning. Still good rotation going towards White Lake in northeastern Wisconsin. And okay rotation, not anything crazy. Heading towards southern Marshfield in central Wisconsin. Northeast Missouri. Oh, yeah. That did get warned. Yeah, like you said, very far away, but definitely an area of rotation, at least present in that storm. Just impossible to say, you know, how strong it is. That's going into Canton in northeastern Missouri, and eventually going to approach the border of northwestern Illinois, north of Quincy, in actually west central Illinois, not northwestern. Let's see. Let's go see what WOFIS has. We ain't checked that in a while because we've been actually covering here. Yeah, grows everything upscale pretty quickly here across Kansas and Missouri. A bit more sloppy, you know, next few hours. Not as well organized as the last few hours. So next few hours won't have as high tornado and severe potential down here. Maybe a bit of an increased wind potential, though. Random supercell in northern Oklahoma on that WOFIS run. Well, shoot, almost every WOFIS run has that. And we can go to the Midwest here, see what that has. Yep, everything growing up scale into a slop fest. You can see your main line going to be down in here. So I do think our main tornado potential is decreasing quite a bit. And our risk for strong tornadoes has definitely decreased rapidly. No, that's very much a slop fest. This is a line right here, but it's turning into a slop fest, and then everything behind that is just a full slop fest. All of this stuff is really just a slop fest. Maybe like 1 or 2 storms in here at 7 o'clock, 7:10. That might try to do something in Wisconsin, but really, you can see here, a lot of stuff in northern Wisconsin is just turning into a slop fest. You've got this one storm here, this one storm here, and then this storm, which looks like they're going to let that tornado warning expire here. So Wisconsin's tornado potential is definitely decreasing. We haven't had an observed tornado warning up here in a while. But still looks pretty good. I mean, still that rotation, I mean, that has been there for a while. Funnel cloud reported 5 minutes ago. It's going towards White Lake, northeastern Wisconsin. Wonder if they'll continue that tornado warning, even though these storms don't look great on velocity. Maybe needing to continue them just because of the, you know, they have a good look on reflectivity and, you know, the environment's still capable of producing tornadoes. Again, still easily could see a spin-up tornado here. That's going to go into New Liberty in east central Iowa. That tornado warning just expired there in western Missouri. 4 fatalities? Dang. Lena, Illinois tornado. Which one was that? If somebody could try to give me a refresher on that. There's been a lot of tornadoes today. Illinois. This. Yep. Okay. Yeah, that was that the huge wedge that Reed had. Some of y'all be misspelling that in chat, got me confused. I think that was a huge wedge Reed had. But yep. I mean, it seemed like a large, intense tornado, so dang. I mean, unfortunately, sometimes, I mean, tornadoes can hit trailer parks and trailer homes. And I mean, when you get a tornado like that, it's honestly unsurvivable. So, hate to hear it. Really hate to hear that. Let's go back to Davenport radar here. Again, very concerned for the potential of a tornado to drop here. Just a brief, weak tornado to drop here as it goes up towards Wilton, Durant, New Liberty, and then eventually Parkview and Groundmond in eastern Illinois or eastern Iowa. No more tornado warnings in western Missouri, in Kansas, or in Oklahoma. We have one tornado warning left in Missouri. It's on the border of Missouri and Illinois, but no more tornado warnings anywhere on this side of our tornado watch. Most of our tornado activity is focused from southern Wisconsin to western Illinois. And then we do have still these two storms up here that aren't giving up. This one still looks really good going towards White Lake. It's just consistently stayed a good area of rotation that easily could drop a tornado. And then this one stayed in a radar hole, so we really can't see much, but definitely still some rotation there south of Marshfield. But much of our main tornado activity is focused from southern Wisconsin into western Illinois. Let's go back to mesoanalysis here. And let's zoom in on kind of western Illinois here. Very favorable environment still exists. Plentiful amount of instability. As long as your instability is staying above 1,000, QLCS tornadoes are going to be an issue. And we're going to continue to see, again, that wind shear increase. So although wind shear is not the best out in front of it, wind shear is going to be increasing with time as these storms push off to the east. My word, look at that lower level wind shear. Holy crap. How much is in there? 366. It seems like a lot more. We sure? Okay, yeah. I guess 300. That photograph, though, that is like insane lower level photograph right there. I expect a few more tornadoes from the QLCS threat, yeah. And then maybe a strong tornado or two. I wouldn't entirely rule out an intense QLCS tornado tonight, late this evening into the early overnight hours. But it just depends on if we can get good QLCS bow echoes to spark up. If we don't get those embedded bow echoes to spark up like what we're getting right now, where you have a bow echo here, QLCS threat on the north side, bow echo here, QLCS threat on the north side, and might be the same up here too. No, this is just turned sloppy. But yeah, if you get those embedded bow echoes, you can get good tornado threats on the northern end of those. Well, S tier call by the SPC to not go 10% SIG 1 out here across Kansas and Oklahoma. Because a lot of people, including myself, were thinking this environment would actually be capable of producing a few more tornadoes. And I don't think we had a single tornado across this area in Kansas and northern Oklahoma. Still watching that supercell in northeastern Missouri as well. Greatest tornado threat right now exists with these two QLCS spin up tornado threats right now. New tornado warning for this storm out here for Janesville. Funnel cloud reported 13 minutes ago. So we'll just watch that area. That tornado warning 39 more minutes. Long duration warning there. Oh. Okay, it's about time we really lock in on this storm. That is some strong area of rotation right there. And it's just consistently been getting stronger and stronger as it heads closer and closer to White Lake in north central northeastern Wisconsin. You got such a high amount of wind shear up here. The rest of the environment, I'm sure, is not the best, but the wind shear, yeah, like you've got 250, 300, 0 to 1 SRH out here. Your instability quickly fades off, but still in this area, you're at 1,500, 1,500. And then your dew points are pretty low too. So, like I said, this storm definitely is going to die out with northeast extent, but for the moment, it's got a good chance at producing a tornado here right over Four Corners and very close to White Lake. In northeastern Wisconsin. Still, QLCS threat exists right there, northwest of Durant in eastern Iowa. Not that crazy of rotation anymore, though. Doesn't look as concerning. We still have had this EDS severe for so long. It expires in 7 minutes, but man, it's been there for a long time. We'll get a, let's see, we'll get the 22 ZH-RRR right now, just to kind of see and think what our QLCS threat could do tonight. See if anything crazy ends up happening. But right now, things have turned a little bit more sloppy. Once this southern line organizes down in here, that could increase the tor threat and wind threat across these areas. This area should remain mainly a hail threat and wind threat. I don't think either of those threats will increase too much. First 3-inch hail report 42 minutes ago out here in Oklahoma. I missed that. Didn't realize we got a 3-inch hail report out here west of Jet in northern Oklahoma. But for now, the main threat is going to be where this QLCS is already organizing, right along in here. So that's going to be where our main threat for severe weather exists. Right in front of that line that is already formed. Funnel 14 minutes ago. That rotation started falling apart. Hopefully we keep on seeing that. That's really, really good. Still some broad rotation here south of Marshfield. Just being your safe spot. Nothing overly concerning. And still just watching this area of weak convergence near Janesville. And still elevated hailer here in western Illinois. Only one supercell really became a problem out of this bunch here in northeastern Missouri, western Illinois. That's the only one that became a problem. Yep. I mean, it looks like we'll be right back at it, y'all. So tomorrow, some severe weather, specifically in western Pennsylvania. We'll just go back to the 18Z just to show y'all. Really, western PA is the main area I'm watching tomorrow. Into central PA, 60-mile-an-hour winds, gust up to 70, 1-inch hail, brief tornado or 2 possible. And then outside of that, we'll have a break. So, bit of severe weather tomorrow. Sunday, clear. Monday, clear. Tuesday, clear. Wednesday, severe weather may start to become a problem. Thursday, that's when we start our next sequence of severe weather. Probably looking at severe weather Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and who knows, maybe even beyond that. And then we'll have to see if early May looks active or not. Here it is for our next sequence of severe weather. There you go. Here's today. Here's Saturday, Sunday inactive, Monday inactive, Tuesday inactive, Wednesday could start getting active. Thursday, that's when our sequence probably starts. Friday, Saturday, right in here. And then very long range, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. That's as far out as it goes. So very active signal here towards the end of next week. And then we'll see what happens after that. But all I know is very active today, a little bit of activity tomorrow. Inactive Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, right in here. More activity sparking back up in here. And then a bit of a question mark, but probably a continuation of that severe weather going into the end of April. And probably into the beginning of May. We'll have to see. At the beginning of May, we could get a high pressure and that stops severe weather. Or we could just keep going in this active phase where we go severe weather, inactivity, severe weather, inactivity. You know, just keep on doing that all the way into April. Or late April, early May. I think the area for severe weather really isn't something to discuss too much about. But towards the end of April definitely does favor the central to southern U.S. It doesn't really favor too far into, like, poor Wisconsin and Illinois. You guys have been getting destroyed by severe weather from this sequence. It favors more of, this area down in here. Favors more of that area. Less of this area. So, doesn't really favor severe weather up here. Favors severe weather down here. And you can see that too. Here is just the CFS week 2 accumulated supercell composite. And you can see from central plains down into the southern U.S. And then a continuation into Dixie Alley. So really favors Dixie Alley towards the end of April. Don't see anything overly concerning right now. Just, be in your safe spot if you're in these tornado warnings. Still a good area of rotation, though, in White Lake. That's dying out there in Marshfield. Hopefully we keep on seeing that. Still at 11 tornado warnings. I know it doesn't feel like it, but we still are. We're about to lose 3 of them, though, in a few seconds. And we're up to 37 severe warnings. So still plenty of severes, but we're losing them tornado warnings very slowly. Anywhere but my area? Got it. Your area could have a chance. Could have a chance. Won't say it will, but, we're just generally watching close to your area pointing to the south. At least for now. But once we get closer, who knows? Maybe that will trend right towards you and areas pointing north. It could trend anywhere. Just the favored area is central plains into the southern plains and southern, much of Dixie Alley. Central southern plains into Dixie Alley. Yeah, I've been watching this area, but I mean, really, there's no solid area of. Oh, crap. Huh. Where did that guy come from? Let me get, let's see. I ain't got a radar over there. What radar can I put over there? Quad Cities we're using a lot. Lacrosse, I guess I'll switch that one. Yeah, let's switch the Lacrosse radar to the Milwaukee radar. There it is. It's hiding behind the severe warning. It was right in here. Give it a minute just to load up that new scan. Uh-oh, if it wants to. There you go. Huh. I had to give it another scan, but that CC is very suspicious. It's directly on your low precipitation hook. It's got CC, ZDR, and velocity. I know you can't see the reflectivity or CC over there, but it has it. Right now, radar gives that roughly a 90% chance of being a debris signature, but like I said, we'll have to give it another scan to see if that's true. Today performed very well, yes. Funnel cloud 2 minutes ago on that. Not 100% sure if that's a tornado or not. A lot of beeps. No observed. No observed yet. Oh. Southeast moving tornado. Feel like we haven't seen many of those recently. They just... You're kidding me. This tornado's moving to the southeast and that tornado warning just expired. Look at that. But maybe a brief spin-up tornado. You see here, maybe a brief southeast moving spin-up tornado. See if that's got spectrum width on it. Yep. Not a crazy ZDR drop, but then again, it's not a crazy ZDR. It's not a crazy CC drop. That was a confirmed warning. Yep. They just upgraded it to confirmed, so it is a tornado on the ground. So there you go. Tornado is ongoing here across southern, south central Wisconsin for Janesville and Johnstown Center surrounding areas. And very easily could still be on the ground. Let's go back up to northeastern Wisconsin, where finally this area of rotation, after hanging on for so long, I mean, it produced a PDS tornado warning back here, recycled, and just, it's been hanging on that entire time. It's finally weakening quite a lot. Still could come back, though. So we'll still watch it as it goes up towards Townsend and Lakewood. This feels like one of our more midday tornado outbreaks in recent memory. Funnel cloud 3 minutes ago here on Canton, in Canton, northeastern Missouri, going into western Illinois for West Point, western Illinois. But it feels like we're always live. Like normally we're live at before storms fire at like 3 o'clock. And then storms fire at 5 o'clock. And then the peak tornado threats from like 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock. It's pretty rare that we have a peak tornado threat dead in the middle of the day from, what was it, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. I feel like that's pretty rare. I feel like I haven't seen that at all this year. It's been when the lower level jet increases and the lower level wind shear increases because of that. All right, we're down to 7 tornado warnings. One is confirmed, though. Still at 30 severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's go back to our analysis radar here. I can't spot a good CC drop there. Still some CC present in this area. But most likely that's not a debris signature there. It's just some CC. The last two scans did look a bit more like a debris signature, though. New tornado warning for this area of pretty strong convergence here going into Maple Bluff and Sun Prairie, Marshall for the next 40 minutes. That's a new tornado warning. Make sure you're in your safe spot there. That's a new observed tornado warning. Just got extended out here. That is a weird looking confirmed tornado warning. Wow. Now that is something, man. I'll tell you, you don't see tornado warnings like that too often. What the heck is that? That has got to be one of the weirdest tornado warnings I've seen in a hot minute. That is a weird looking tornado warning. It's issued by Milwaukee. I don't know if like Chicago takes over this jurisdiction or something. I'd assume there's not a jurisdiction change here, but maybe there is. Normally you see these weird polygons on like a jurisdiction change. So like, for instance, say Milwaukee issues this tornado warning here, and then Chicago's NWS issues a tornado warning here, and it completes the polygon. But I don't know if that's a jurisdiction change or not. I guess we'll see if we get another tornado warning or if they drop this portion of the warning. But yeah, spin up tornado possible right here in Maple Bluff. Signature, convergent signature right there. So monitor that closely. Be in your safe spot. Area of rotation continues to die out here in White Lake. White Lake, very little rotation there left. Same goes for Marshfield. I don't even see any rotation left in Marshfield as that's in a complete radar hole. Uh-oh. PDS severe, 80-mile-an-hour winds going into downtown Davenport. This one could get very rough for Davenport. Breaking the velocities right now. Going into downtown Davenport. Observed 80-mile-an-hour winds. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning. That could be very, very dangerous. Yep, and you could see it's probably not a jurisdiction change because they canceled that entire portion of the warning up here. And now there's just that small portion of a confirmed warning left. Yeah, but the biggest problem right now across the U.S. is this damaging wind threat going into Davenport. That's going to be our biggest problem and our biggest thing to watch. That confirmed tornado warning looks like that tornado's probably already lifted at this point. If not, it's extraordinarily weak now. Yeah, this warning, I mean, don't really see any rotation in it, so like 3 of these tornado warnings that are active right now, I really don't see anything concerning in them. We're almost through our moderate. We are at the tail end of our moderate here in eastern Kansas, western Missouri, and we're barely in our moderate risk in northern Oklahoma. There's your cold front, or just your rain. Your cold front is, see if I can draw. This is a very rough estimate. A very, very rough estimate of where your cold front is. And then it changes, your cold front goes from right here, and then it changes into a dry line as you go down in here. Okay, they disextended that tornado warning. That's what that lower beep was. So yeah, we're well through halfway of our moderate risk. We still got a little bit more to go in our moderate. And then yeah, I mean, like I said, from here on out, I really think our tornado threat's gonna be just decreasing with time. We've made it through most of that 10 sig tour for our primary threat. Because this is our prefrontal. This was our prefrontal stuff right in here. And that cold front's catching up to the prefrontal stuff. So again, you're not in the complete clear until that cold front passes you. So, you know, if you're in Cedar Rapids, you're clear now. There may be some leftover rain behind the front, but you're clear. What is this guy doing? What the heck? That wasn't expected. I don't know what in the world that thing's doing. That thing's well behind the cold front. Look at that. That thing's well behind the cold front. What? How is that even there? Some elevated instability or something? There sure is. There's some elevated mixed instability in here. Most unstable. Cape. 1100. So that's how that's there. Random strong storm. 50 temperatures, 49 dew points. And this thing's trying to produce some small hail. That's crazy. Let's go back to our analysis radar, see if we can make out a debris signature in here. No noticeable debris signature, although the damaging winds may be approaching 70, 80 miles per hour in that RFD. Could be very, very strong RFD. May not be a tornado. Power flashes don't mean a tornado. Could literally just mean strong winds. And different if you actually see it, though. But this storm probably has 70 to 80 mile an hour wind gusts with it. Let's go back to Davenport. Again, we've got this big velocity signature of 60 to 80 mile an hour winds moving into the northern side of Davenport, heading right towards Pleasant Valley and Princeton on the border of Illinois and Iowa. Almost looks like a small convergent signature there. But I think that's just because we're very close to the radar. Very close to you, yes. There's a severe storm just off to your north. Thankfully, these storms are all weakening, and those are what's most likely to hit you, so you might not get a whole lot today. Probably going to get a lot of lightning to your north, and then this line, as the cold front pushes through, you're at least going to get a lot of heavy rain and some extra lightning. So it looks like a tornado may still be on the ground here. 2 minutes ago, looks like a tornado is still ongoing. No noticeable debris signature, but most likely still a tornado ongoing here south of Johnstown Center in southeastern Wisconsin. Again, still watching that RFD too. That RFD is going to have winds, again, maybe even upwards of 70, 80 miles per hour there. That Madison, or not Madison, Maple Bluff. Yeah. Middleton, Maple Bluff signature, that definitely weakened and broadened out. But we still could get a brief tornado out of this area of rotation if it strengthens at all. Tornado warning continues for Townsend and Lakewood for another rough hour or so. Till 8 p.m. Eastern, so that's what, about 47 minutes there. That tornado warning continues for Townsend and Lakewood in northeastern Wisconsin. We're back up to 9 tornado warnings, and we're still at 34 severe warnings. So still plenty of tornado warnings, even though it doesn't really feel like it. You can count them out. That's 1, 2, 3 right there. Actually, 2 just expired, at least 2. How many are we at now? Give it a minute. We'll recount them in a minute once those expire. Severe thunderstorm warning on the northern side of Enid, Oklahoma. This is our biggest problem in Oklahoma right now. This storm heading towards Blackwell. I would watch for a very low tornado threat with that, but mainly 60-mile-an-hour winds and big-time hail upwards of 2.5 inches in diameter there. Look at this guy. This prefrontal dude over here. Look at it. Thing is just hauling north like no tomorrow. Just booking it across west central Wisconsin, delivering some hail. Just out in front of the prefrontals and out in front of the cold front. I mean, I don't know, Proxy. I don't know if this thing's producing a large tornado. It could just be a large, low-hanging wall cloud. Because we're pretty dang close to the Milwaukee radar site here. Like, it's literally right there. I feel like if there was a very large tornado, we'd be seeing it very clearly on our radar. A lot more range folding on that newest scan there. They downgraded the severe. Actually, I think they allowed this to be expired. And now they've kept it at a considerable severe. While you was gone, we got a few more considerable severes. We're still dealing with a confirmed warning over Johnson Center in southern Wisconsin, and we got a PDS severe for Davenport. Now a tornado warning just north of Davenport. Don't really see any clear areas of rotation. You know, there may be a few little areas of very, very weak convergence just to watch. But no very clear areas of rotation on that new warning. Yeah, for the wind threat, I mean, we're just now really getting into this 45 sig wind here. You know, we're really just now getting into that greatest wind threat for this line up in this area. Now, further back down to the south, we're starting to get towards the end of that main wind risk back here. And then there's still a wind risk that remains with these supercells back in here, if they could stay strong to severe. But you can see the hail threat. We're really wrapping up the hail threat here. The wind threat's gonna... Hail threat's gonna decrease. Wind threat's gonna stay the same or increase here in Oklahoma. Tornado threat, could increase slightly, but not really a big increase in the tornado threat is expected. And there you go. We're only left with one tornado warning and one severe in central and northern Wisconsin. So, told you it was going to turn into a slop fest up here. Was really expecting our main severe weather threat and tornado threat to be in southern Wisconsin, and with these storms in here. This looks to be your main line. So that looks to be your main line moving to the east. This line is kind of like, it could survive, it could die out, and then this line did die out down here. So you got one big main line out here from southern Wisconsin all the way down to central, or actually, shoot, this whole thing could just be one big line, you know? This whole thing. But I think that northern side of the line is going to be the highest severe threat into the overnight hours. So this whole thing is your main line right in here. But I think the long-lasting line is going to be up here. We got a new HRRR. Let's see what that has to say here. See what that does. So continues that supercell threat with those storms in northern Oklahoma. It does grow them upscale quite quickly. A tornado threat may increase slightly in the overnight hours, but I feel like the HRRR might be overdoing this threat down here. I really feel like the main risk is going to stay up here in from southern Wisconsin down to northern Missouri. That's where I think our main risk will be tonight. Maybe into northwestern Indiana, too. Mile wide wedge, sure. If this is producing a mile wide wedge, it's radar indicated. It's not even confirmed anymore. Like, literally, it's downgraded. These are 2 confirmed warnings, but the extension is downgraded. Mile wide wedge my foot. Like I said, it's probably just a mile wide mesocyclone. Or wall cloud. Because I doubt this velocity signature produces a mile wide wedge. Okay, what's up with all the beeps, bruh? What's happening? Oh, tornado warning in southern Missouri. 2 of them. 2 of them in southern Missouri. 1 for contamination and 1 for no rotation. Next. No, actually, this area here for Butler, maybe a little area to watch for some tornado potential, but it's very low. That's a very little area amount of rotation. I do see why they warned this one. This does have a much better supercell look. Definitely some contamination in there, but you know, there's probably some rotation somewhere in there. So this one I definitely see a reason for the warning, but this is the outflow dominant slop fest right there. At least right now. Maybe it could increase soon, but this one, very, very little amount of rotation there. Again, this one, a little bit of corruption probably in there, but still looks like a crazy embedded supercell, so I see why they warned that one. Dangerous, damaging winds still pushing into Davenport. Wind gusts could approach 70, 80 miles per hour there. Little bit better rotation, but it doesn't match up that well with your hook. I mean, it's close, but it's not exactly where an area of rotation on a hook normally would be. Sun Prairie still, this signature has stayed relatively broad. It's been there, it's just stayed broad and not really increased much recently. Yeah, this one does look like it's getting a little bit better here. We'll have to see the next scan. But again, this warning, very, very weak rotation. Still stay in your safe spot. I just don't see much of a tornadic concern with that warning right now. This thing producing significant hail, 1.75-inch hail, as it goes into Blackwell here. Any new mesoscale discussions from the SPC? Ah, yes, a few. Wow, I have actually missed 2. So we got one out here in Oklahoma and southern Kansas. Storms with the potential to produce large hail and locally damaging wind gusts may continue to develop into the 7 and 9 p.m. Central Daylight time frame. That's 8 to 10 Eastern. Main threat is hail followed by damaging winds and a spin-up tornado. Can't be ruled out. And then here's another one. Damaging winds will be the primary threat. 65 to 80 mile an hour winds possible. A few brief tornadoes and 1-inch hail all possible. Through the 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern time frame. And then that's back to your old MCD, which is still in effect. We lose the northern MCD. This one, we lose at 8 o'clock here in 35 more minutes. 35 more minutes. And then the southern one, we lose here in 20 minutes. Yeah, this area definitely becoming more and more concerned for a tornado to drop here. Again, still not much whatsoever here. As these prefrontals or these rain showers merge with the storm, there's a chance they can help try to pull out like a hook here. But that's pushing it. So just be in your safe spot just in case we do see an area of rotation ramp up here near a new home. Just want to be careful with that. You know, it didn't have rotation much at all before, but it could be increasing. And then this one is definitely close to producing a tornado at this point in southern Missouri. Let's go back up to Davenport again. Still very much damaging winds of upwards of 80 miles per hour here, moving through the northern side of Davenport. PDS warning still stays in effect here for the next 33 minutes. That PDS severe is in effect. That hook is ramping up a little bit better now in southeastern Wisconsin. Very weak rotation still, but it is ramping up a little bit more. Another tiny little area of rotation there, but I don't think that one's going to do much. If anything does anything tornadic here, it's going to be this one. Just that random one tornado warning up there in northern Wisconsin, all by its lonesome. Only one tornado warning up there, no severes. Let's go back down to southwest Missouri again. Yeah, this stuff looks just about done. We'll still come back and forth up here every once in a while between here and southern Illinois, but we're going to take this radar down to Missouri. Down to the Springfield radar site. Or no, the Kansas City radar site. New MD, I just finished reading the other two. Yeah, there is. There sure is. Yep, it's for the northern line, like I was talking about before. Thank you, Scope, for your $5 donation. I appreciate it. Sorry I missed that. I just barely caught it right now. I appreciate it greatly. Thank you for the $5 donation. Sorry, it took me a hot minute to see that. Waiting for this mesoscale discussion to be issued. It's been issued, it's just not popped up yet. Well, here's the discussion. So, yeah, uptick in damaging wind potential and embedded mesovortices downstream across central and northern Illinois. Potentially significant damaging winds and perhaps tornado potential. I'll show you on weather-wise where that is, since that graphic doesn't want to load. Back to weather-wise. So that is going to be up to 13 tornado warnings again. And we're still at 30 severe warnings. Let's go look at that mesoscale discussion now. There you go. It's in this red area here in Illinois. Mentioning an uptick in damaging winds, still maintaining tornado threat, lower hail threat, and just severe weather overall. Likely going to continue across this area. SPC Outlook comes out in an hour and a half. That's 9 o'clock. We'll most likely still be live at that point. Unless something pops up. Let's go back up to Wisconsin again. 2 warnings still in effect up here. We just lost quite a few more warnings. Let's see what we're down to. Might be down to our lowest warnings in a while here. 9 tornado warnings, 22 severes. Those severe warnings have gone down quite a bit. Our peak tornado warnings was 24 and our peak severes was 49. What an outbreak so far, man. And it still definitely is not over. Just our strong tornado potential definitely has been well concluded for a while. Still wouldn't rule out a brief strong tornado, though. Somewhere. Yeah, this rotation really died out down there. QLCS tornado potential trying to increase near Rich Hill. And then this stuff. Yeah. Prefrontal storm here. Still rotating. Going towards West Point. This is a new warning here for Canton. You're in another tornado warning. This is a separate tornadic storm from your prefrontal. That is a separate tornadic storm. That's because of your line here. QLCS potential increasing there for Canton. Those damaging winds of 70, 80 miles per hour continuing to push eastward. Still on the northern side of Davenport. But moving through northeast Davenport now. At least 40, 50 tornadoes? Nah. No. If I had to give a random guess, I'd say we're somewhere in the ballpark of 25. 20, 25, somewhere right around there. At least right now. Right now we are at 15 overall tornado reports. So by the time everything gets surveyed and is said and done with, we'll probably, right now, we're probably at roughly 25. But we'll probably end up getting more tornadoes later on tonight. We'll probably be near 30 by the time this is all done. And then, yeah, I mean, we had like, what, 3 strong to intense tornadoes, 1 possible violent one. I haven't seen the damage out here in this area, so I don't know about that one. That one, you never know, could potentially even be violent. But the one I think that was a violent was the one... Oh, shoot, which one was it? Crap. I forgot. But I know we had three strong, at least three strong to intense tornadoes, maybe one violent. I'm curious what NSSL has for next week. So that's today on NSSL. Had a fat moderate from southwest Wisconsin, western Illinois, eastern Iowa, much of Missouri, into central northern Oklahoma, southeast Kansas performed fairly well. Tomorrow, I really think the main area to watch is going to be western to central PA. But this is highlighting actually eastern Kentucky and eastern Tennessee on the western Appalachians. Regardless, the main threat tomorrow is damaging winds, very small hail, and a brief tornado or two. Not really much. Sunday, break. Monday, break. Tuesday, break. Wednesday, maybe severe weather increasing in the Great Plains. Thursday, severe weather likely. Thursday. Friday, likely to continue. Saturday, likely to go into Dixie Alley. Sunday, likely to be in Southern Plains into Dixie Alley. Monday, we'll just have to see. That's far out. That's the 27th of April. But we should still stay with the potential of severe weather into next week. Towards the beginning of the last week of April. So, yeah, I don't think we'll have anything to talk about severe weather-wise until Wednesday. Wednesday, we may have some severe weather in the Great Plains and the Southern Plains. But Thursday, I think, is going to be our next real big potential severe weather day. And then who knows, maybe into Friday and Saturday as well. But this already has Thursday as an enhanced risk. This is already enhanced on Thursday. What day is that? Day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's day 7 right now. So that would be day 6 it would be the day 6 outlook on the SPC's day 4 through 8 outlook tomorrow. And they already have predictability too low. So, yeah. Substantial severe weather event across... Wow. Yeah, GFS and AI Euro show a substantial severe weather event across the central and southern plains. However, uncertainty is too high for specific areas to be highlighted from Wednesday through Friday, but they will likely feature multiple days of severe weather across portions of the central to southern plains. Wow. I didn't realize wording already for the day 6 through 8 outlook right there, already pretty strong from the National Weather Service. Or Storm Prediction Center. There's a difference. That's from the Storm Prediction Center. Yeah. They did say they denoted potentially substantial severe weather because of those two runs. So this is Wednesday. That's what NSSL says will be our first day of severe weather going into the Great Plains, into the Southern Plains. Thursday, I think, will be our main day for severe weather next week at this point. Somewhere in the Central Plains. And then we'll push into Friday, probably across the Central to Southern Plains. And then Saturday, and like I said, probably continuing in Dixie Alley there. So definitely a good threat, at least mid next week, at least Thursday, Friday next week, maybe even Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday next week. Still damaging winds of 70 to 80 miles per hour now pushing into Clinton and eastern Iowa. So make sure you're indoors, away from doors and windows there too. Still a good supercell trying to spin up a tornado here in our tornado warning in southwestern Missouri. And still a QLCS threat attempting to develop near Rich Hill in southwest Missouri. Oh, we got a PDS severe for observed 2.75-inch hail out here in Blackwell. This is a storm I've been talking about for a while for very large hail potential here. Big time hail course south of Deer Creek, heading towards Blackwell in north central Oklahoma. PDS severe for 2.75-inch hail right there. But you can definitely see where your main severe threat is right now. Main severe weather threat from southern Wisconsin to northeastern Missouri. Then you have your isolated severe weather here in southwest Missouri and isolated severe weather back down here in western, or rather northern Oklahoma and southern Kansas. But your main area by far is Illinois and southern Wisconsin right now. We are at 8 tornado warnings still. 8 tornado warnings and 27 severes. It doesn't feel like we're at 8 tornado warnings right now, I'll be honest with you. It just doesn't feel like it. Because this is really the only one I'm watching closely is the one southwest of Warsaw, Missouri. This one north of Davenport, it just expired. They canceled that one. These two we can't see from radar. And then this one in Marshall looks dead. Looks like nothing. And these two also look like nothing. Is this a new warning? I swear this is like a new warning right here. I literally... Disk extension, maybe. Oh, yeah, that's a disk extension. That's what that was. Don't know why I thought that was a new warning. So, really, the only storm to watch is this. Because, again, this is trying to rotate, but not doing too well. And then these are in a radar hole. This one's expired. These two look garbage. So, only interested in this one, southwest of Warsaw right now. Oh, a bunch more beeps coming in. Hopefully those are warnings being expired, not extended. Well, we're at 10 tornado warnings, so where'd they issue them? They issued new ones somewhere. Warsaw, they just continued that tornado warning into Warsaw in Missouri. So we'll monitor that. Like I said, that's one I'm a bit more interested in. Where's the other one? Oh, right here. There you go, LaGrange. And Troy Center. Little area of rotation there, but nothing insane. Just something that you want to be in your safe spot in, just in case. Get to your safe spot. Tiniest little area near Marshall. But yeah, regardless of what radar says, just be in your safe spot if you're in these tornado warnings. I know I call some of them garbage. That's my personal opinion. My personal opinion on what I'm watching and what I'm not watching. But if you're in any tornado warning, get to your safe spot. And so now we're back up to 10 tornado warnings. And we're at 28 severes. Another HRRR run, the 23Z coming in here in about 15 minutes. This is the 22Z. SPC outlook at 9 Eastern. Mesoanalysis at 8:15. So we got HRRR, mesoanalysis, and then SPC outlook. What the heck? Drummond, Oklahoma. What the heck? We had a tornado in Oklahoma. It's near Lahoma. Lahoma, Oklahoma. What? Where's Lahoma, Oklahoma? I can't say it's like a tongue twister. Lahoma, Oklahoma. What the heck? That's just west of Enid. I wonder if my radar is going to be able to go that far back. Where's Enid at? Where are you, Enid? Are you under one of these severes? Where is Enid? There's Enid. Now we got to find Lahoma, Oklahoma. There's Lahoma, Oklahoma. Look at that. That was a tornado on the outflow boundary. We had a tornado on the outflow boundary right here. That is a debris signature and a velocity couplet and a reflectivity being present there. Just southeast of Lahoma, Oklahoma, we had an outflow boundary tornado. What a shocker. Looks like maybe a land spout. That has got to be one of the most tongue-twisting names I've ever said. Lahoma, Oklahoma. I love it, though. I love it. That might be one of my more favorite towns in Oklahoma now. Lahoma, Oklahoma. I'm going to wear the absolute living trash out of that name. Lahoma, Oklahoma. I love it. Could get a brief tornado here. New warning, 44 more minutes west of Waterloo in eastern Wisconsin. I called these warnings garbage, and then they both started increasing in rotation. It's like they literally heard me say they're garbage. Now both of them increased in rotation. This one looks like it died out again, but this one is still trying to chug along here west of Waterloo. And then we'll just have to see what happens in here once the cold front merges with these prefrontals. Okay, they did cancel that tornado warning out here for Appleton City. The only tornado warning in southwest Missouri that remains is this one for Warsaw and Lowry City. Lowry City. Oklahoma is starting to increase in severe activity, though, a little bit here. Well, we had a beep, but I didn't see where. Still at 7 tornado warnings and 22 severes. Let's go check that on the analysis radar. You've got some yellow there on spectrum width. And actually it is it's actually an increase in ZDR, so I'm going to vote no on that. I'm going to say not a tornado. Specifically because really your ZDR increases. That gives me kind of the impression that this could be hail. Almost. Since your ZDR increases and doesn't decrease with that CC drop. But maybe. You never know. Just doesn't look like a very clear one to me. I forgot if I actually pointed this area out or not, but I was going to because I saw all of this wind here and then some red coming in behind it. But it just doesn't really look like a great tornado risk here. But they did go ahead and issue a precautionary tornado warning here. As these prefrontal supercells merge with the line, they could increase in rotation going towards Knoxville in northwest Illinois. Where is it? Lahoma, Oklahoma. Telling you, man, that might be my most favorite town in Oklahoma now. I want to go to Lahoma, Oklahoma. I'm gonna have to tell Lucky about that. I like it. Very much low precipitation land spout southeast of there earlier today. I'm assuming it was a land spout because it had a funnel and it had good rotation, but it wasn't really associated with a full-blown supercell. So who knows? It could have just been literally an ordinary tornado, or it could have been a land spout. It could have been your usual tornado or a land spout, which is a type of tornado. Either way, I think it was a tornado. I'm just not sure if it was a land spout or an actual like supercell attached to tornado. Oh yeah, we've had 1,000 shear before. I think we've had 1,000 observed shear before on a sounding. I swear I remember like 1,200 or 1,400 shear being observed on a sounding before. I'm pretty sure I remember that. Oh, Lucky literally is watching stream because he heard me say it. What the heck? Lucky, what are you doing in stream, bro? Go back to... I don't know. He's actually not... He actually shouldn't be doing anything right now. I don't know what he's up to. He heard me say it, though, because he DM'd me it. This dude literally just sneaks in live streams every now and then. Yep, he's in chat. He's just sitting in bed. Come on, bruh. You don't want to come say hi to stream? You said you were going to at freaking 3 o'clock. It's almost 8 p.m. Go get you some chips, something else, and get in here. Start talking. Ooh. That looks a little bit more convincing, but still... A little bit of a drop in ZDR there, and a bit better spectrum width. That might be a tornado here. Not 100% sure. But there could be a brief tornado ongoing here, going towards Elkhorn in southeastern Wisconsin. Very crazy looking hook, might I add. I would love to be right here. Or like right here. This thing ought to be very, very, very low precipitation. That thing looks crazy. Not crazy rotation, but just the hook looks crazy. So we'll give it another scan, see if that CC gets any larger or that rotation gets any stronger or weaker. But potentially a weak tornado west of Elkhorn, heading towards Elkhorn in southeastern Wisconsin right now. Let me see here. That's going to be stuck in my head now. Lahoma, Oklahoma. It's still there. It's still there, but now ZDR increased. Spectrum width is still there. CC, reflectivity. Could be a brief tornado. Not very confident in it, though. But could be a brief tornado. Oh, they just confirmed something. Aha, it's observed. So they do think that's a tornado. Radar confirmed tornado. Booyah. Wasn't very confident in that now, but now I am. So that is a tornado. That's a very tough call right there, but they observed it. So tornado on the ground, southwest of Elkhorn, in southeastern Wisconsin. I'm just waiting for me to say Elkhorn, Nebraska, y'all. It's going to happen once or twice. I'm just waiting for it. I'm trying my best not to say it. But Elkhorn, Nebraska was like one of the most notable EF4 tornadoes I've ever tracked. So just know we're in Wisconsin, not Nebraska. This is Elkhorn, Wisconsin. Wow, a lot of SIG severes. Look at all these highlighted yellow polygons and shapes here. Those are all SIG severes, and I imagine most are for 70-mile-an-hour winds. So big time wind threat developing there in west central Illinois right now. 70, 70, 70, 70. Yeah, it looks like all of them are going to be for 70-mile-an-hour winds. So big time wind threat increasing here as that cold front slams into our prefrontal storms and forces them upscale into a severe line. No longer a PDS severe warning for Blackwell, Oklahoma. Downgraded to a SIG severe, considerable 1.75-inch hail severe. So no longer a PDS severe warning down there. Still tiny little debris signature southwest of Elkhorn in southeastern Wisconsin. Just be in your safe spot if you're in any of the tornado warnings. Again, that one is observed, though. I'm telling you. I just thought of it again. Lahoma, Oklahoma. You might be hearing that one for a few live streams. Every time, it might happen. Every time I mention Oklahoma, I'm going to say Lahoma. Oklahoma, Lahoma. Lahoma, Oklahoma.
Momoa, Oklahoma, yo.
You're not muted, just a heads up.
Momoa, Oklahoma.
Tagged you in some damage. I didn't get it, so I'm going to have to go to your profile and go to your replies. Buffalo County, Wisconsin Sheriff's Office reports no injuries after a house was struck by a tornado. Heavy damage has been reported across the state, but thankfully everyone is safe here. Very heavy damage. Especially, yeah, that's a farmstead. Very, very heavy damage to a barn and a silo. A dented silo as well. Very significant damage there. No longer a CC there in Elkhorn. Still could be a brief tornado ongoing, but no longer a notable debris signature. Woodstock, Illinois. Let's see. Hopefully you're behind that cold front. You are not behind that cold front. Severe weather should decrease when it gets to you. These storms should be starting to die out along this line as they get to you, but still could be pretty dangerous here. Yeah, you can see this model run says storms are probably going to begin dying out as we go towards 9 o'clock in northern Illinois. But still, 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail, brief spin-up tornado. When will that out here in about an hour and a half or so? Main threat is by far damaging winds. Oh, we got a confirmed tornado warning in Oklahoma. Lahoma, Oklahoma. Not actually Lahoma. I just like Lahoma, Oklahoma. Now, this is Ponca City. Brooklyn, did you know your state has Lahoma in Oklahoma? It's Lahoma, Oklahoma. I love it. Look, we found it right here. Lahoma, Oklahoma. There was a photogenic land spout or just ordinary tornado southeast of there attached to outflow boundary in Lahoma, Oklahoma. Let's take this radar real quick and go back down here to just northwest of Lahoma, Oklahoma. It is. It literally, look. There's Enid. There's Lahoma. The radar's north of Lahoma, Oklahoma. I love it. I don't know what it is, but I love it. Serious note, though, we could have a tornado going right through Ponca. I don't know how you pronounce that C in Ponca City. But potentially, maybe even Could be a strong tornado going through here, actually. So please be in your safe spot. Run to the safe spot now in Ponca City, Oklahoma. Very populated area here. Very populated. We've got over 27,000 people inside this tornado warning. So this is a very serious situation here for Ponca City, Oklahoma. Please be in your safe spot. Could have a strong tornado going through Ponca City. I know I'm likely mispronouncing that, but you know what I'm trying to say. This is just northeast, well northeast of Enid, Oklahoma. I have a really good feeling that HRRR is dead wrong about Oklahoma because it has Oklahoma getting like this crazy line. Like, look, this is what the HRRR thinks Oklahoma looks like, an insane line with multiple embedded supercells. This is what Oklahoma actually looks like. 2 storms that we're watching in Oklahoma. Ponca City. So it's pronounced more like a K, less of a C. Ponca City. Let me see here. Elkhorn still being your safe spot, southeastern Wisconsin. No tornado on the ground right now that I could tell. But we could get another one shortly. Still could be a strong tornado in Ponca City, north central Oklahoma. Just northwest of McCord, going towards McCord. See what that velocity scan has here in 2, 1, 0. Dang, I timed that perfectly. Oh my. I do think that could be. Is the ZDR lower? Yep. Is the spectrum width higher? Yeah. I think that could be a strong tornado going through Ponca City right now. If not, at least a tornado. We should get an extension here into McCord very, very soon. And then eventually down towards Burbank, because this is literally about to go. It might stay. It's going to be on the border of that tornado warning, but it is eventually going to go outside of this weird shaped polygon here. There you go. Oh, not for this storm. My bad, fam. That is going to be for something different. I was hoping it was going to be for that storm because it's literally going to go right into that unwarned area. That was a disextension of the tornado warning in Warsaw in southwest Missouri. Still very much capable of producing a tornado there. I don't know if you're going to get a watch, Brooklyn. I'd imagine you're going to get like a severe watch or a low-end tornado watch, but honestly, like these storms, I mean, if you do, these storms are probably going to stay to your north, and by the time they get to you, they're probably going to be dying out. I don't feel like they're going to have a lot of time left by the time they get to Tulsa. Tracy, I hope that is true. I hope that's true. Let me see. Give me just a moment. Yeah, apparently it was. So, no deaths. 0 fatalities from that tornado. That was a mistaken emergency management report. That is awesome. When did you get back here?
I've been here. I've just been muted.
Oh, I wasn't looking on Discord. Yeah, this tornado that could still be on the ground, there's a chance it's like halfway outside this tornado wind area. So I think this is Tulsa's. Is this getting into Tulsa's jurisdiction? I'm not for sure. But I think actually we could check right now. You know how? We go right here, go right here. Ah, boom, Tulsa. So Tulsa hasn't issued a tornado warning for this side of the polygon. And there could be a tornado still on the ground entering an unwarned area. You can see confirmed tornado 4 minutes ago from a report. Spot on network. There you go. They kept it as radar indicated over here, actually. Extended it as radar indicated, no longer confirmed on Tulsa's behalf there. So according to National Weather Service Tulsa, no longer on the ground. But it definitely was. And then I think this Elkhorn one in southeastern Wisconsin, almost said Nebraska, caught myself. That is probably not on the ground anymore, but could redevelop at any moment. So just stay in your safe spot. So how are you today, Lucky?
Yo, I'm actually doing pretty. Actually, you want to mute me?
No, not really. Give
Well,
me the short answer. Not muted. Not muted.
you should mute me.
Bro. But then they can't hear the 2 beeps that just came in.
Yeah.
New tornado warning here for Brownington in West Central Missouri. Be in your safe spot. You're muted. Go ahead. Tracy, no way you're going to sleep. It's 8 o'clock. Unmute you. It's 1 a.m. over here. Where the heck are you? Oh, you're Irish.
Wait, am I muted?
Yeah. No, no, no. No, not muted. Not muted.
Not muted.
Not muted.
All right, yeah, I was
Not muted.
yeah.
Just yeah.
Yeah, no, my day was great.
Know. You never know, man. You got to say it over and over again when you're dealing with Lucky.
Yeah, my day was good, honestly. Actually pretty chill. Ready for this game tonight, yo.
Yeah, he's got a basketball game. Depending on how the weather looks, I may go watch it with him. But we got another observed tornado warning. It looks like this might be a bookend vortex here.
Ah.
Maybe a bookend vortex tornado over Bentley. 80% chance of producing a tornado, and it sure is. Observed tornado warning there. Law enforcement confirmed that tornado. I can tell you this, if there's one thing that's going to get me off this live stream pretty soon here, I ought to start feeling hungry.
Oh no, look, I got you, bro. Look at DMs. Look at this, look.
Unless we start getting a bunch of stuff, I'm just going to keep going until look. I see.
You should be good. Yeah, you should be fine. Like according to my calculations, you should be fine. Because because of that.
Yeah, I wonder what ramped up. Was it maybe the lower level jet ramped up down there or something? Something ramped up in Oklahoma. Yeah, wind shear. Like these storms are going in a better. Crap, you still can't see it. Still can't see it. Haha, now you can see it. They're moving into a better sheared environment. And the fact that they're not as linear as what the HRRR was saying, these could have a little bit of a tornado threat over the next 2 hours or so. But instability is decreasing here. Look at that dry line. That's your dry line, Western Oklahoma. Not the best environment, but an okay environment. Good enough for a brief tornado or two. You can see your environment significantly worse. Remember, we got up to 20 supercell composite and what was it, like 15, 16 violent tornado parameter? Somewhere around there. 13, 14, 15, 16, one of those numbers. Somewhere around 13 violent tornado parameter. and definitely got up to 20 supercell composite. So we're definitely a lot less on supercell composite. And violent tornado parameter, we're down to, I don't know, that's 7-ish up there. So definitely a lot less favorable for tornadoes. But look at this. Got a little, well, never mind. It just updated. Is this the new one? Where did that go, bro? It literally had a bullseye right there. Yo, I must be tripping. It must really be getting... No! What in the world? Look! There's a bullseye in western Oklahoma. And then I go and switch to this one, and the bullseye disappears. Huh. Strange. Alright, no observed warning there anymore. In Oklahoma. Ooh! Convergence signature here. Good warning from the National Weather Service here. Tornado attempting to drop. Moving to the northeast here, going towards Elm Grove. And then still, ooh, continuation of this observed warning. So they still believe this is on the ground. Law enforcement confirmed a tornado near Plymouth. So they still believe there's a bookend vortex on the ground just northwest of Plymouth here. Moving to the east towards Macomb. And then another tornado warning. Tornado warning mayhem over here. We got 3 warnings over here in southwest Missouri for 2 storms. One's for this prefrontal storm, and then 2 is for this area of convergence along this bow echo here in southwest Missouri. All right, that's a new warning for Burlington. Area of convergence still there east of Elkhorn. This storm's been capable of producing tornadoes for, I don't know, 5 hours now. This one's dropped many, many tornadoes. And it's still chugging along, man. And a new warning here. This one looks really, really interesting here for Roscoe. North Central Illinois. We are back up to 14 tornado warnings, guys. We got down to, I think, 7 at one point. Now we're back up to 14. However, we will lose 1, 2... Only 2 of those in 3 minutes. So we went right back up there on those tornado warnings. Still really good area of rotation. Tornado could be on the ground at any moment going towards Burbank, northern Oklahoma. Let's go look at that new HRRR. Yeah, it shows Oklahoma being under the gun for severe weather till about 10 o'clock. And then that main tornado threat dies down. Still damaging winds possible from 10 to 12, but that tornado threat dies down very rapidly after about 9:30, 10. And then I just have a feeling the HRRR is just being dead wrong. Yeah, HRRR is just being dead wrong with our lineup here. It's not nearly this sloppy. We don't have many prefrontals at all in front of this. This is a very well-organized squall line that could last hours here in Illinois. Very, very well-organized squall line. We'll be getting a new... I think we do have a new... Yeah, new meso analysis here. Still, you have over 1,000 instability. Still a decent environment for damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour, widespread 50 to 60. Your tornado environment definitely is decreased. Your wind shear will increase, though, in the next 2 hours or so. So your greatest threat for all severe hazards, especially tornadoes and damaging winds, is going to be focused across Illinois for the next 2 hours. Sure, Pez. still watching convergence here north of Springfield, as well as the convergence up here going into Brookfield. Man, there could easily be a tornado on the ground here in Roscoe, northern Illinois. Very easily could have a tornado on the ground there. Look at this line, dude. This line is really, really intensified. Very much intensified. Ooh, look at that. Really good view of your bookend vortex here that formed near Bentley. Way better radar signature. Look at that. You can really see how strong that bookend vortex has gotten. Bookend vortex right in here. Still on the ground. Very heavily rain wrapped going into Macomb. Uh-oh. This radar hasn't updated in a hot minute. Oh, not a hot minute. Try 15 minutes. That's not, I think that's just a bug on weather, or not, by the way, it's GR2. Yeah, I don't think that's actually down. That's just a bug on GR2. That radar's not actually down. But it ain't wanting to update on here. Alright, Milwaukee's radar site here. Again, tornado easily could be on the ground in Roscoe right now. Northern Illinois. Get to your safe spot. Yeah, this is just not wanting to update. Last update was more than 10 minutes ago on this radar site. I'll put this on the OKC radar because the Tulsa one not updating. I'll put this one back to Missouri. Big convergence signature here. Southwest Missouri towards Warsaw. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Oh, you hear that lower tone beep? That means a new confirmed warning or an updated confirmed warning. That's probably going to be an updated confirmed warning for this storm here. Golly. "100% just heard a cop outside." Maybe not close to my house, but definitely around my neighborhood. That's a lot of corruption, though. So, this extended that confirmed tornado warning. They coming for you, TOG. It's funny you thought about that, Caden, because I was about to say that, too. They found me, y'all. Why are you worried about... Why are you worries about sirens, TRG? Man, anybody hears sirens, they gonna start paying attention to. That's what tornado sirens are for. They get your attention. Police sirens, any sirens at all. Alright, see you later, Trace. Tracy. See you later. May be live, may not be live tomorrow. We'll just see, but definitely no live stream Sunday. I know that for sure. I'm for sure taking a break on Sunday, Monday. And then Tuesday, if nothing's happening Tuesday, I might try to attempt to get a video out Tuesday since we haven't had one in so long because we've been live every single day for the last week. So, might try to get a video out on Tuesday. So, maybe something tomorrow. Definitely nothing Sunday. Definitely nothing Monday. Maybe a video Tuesday. And then we'll probably start up streams again. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We'll probably be live 4 days at the end of next week. Assuming that severe threat holds and doesn't completely fall apart. Convergence signature no longer here. You can see these greens are now way down here. So we still could see a spin up tornado up here, but it's considerably less likely now that the greens are further south. And this is a problem. This is a problem. So monitor that very, very closely. Yep, I've secretly been running from the cops my whole life. I didn't even know it myself. Yeah, this line is just so overdone on the HRRR, y'all. I don't think this line is going to be doing anything out here. Like, the HRRR just has an intense line at 9 o'clock, 8, 9 o'clock out here, and it's just, that's not going to happen. I just don't see that happening. Let me go to here. What am I looking for here? This? Kind of don't want the paintball of it. See if I can find the updraft tracks here. Bear with me. Brain power is going low. Can't find it. Aha. Let's do this. Yeah, so this is really painting northeastern Oklahoma with that one supercell. That's the main problem. Let's do lower level. That's lower level updraft tracks there. We'll do mid level. Mid level makes it look less like a very unfortunate time. Slow. There's mid level. Maybe some additional development on the dry line cold front in central Oklahoma late tonight, midnight, 1 a.m. But it looks like this supercell here in Oklahoma is probably going to be long tracked in northern Oklahoma into southern Kansas. Look at that, PDS severe. First one in a hot minute here in Oklahoma. First one, I believe, in this area. 2.75-inch hail, get in your safe spot. That's a very large hail threat. This very quickly could put down a large tornado. Not the tightest rotation. This updates in a few more minutes. Why is this on 3 to 4 minute scans? This radar should be on 2-minute scans. We'll wait and see what that has to say. Definitely still a rotating storm in Burbank. But can't really see if it's anything too significant. Hard to say. And then Warsaw being your safe spot. Tornado trying to drop down there. All right. I will be right back, y'all. Lucky's, just chilling in the call, listening to me yap. So I will be right back. He probably ain't going to talk. Give me just 2 minutes. I'm going to take a quick break before these next radar scans come in. I will be right back in just 2 minutes. All right, I'm back. Wait, let me check something real quick. Okay, yeah, we're good. Still nothing crazy on that scan. Tighter but weaker. And then this one, it's got a lot of cell mergers in Warsaw, Southwest Missouri. Big supercell here, trying to ramp up huge inflow, but a lot of cell mergers. And those cell mergers, so far, haven't been very, very good today. A lot of them have been hurting tornado potential today instead of increasing it. All right, let's see anything else over here. OKC radar site still have a PDS severe thunderstorm warning here in South Hard in west central Oklahoma. Being your safe spot there, preferably. Very dangerous, large hailstorm there. This radar's back up on GR2. That looks a lot weaker, yeah. Don't know if that's still producing such large hailstones, but it could be, you never know. Alright, let's go back up to... There's Warsaw, Southwest Missouri. And there we go. I was wanting to go back up to this one. Every radar site but the right one, right? Another area of rotation starting to spark up east of Elkhorn. We'll monitor that too. No observed warnings anymore. Everything is back down to radar indicated. Let's hope that can continue. Hopefully we continue to get less tornado warnings and less confirmed warnings. All right. Let's go back over to Warsaw again. It's going to come down to these mergers on what happens here. Those mergers are definitely going to help destroy tornado potential. We'll just have to see if one of them randomly makes it increase tornado potential. Yeah, Critty, it definitely was, but March 10th had that one crazy supercell, so... I don't know. Today, I would say today was way more widespread than March 10th, but March 10th had still a high-end tornado outbreak over a more regional area. And it's still verified as a moderate, but over a more regional area. Whereas today is probably going to verify more as a moderate over a much larger vicinity. Today was just spam sig toes. And 2 areas of convergence here east of Elkhorn still remaining your safe spot. Both areas are capable of producing tornadoes. No tornadoes, though, on the ground. Still, also the storm in Wyoming and western Illinois capable of producing a tornado. Pretty good area of convergence there. Not sure what this storm is doing and how accurate these velocities are, but oh boy. We probably have 80-mile-an-hour winds with this. It's warned for 70, but based on the reflectivity structure, how quick winds are likely pushing against this, and the velocity signature behind it, pretty safe to assume we've got 80-mile-an-hour winds here going into industry in Vermont and surrounding areas. with the potential for a QLCS tornado on the north side. And a bookend vortex up there. Still very strong damaging winds here. 80, or not 80, my bad. 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts. And a tornado attempting to ramp up here in Warsaw, southwest Missouri. Still a PDS severe thunderstorm warning for destructive 2.75-inch hail here in north central Oklahoma. Just remain in your safe spot there. Tornado warning still out for this storm that's produced at least one tornado, maybe a strong tor in Ponca City, if I remember how to pronounce that correctly, in Ponca City, about 25 minutes ago. We'll monitor that for the potential of a tornado to develop, but the main threat here is hail on the north side and damaging winds in the middle there as it goes eastwards towards Bartlesville. Let's go see if we got any new mesoscale discussions from the Storm Prediction Center here. We lost both of our violent tornado potential MCDs here. That was across northern Wisconsin and southern Wisconsin. Both are now expired. We still have the MCD for an increasing damaging wind potential. That goes until 1:30Z, which is almost an hour from now. And then we still have the potential for an increasing hail and damaging wind threat and potential tornado threat across Oklahoma, southern Kansas. That expires here in less than 15 minutes. Although we will probably get a new MCD soon for Oklahoma for at least the potential of a low-end tornado watch or severe watch across these areas, if it's needed. Because most of these storms are moving to the northeast, so most of them are going to stay within this tornado watch zoned area. This one might start heading towards the northeast counties of Oklahoma, so they could do like a little expansion there if it's needed. But really, these storms aren't going to be getting well outside the watch area until they're very weak towards 10 o'clock Eastern here in about an hour and a half or 2 hours. So I don't know if a watch will even be needed until late tonight, just for the potential of isolated severe storms and a brief tornado going into central Oklahoma. Still a broad area of rotation here. Now passing Warsaw. 60 to 70 mile an hour winds also possible with that RFD as this goes into Barnett in central Missouri. Still, wouldn't rule out 80 mile an hour winds here with the RFD and just the overall damaging wind potential of this sharp squall line going into Rushville and eventually Lewistown and Macomb. And then tornado potential on the northern side of this with this bookend vortex up here in Macomb. Still some areas of ooh. Okay, thank you. I was just about to say, why is this not tornado warned? Look at that. Very much tornado trying to drop down here, going towards Wind Lake. I don't think it's on the ground. Oh my word. Gracious day, it can't do that to me, bro. Holy crap, I thought that was a debris signature, bro. That ain't healthy. Made my heart skip a beat. My goodness. Most likely that was just clear air or just some wind. Your heart always skips beats. I'm not obsessed with energy drinks like this generation. Believe me. If I had that stuff, yeah, my heart would skip beats so much it would stop. I would flatline. I can't have that amount of caffeine. I'm not allowed to have that. My doctor said it's not good. Said it's not good for me. I mean, it's not really good for anybody. but specifically me. So this could be a brief tornado on the ground here, going towards Wind Lake in southeastern Wisconsin. Just be in your safe spot. You're under a tornado warning either way. Let's go back down to east of Warsaw. Still a convergence signature here, and a little rotation with that prefrontal there. Nothing that I think is a notable tornado threat at this point, but still going to monitor it just in case. Lucy, light rain. You don't get severe weather, remember? Being realistic, though, heavy rain, lightning, maybe some gusty winds. Late tonight. This one supercell here in northern Oklahoma is legit about to verify the hail threat. Like, literally. This dude has been producing so much hail, it's literally about to verify the hail threat in northern Oklahoma. What time? I'd say roughly 11 Central. Somewhere right around there. Right around 11 Central. Roughly 3.5 hours. Yeah. Pretty good idea to continue that tornado warning with such convergence being noted here on radar. Kaylee, if they do a watch, it would be a low wind tornado watch or a mid-tier severe watch, mainly for damaging winds. And it would probably be late tonight once that squall line gets going and they can actually see if that squall line is going to be severe enough to warrant a watch for you. And it would most likely be close to 11 o'clock Central. I'm not sure if I'll be live that late, but you never know. World's tiniest velocity coupler right here. Look at this thing. Thing's got 2 pixels in a dream. Hold on, let me go. Okay. No, I don't think that's producing a tornado yet, but shoot. It's very much capable of producing a tornado as little as it looks. We could easily get a brief tornado out of that. This squall line is quite significant. Quite the significant squall line here. I just want to take a look here. Look at the rotation tracks over the last about 6 hours or so. Absolutely insane across southern Wisconsin, northern Illinois. You can very vividly see our rotation tracks from southeastern Missouri or southeastern Minnesota up through Wisconsin. And that's where our main activity has been. You can also see, look at the uptick in activity with these 2 QLCS threats here. You can also very vividly see our rotation tracks here in Missouri. Vividly could see the QLCS threat for Kansas City that produced 80-mile-an-hour winds. And then also look at that big uptick in rotation tracks for our storm as it went through Ponca City. Let's see here. What else we got? We got some hail tracks for the last... Golly. That's a lot of hail right there. Hail swaths for the last 360 minutes. gracious day. That is a very good way to put this outbreak in perspective. And look at that. I mean, just S tier moderate risk right there too. Although it didn't fully verify, definitely a great moderate risk there. And 10 sig Tor, I mean, perfect. Really can't get a whole lot better than that. And then there's your overall outbreak. Just classic. Classic widespread Central Plains major severe weather outbreak right there. And tornado outbreak. Very, very classic. Look at the look at the random hail swath from this prefrontal right here. Look at that. This prefrontal that just tracked from eastern Missouri all the way up through much of western Illinois and then just died out as it finally merged with the QLCS. That's wild. Uh-oh. Let me go to Quad Cities radar. We'll keep that a little longer because we're still like roughly in that vicinity. Roughly in that vicinity too. This one's moving into a radar hole. I might move that. And I'll keep the Tulsa one. So I'll move... We'll move the one moving into a radar hole. We'll move that radar to the Central Illinois radar site. Man, I ain't gonna be able to see nothing. Well, y'all, I think that's a tornado. But I can't tell because, my word, everything is fully corrupted out here. ZDR doesn't go down much, so I'm not very confident, but the way that just kind of appeared out of nowhere and looks like a ball, hence reflectivity debris ball. Definitely want to watch that just to see if that could be a brief tornado north of Cable Grove right now in western Illinois. Let me go see SPC outlook here in 17 minutes. 17 minutes for the new SPC outlook. Is that CC to the southeast too? Oh, that one? It doesn't look as notable as this one. That's why I really wanted to point this one out because it looks way more like a ball. But it's really hard to tell with these QLCS tornadoes, man. If they aren't strong, they're hard to see. That's looking like twins. That is looking like almost twins. We might have twin QLCS tornadoes right here. How about that one? I think we do. Yep, we do. And Caden, you were right. This was indeed a CC drop right here. You were dead right. I think we have twin QLCS tornadoes right now. Yep. Look at the ZDR drop on both of them. This is most likely twin QLCS tornadoes on the ground moving up to Smithfield in western Illinois. Look at that. First time we've seen a debris signature that large in a hot minute today. It's been a while since we've seen that large of debris signatures. And that one that Caden pointed out, that's already going up 6,000 feet. That's strong. That's a strong QLCS tornado right there heading towards Smithfield with a twin just barely to its west. twin tornadoes ongoing, heading towards Smithfield in western Illinois. While we wait for that new scan, let's go back to central Missouri, where we got a tornado warning for Jefferson City for our prefrontal supercell right here, as well as a continuation of our tornado warning for our area of convergence here for Eldon. Make sure you guys are in your safe spot. No tornado warnings in effect anymore for Oklahoma. If we do get one, there's a pretty high chance it would be for this one here in Bartlesville, as that goes towards Bartlesville in northeast Oklahoma. Hennessy, also a little area of rotation right there. Looks more like clear air, but could be a bit of rotation. And we'll watch that as that increases in a hail threat, generally increases in a wind threat as well. Still, this thing might just be just one tornado. Might just be one tornado there. Man. QLCS galore trying to happen out here. Southeastern Wisconsin. Excuse me. But good news is that's going to be moving offshore here in about an hour. All right, let's go back to GR2. Yeah, it might just be one tornado on the ground now. One stronger tornado on the ground. Like this one was weak enough to where it just lifted and then merged with this one. Now we just got one big area of convergence here and a strong tornado right in the middle of it. Still not confirmed, but I'm fairly confident that's a tornado. I'm almost certain that's a tornado. This might be the newest scan. It looks like it is, and I don't see as much CC there. Go back here. Yeah, I think the CC started dissipating on the next scan, so this thing's probably lifted. Okay, confirmed. It's just been a hot minute since I've heard that noise. I was like, what? That's a different beep. There you go. Confirmed tornado now that it's lifted. Sometimes that do be happening. So this thing's either weakened or it's lifted. Now that it's heading towards Smithfield and Cuba in western Illinois. Make sure you get to your safe spot. Holy crap, dude. Look at that. Convergence. 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 Gracious. Convergence. I mean, you've got probably 4 or 5 areas of convergence that could produce tornadoes on this line. Let's go back down here. Jefferson City again. Being your safe spot. Got an area of rotation there and another area of rotation here. Just being your safe spot if you're in those tornado warnings. They're in a radar hole, so it's hard to say much about what they're doing and how strong they are and if they're on the ground or not. So there's your CC that's fanned out. Could be extremely weak tornado or could be fallout as in the tornado's lifted. Either way, Smithfield, Cuba, Canton being your safe spot. If the tornado is lifted, there's a chance it touches back down. If it's not lifted, well, that means it's on the ground. New tornado warning for Williamsfield in western Illinois. Feels like we're right back up, man. We're at 13 tornado warnings again. Like, gracious, I thought we were coming down for a bit there. 19 severes, 13 tornado warnings. We're about to have more tornado warnings than severes at this point. Really. Oh, and is that a new tornado warning for Oklahoma? There you go. Called that one out. Remember, I said if any storm goes tornado warning in Oklahoma, it would be this one for Bartlesville. And there you go. There's your area of convergence once again. Going up towards Bartlesville. Thankfully, these storms have weakened a little bit, but they're still producing large hail out here in western Oklahoma. Yep, so maybe the HRRR was right about one thing today, and that's the fact that central Illinois would have a good QLCS tornado threat. HRRR showed that for a while. You see, even the 00Z yesterday showed that. 12Z this morning showed that. 18Z this afternoon showed that. 23Z just not but a few minutes ago, 40 minutes ago, shows that. Yes, I have Pro. Look at that, our first 80-mile-an-hour wind report. First 80-mile-an-hour wind report. That's our first one that I've seen on WeatherWise. So the storm very much capable of producing 80-mile-an-hour winds here as it enters Union Grove and surrounding areas. Multiple tornadoes are possible along this line. Multiple tornadoes possible here. Not just one or two, multiple. 3 to 4 possible along this line. SPC outlook in 8 minutes. I expect that they will keep a good chunk of that 45 sig wind risk up here and drop much of the rest of it. I expect they'll keep the 5 sig tour, maybe even expand the 5 sig tour a little bit more up there into Illinois, northwestern Indiana. Hail threat, I imagine they're going to drop much of the hail threat here. I don't think we're going to have much of a hail threat with this line, so they'll probably just keep the hail threat for back down in here. Our hail threat is still going to be possible, but mainly down in this area. So, remember when I said that this tornado watch probability being 40-20 was probably too low and it would verify very quickly? I said that, I don't know, 4 hours ago, 3-4 hours ago. Yeah, it's already verified. We're like 2 counties into this tornado watch, and it's already verified because we've already had a confirmed twins. May still be on the ground there. Let's go back to the analysis radar. Yeah, the watch probabilities sucked today. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. Like the tornado watch probabilities were atrocious. Yeah, maybe actually a new tornado on the ground, or possibly still the same one. A little bit of ZDR dropping right in here. The tornado watch probabilities were an absolute fail today. Yeah, the 60-40 for a massive 10 sig 2 tour was pretty dumb. And then a 40-20 for a QLCS squall line, which we were very confident in this happening. Multiple models showed this happening across Illinois. That was also not the smartest thing either. Yeah, I do think that was a new tornado right there. Look at that. Boom, 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 gone. The SPC watches weren't good, but the outlook was pretty solid. You know, they could have gotten away with a 15 sig tour, but again, there was high uncertainty on where. There wasn't a lot of model consistency on where the greatest tornado threat would be today. We knew generally somewhere up there in Wisconsin, but we weren't thinking, we weren't thinking at all about southeastern Minnesota really until we started getting those long tracked tornadoes, and 2 or 3 of which were strong. So yes, today could have easily verified as a 15 sig too, but if they pulled it this morning, I would have been pretty shocked because things looked messy. Storm mode looked bad. Model consistency was horrible. So I think the outlook from the SPC was great. I think it was a S tier outlook, but the watch probabilities were atrocious. And now that that risk is very much verified, as you can see, still actively verifying, I think we all can agree a 60-40 tornado watch was atrocious for today. And it should have been that higher end like we were thinking of 80-60 or 80-70. Still a little area of convergence here going into Bartlesville, but quite considerably weaker. Very, very high amount of corruption in here. Going towards Jefferson City in central Missouri. And then still, I mean, just an area of convergence here. It's not very strong and it's far from radar, so it's hard to see. So both of these have a notable tornado threat with them, even a strong tornado threat with them. But it's hard to say if they're actually producing at all. Just checking these QLCS spin up tornado warnings here. What in the world, bro? What the heck is this? What? That is mind-boggling. I don't know what's happening with that one. That looks like the worst tornado warning today. Oh. Nah. Hard to spot, hard to spot. Those 2 areas. Yeah, right there. I think that might be a tornado. Right there, south of Union Church. I think we got a tornado on the ground. Wait for that velocity to update, but I'm pretty sure that's a debris signature southeast of Union Church, southeastern Wisconsin. Bath, Illinois. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What the heck? That just got tornado warned too. That is producing a strong tornado right now. Right over Bath. Very difficult to see. Right on Bath, but my word. Strong photogenic tornado. Right there. Cat got closed in the closet. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely a strong tornado ongoing south of Lakewood in west central Illinois. And yep, definitely a tornado southeast of Union Church right now too. Look at, oh my goodness, look at that. Right on top of, oh my word, that is the best terminal radar you can ask for. Wow. Look at that. That is gorgeous. Best terminal radar in history possible right there. You love to see it. Hate to see that it's an ongoing tornado, of course, but radar perspective, radar standpoint. Ooh, that is so good. Oh my goodness, it even has a donut hole on it too. Holy crap. I gotta screenshot that. Oh, that is glorious right there. Golly. And probably a tornado like almost over the radar site too. Look at that. There's two of them. There's two of them. Oh my word. No, go back. There's two of them. There's twins. There's twins over the terminal radar site. Right there. Oh my word, that was the craziest thing I've ever seen on a radar scan right there. Oh my word. Oh my goodness, that's a strong area of rotation. Look at that. Let me go back to the main radar site so we could look at CC. Still very much a tornado ongoing there. Like I said, probably a second one ongoing too. Most likely twin tornadoes here. Wow. What a placement of a terminal radar site. Still a tornado ongoing there. I gotta go back down south here to Bath. Lord have mercy. Yep, Long Branch about to take a direct hit from a strong tornado. Still not confirmed, by the way. Still not confirmed. This thing is a strong tornado lofting debris over 7,000 feet. It is still not confirmed. Strong tornado ongoing. Just east of Bath, heading towards Mason City and Easton. Oh, I heard that deeper beep. Probably an observed warning. Yep. For Union Grove. Observed warning. Still tornado on. Looks like still a tornado ongoing up there. To look at the terminal again. Oh my word. What an evolution. From potentially twin tornadoes right to one big area of rotation and one tornado. Just like the other twins earlier. Still a tornado on the ground here. You got the hook echo. Still a tornado ongoing in southeastern Wisconsin going towards Oak Creek. We got a new SPC outlook. Enhanced risk, dual enhanced risk. They've kept a 5 sig tor on the northern side, and everything else is 2%. They kept a 45 sig wind, just like I thought they would, and they kept a 30 sig hail. There you go. So there's your new outlook. Looks pretty funny, don't it? Looks pretty funny. But main tornado potential is definitely on that northern side. Completely agree with that outlook. Still, tornado ongoing up there. Let's go back down to east of Bath. Lord have mercy. It gets bigger every time. It's about to be a reflectivity debris ball, and we are still not confirmed. What are we doing? Like, hello. They tornado warned this right when it started producing a tornado, but haven't confirmed it. Oh. I spoke too soon. There you go. Way too late on the observed warning. Gracious day. Way too late. I suppose better late than never, but gracious day. This thing has been on the ground for... Holy crap. This thing has been on the ground since 52Z. That's like 12, 13 minutes ago. It took them that long to observe it. 12 to 13 minutes to observe this. And it's been a strong tornado for almost 10 minutes. Took them really long to observe that warning. Gracious. GR2 is just not good with corruption radar sites like this. That's why I want to use Weatherwise. Weatherwise is just goaded. It's just like that. It's just built like that. Let me just go back here real quick and look at, yeah, see, just neither one of those are good. But look at that CC. Might have definitely fanned out on that next scan as it's gone over Peterville, heading into Poplar City. Hopefully that is a sign that it's lifted at this point. Definitely starting the QLCS spam right now. 13 tornado warnings. So remember someone asked in chat towards the beginning when I said when would the peak be, and I said roughly from like 3 p.m. to 7 or 3 p.m. to 8, but I also mentioned a peak QLCS tornado threat. Yeah, we're in that peak QLCS tornado threat right now. We've got 13 tornado warnings and multiple tornadoes on the ground. We're in that second peak of our tornado activity. Let me see. Yeah, really can't see these tornado warnings for Jefferson City. Oh, dang. Yeah, Caleb is right here. I know I know generally much closer where he lives. I'm not going to point it out. But just know that he's about to be inside this tornado warning. He is about to be inside that tornado warning. That's still on the ground. That is still on the ground. Very, very intense tornado on the ground. Yep, right over Poplar City. I don't know how that's not PDS. I don't know how. That's probably going to be one of the strongest QLCS tornado warnings that we have. Or QLCS tornadoes that we have today. And it ain't PDS. Gracious day. I do think, though, here's the thing. I can't tell if it's lifted or if it's just not picking up a lot of debris because it's over all these fields. That's why this debris has been kind of scattered. You know, it hasn't been a solid, dark, deep blue CC drop like what we saw on Tuesday in central Wisconsin or what we saw earlier today in central Wisconsin. It's been this scattered large area of CC because it's probably picking up a lot of sticks, a lot of dirt, a lot of dust, a lot of leaves. So it's not this very, very high lofting CC debris signature, although it still is lofting debris upwards of 8,000 feet. But I still think that this is on the ground here in Poplar City. Poplar City still being... Oh, in your safe spot. That was a bit of a jump scare. CC jump scare corruption up there. Just being your safe spot, man. Any of these tornado warnings are very much capable of producing tornadoes. And some of these tornadoes are going to go under the radar sites to where you can't even see them. You literally aren't going to be able to see them because they're going to be so brief and so quick that the radar might not pick up on it. Right now, our greatest tornado threat is by far with the active confirmed tornado warning out here in Easton over Poplar City, heading into Biggs and Easton. And then eventually that's going to go just north of Mason City here in the next few minutes. Oops. Could he sent that twice? I accidentally almost copied the wrong thing there. I don't see any notable debris signatures anymore up here. We'll look at the velocity. Oh my word! Look at the terminal velocity. I mean, man, you probably have like 6 areas capable of producing tornadoes here from south of Somers all the way up to Oakwood. There's so many areas capable of producing tornadoes in here. Gracious. Any of them could produce tornadoes at any second, and we may not even see them on radar if they're brief and weak. Still a debris signature over Biggs. Not as confident that a tornado is still on the ground with this, but there is still a CC drop. So either a weak tornado on the ground or this is fallout. And then we also want to watch the storm just barely north of that towards Forest City, towards Banner. A lot of these areas need to be watched, man. A lot of these are trying to spin up a tornado. Look at this. Just a line of tornado warnings, man. Just a line of tornado warnings here, all the way from Milwaukee, just south of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, all the way down to west of Bloomington, Illinois. Just a line of 16 tornado warnings over here. And 19 severes. We almost have more tornado warnings than severes. And we still do have one tornado warning back down in here. Huh. Nah. Hail. But definitely want to watch this storm out here in Jefferson City. Very much capable of producing a tornado, both of these storms. Oh, wow. Bartlesville, Oklahoma, under a tornado warning. Area of convergence still alive, very weak. Could spin up a brief tornado in Bartlesville, Oklahoma. Just be in your safe spot. You will be fine as long as you're in that safe spot. Yep, St. Louis. Northern part of St. Louis is at a 5% now. I'm not sure what probabilities increased exactly here, but yeah, definitely the main risk for severe weather is going to be, focused from Jefferson City all the way up to that QLCS spam. I mean, I'll double check it again, Sam. But that's impossible to say if it is or isn't. It's very difficult. This lines up more. What radar is this? From the Kansas City radar. Oh. Got another confirmed warning. Don't know where. Don't ask where, because I don't know where. Too many tornado warnings. I can't keep count. I will go look on this program real quick, and I'll be able to tell you what updated. Confirmed tornado warning for southeastern Wisconsin for over 350,000 people. So they still believe a tornado is on the ground with one of these, if not multiple of these, QLCS circulations. Yeah, look at that. Still, I don't know if this thing's ever lifted here. I mean, seriously. Like, it still has a debris ball. It still has a little bit of debris and still has velocity. Now, it's definitely a lot weaker, so it's most likely lifted by now. But look at that. I mean, it probably didn't lift until just now. And they still have it observed. They still say it's on the ground. So it literally could still be on the ground. Oh man, that looks insane. What did I do? Look how crazy that looks, dude. Looks like a huge derecho. Oh my word. Oh, wow. That is insane. That's all your precipitation in the last few hours picked up by this radar site. Gotta love it. Look, the inrot shows you how insane this radar has been, dude. This radar has not been good at picking up stuff. Not been good at picking up stuff very well. And I still think that this is going to be a tornado on the ground here. Pretty weak. Northeast of Easton. It's impossible to say, Sam. It truly is. The only signature I've ever been able to confirm from this far was the London EF4 in Southeast Kentucky last year. Let's see which radar is closer. Radar I'm using now is closer by 3,000, and that is the St. Louis radar. And that doesn't show any huge debris being lofted. I feel like if it was a violent tornado, we'd see it from the St. Louis radar too. Because remember, in order to see a CC drop from that far, it's got to be intense to violent. Just like the violent EF4 tornado in London, Kentucky last year. Well, this QLCS tornado threat is moving offshore here in southeastern Wisconsin. Hopefully that keeps on moving offshore. I really don't know how long this peak QLCS tornado threat is going to last. It could go as long as 1 a.m. It really could. Let's go back up to... Is that what you're talking about right there? See if ZDR... Oh, ZDR goes down. Spectrum with up. If it stays consistent, it could be. Still, probably a tornado on the ground east of Easton in central Illinois. Line coming through Chicago at 9. It could be pretty bad. The northern side of Chicago might not get the worst of it, but downtown Chicago, if this line can survive, we're talking about multiple tornadoes, 70-mile-an-hour winds, half-inch hail. And that will be probably after 9 o'clock, actually. Because if you're north of Chicago, you're being hit by this line. If you're south of Chicago or in Chicago, you're going to be hit by this line. This stuff is moving to the northeast. So it's in here, and it's moving this way. So if you're way down here, if you're down here in, like, Gilman, it's going to be, like, 2.5 hours, I'd say about 2.5 hours before this line gets to you. Whereas in Chicago, it's going to be like 1.5 hours, and then up here into northern Chicago, I mean, it's going to be 60 minutes or less north of Chicago. So that's the way that storms are moving. They're moving to the northeast like this. Check that back on the analysis radar in just a minute. Actually, now. That still looks like a debris signature to me, man. I don't know if this thing is ever lifted. Look at this. I don't know if this thing is ever lifted here. And if it did, It's probably back on the ground. And this could be a brief weak tornado too up here near South Perkin. Very easily could be a brief tornado right there. New confirmed warning. Yep, they still think this is on the ground. Guys, this literally might have been... This thing might still be on the ground. This could literally be the most long track tornado of the day right here. It's literally been on the ground ever since way back here. Ever since right here. Right about in here. Near Bath. It could have touched down somewhere between 052 and 056Z. So you're looking at a 30+ minute tornado here if this is indeed still ongoing and never lifted. There you go. Caleb's in a tornado warning. See if he tunes in or if he's asleep. Surprised we haven't gotten an MCD out here for like... Oh, we did. Oh my word, we literally did. We legit did. When did we get this? 9:09? No, not too long ago. I'm not too late to this. Severe wind threat and brief... You sure about that? Brief tornado threat will continue downstream through the late evening hours. A few tornadoes, maybe one strong, 65 to 80 mile an hour winds, and roughly 1-inch hail. I don't know about a brief tornado threat. We're looking at multiple tornadoes. Some weak, and maybe might have even gotten a long-tracked one at this point. Again, I can't confirm if that's been on the ground the entire time. There's no way to know. But radar has been quite consistent that entire time. Yep, on the ground. So if we go back here, look at that. This CC drop that you called out, someone in chat called out. I already forgot who it was. You called that out. That probably has been a tornado. And if it hasn't been a tornado, it is now. Bring that back on. There we go. So there you go. Tornado either has been on the ground or is now on the ground. Be careful with some of this CC though. See how like all this CC doesn't match up, doesn't match up, doesn't match up. None of this stuff matches up. And then when you get here, you get this notch. Oh, matches up. None of this matches up in here. Oh, you get a notch, matches up. None of this matches up. Any of this. Ooh. A little bit of a matchup. Little bit of a matchup right there. I'm going to go 6 panel on that. That is a tricky one. But it wouldn't surprise me if that is a brief spin up right there, north of Greenview. Not seeing anything else around that. Just the one in just north of Greenview. I accidentally spotted that one. Didn't even mean to spot that one. I was just looking south. Still have that area of rotation here. No notable CC. But this very easily could have produced multiple brief tornadoes or even a strong tornado. We really wouldn't have known because it's so far from radar. And so heavily rain-wrapped. We're just relying on any ground information possible out there. We really don't know if that storm has ever produced a tornado or if it has or if it hasn't. We won't know until surveys. Let's go to probability of debris here. You could see most likely tornado on the ground here, northwest of Hartsburg. Most likely tornado on the ground here, south of Perkin. Or Pekin. And then less confident on this one, but there's still a little sign for debris there. How many are we at right now? 16 tornado warnings. 16 tornado warnings right now. 17 severes. We are so close to having more tornado warnings than severes, y'all. Missouri prefrontal? I did, yeah. I literally circled it. You can see it there. Maybe 2 areas of rotation on that. But this is inside the hail core, so I'm not 100% confident that that's actual rotation. Still, most likely a tornado ongoing here. Just to the northwest of Hartsburg. Still most likely a tornado ongoing somewhere here. But hard to say. It's observed, so I think it is. The bottom one might have had a CC drop. Need a second opinion. Second opinion. Coming in hot. I gotta go get a different radar. Don't think we're using Quad Cities anymore. Let's see. At what point? Recently or like a hot minute ago? Like right here? And even now? Six to ZDR. That's a lot of ZDR decrease for something that may not be a tornado. Yeah. Yeah, I would call, yeah. Yeah, that's probably a tornado. You got CC, ZDR, spectrum width, velocity, reflectivity, everything lines up for that to be a probable tornado. I mean, everything lines up almost perfectly with that one. You got CC, NROT, velocity, reflectivity, notable ZDR decrease, notable spectrum width increase. It's checked all 6 boxes. And now, the velocity's gone. And had a good hook, too. So very easily could have had a brief tornado right there. Very easily could have had a brief tornado near New Bloomfield in Missouri right there. Now you still got your main area of rotation trying to put a tornado down, going towards Fulton. Man, so many. Yeah, like I said, that could have been a tornado. They just tornado warned it. They just tornado warned it. Remember, I called that out earlier, but I'm not 100% sure about that one. Looks like a tornado, but not really going to know until they survey it. Still tornado on the ground up here. Look at that. Near Emden. Ignore the fact that Lucky just tried to absolutely murder you guys with a heart attack. Wonder if that's, what was that? That was Lucky.
Bro, y'all didn't hear that?
No, you were so loud they were wondering what it was.
Man, starting to hate this microphone, yo.
Ah,
Anyways, good morning.
good morning. Yeah, so probably a tornado still on the ground south of Delavan. And then maybe, very hard to tell. I mean, that doesn't really line up much, but just on that newest scan, it looks more like a ball, less of a blue line. Thought it was a chaser on Lucky's. Thought it was a chaser on TRG's screen. Nope. Nope. Just Lucky. I think that's a new warning to the south there.
That would be me. My name is Lucky.
Yep, like that. New warning. Look at all these triangles on this QLCS. You know, this reminds me exactly of a derecho. That's what this reminds me of. But in order for it to actually be a derecho, I mean, this thing's gonna have to go to like freaking. Might have to go off the Atlantic coastline. This thing might have to get to New York State before it gets considered a derecho. With the point of the new criteria. So, yeah, see the 00Z here. I mean, dude, this line is way stronger than any model modeled it. So, who knows how long this thing could go on for. I don't think it will go on past Western Indiana, but this is going to go on for, at minimum, another hour or two. Let me see the SPC's discussion here. That mesoscale discussion. Because they did talk about a local extension for storms at 1 a.m. Eastern. But let me tell you this. That storm mode is dead wrong. Like, what are we doing? Look. They over here having the storm motion looking like it's southeast. You can't tell me that doesn't look like there's a southeast storm motion to it. This thing's actually moving like this. It's moving northeast. Let's see. Eastward expansion, not a new watch. Eastward expansion of a tornado watch will likely be needed in the coming hours across portions of eastern Illinois. Drier lower level conditions downstream across Indiana. Cast uncertainty on how intense the line will be beyond 1 a.m. Eastern into Indiana, but convective trends are going to be monitored for the need of a downstream watch. So, local extension and then a downstream watch. And they just did the local extension, by the way. Literally just did that. Look at that. Boom. Not even kidding you. The last 2 minutes, they just put that out for a local extension. And if it looks like things are going to be crazier even past that local extension, then they'll do an overnight tornado watch. I mean, it really, this storm still looks like it's producing a tornado, man. Look at all that hail, man. Crazy amount of hail over Fulton right now. Central Missouri. At least the northern side of this line finally went into the ocean, or into the lake where it will eventually die out. Look at this. Like, seriously, look at that. Look at that. Look. From near Bath all the way to where it is now. I think it stops right there, actually. I think I went too far. Yep, it stops right there. Copyrighted, Lucky?
Huh?
We heard that. Copyrighted.
No, you did not.
I did too, but okay. Can you not? Go on mute if you want to watch reels, bro.
I'm not on reels though. I'm confused what you heard. That's why I said what.
Northwest of Chicago suburbs. Yeah, I'm gonna move this Milwaukee radar site because these storms have moved offshore. So we'll go with the Chicago radar. Here? That's the only thing I see you talking about. Or I see you mentioning. I mean, it's definitely nothing definitive, that is for sure. Maybe it's rotation. I mean, if it did produce a tornado, it would be extraordinarily weak. Maybe something to be concerned about in the future as well. Wonder if Caleb's getting cooked right now. Let's go check on Caleb's area here. Don't see any notable debris signature that went over his house, but definitely got a lot of wind, that is for sure. Look at that. Still a big CC drop here. Let's see. Tornado on the ground with debris. Well, that's about as informative as it needs to be. That confirms a tornado on the ground, you know? Man. I mean, this thing has been, like I said earlier, just a couple minutes ago here. It's been on the ground forever. It's not even, the start of it's not even on your screen. Somewhere near Bath, could have been west, could have been on, could have been a little east. It touched down, and it likely hasn't lifted since. And if it has, it's touched back down. And it's still on the ground even now. Confirmed warning on this southern storm now for Lincoln. Being your safe spot there, that tornado has been on the ground. Still could be on the ground. Yeah, most likely it has been up and down, but point being is, I mean, that same area of rotation has been producing one or multiple tornadoes for 30, 40 minutes at this point. I mean, that's impressive for any storm, let alone a QLCS. That has been wild. What do you guys think? You guys think you would consider this a major tornado outbreak? There's a lot of debate right now in the community if this is a major tornado outbreak or just a tornado outbreak. But in my opinion, I mean, it's a borderline major tornado outbreak. I think I think at this point we're probably roughly approaching 40 plus tornadoes. So I mean, I think this is getting very close to a major tornado outbreak. I mean, how many are we at right now just from the reports alone, not even from storm surveys? We're already at 21. So I think we're going to be closing in on 30 to 40 by the time everything's said and done. Yeah, it does depend greatly on the ratings, but I mean, yeah, we'll have to see. You are right. You are correct about that. The ratings do depend a lot because if we had like, I don't know, even if we had like 30 EF1 tornadoes or 40 EF1 tornadoes, that's still a very considerable tornado outbreak. But yeah, there is a big difference. The big difference between EF1s and EF0s and EF2s and EF3s. Big difference. So, yeah, but to me, I mean, we're already at a high-end tornado outbreak. If not, we're closing in on that major tornado outbreak, in my opinion. I can tell you this has felt like the biggest outbreak of the year. This has by far felt like the biggest outbreak of the year to me. I mean, not even remotely close. Like it ain't even close. Not even close at all. Just because this has been so widespread, so many, so large tornado warnings. I mean, it just feels like it's been the biggest outbreak of the year. And it still ain't even over because we still have multiple QLCS tornadoes occurring and possible here for at least the next hour and 19 minutes. At least till 11. We're at 13 tornado warnings, a little bit down from earlier. 15 severes, a little bit down on the severes as well. But you can see those severe warnings still have quite a few here in Oklahoma, most of which are lower end severes, though. The only SIG severes we have, I believe, are limited to this one here and these in here. Let's go back to our GR2 here. Yeah, it's hard to say how many tornadoes have dropped from this QLCS thing, but my word, it's been at least 5+ tornadoes. We did just get a new mesoscale discussion out there in Missouri. Damaging surface gusts, perhaps a brief tornado or two may remain possible with an organizing cluster of storms overspreading at least northwestern portions of the greater St. Louis metro by 10 p.m. Central.
Jersey.
Hi.
I'm finna go. I'm finna go watch this game.
All right. Enjoy that. Go ahead and text me when they lose.
They're not gonna lose though.
You'll see. You'll see. You'll see. Okay, bye.
Don't make me mad.
Bye.
I will. I
Bye.
will come back in here.
I probably it will last till what, like midnight, 12 12:30.
Yeah, 12 for sure.
Yeah, so I'll probably catch the end of it. I don't imagine I'll be live at midnight, but you never know. But I don't imagine I will be. All right, bye. Enjoy the game.
All right, bye.
He's watching Warriors and they're versing somebody. I low-key don't know who we versing tonight. I watched the game last night, and then after that, I've been locked in on today's severe threat. Or was it the night before last night we played? I think it was the night before last night we played. I mean, I've been locked in on this threat. All I know is that last game was insane. Some wild stuff. Still crazy convergence here. So I don't imagine they're going to let the tornado warnings drop until that convergence signature is gone. Oh, here comes your severe watch. This looks like it's going to be a severe watch, probably back towards Tulsa. Let's see if Kaylee gets in this, and there it is. Yup. Oh, I didn't realize we lose this tornado. Holy crap. We lose that tornado watch in 15 minutes, y'all. That's why. We lose that tornado watch in 15 minutes. So there's your severe thunderstorm watch for Tulsa. That includes Catman. I don't know where is Brooklyn. Okay, Brooklyn and Catman are both included in that. And Kaylee might be either one county in or one county out. Should get a new warning here pretty soon for areas downstream towards Montgomery City in central Missouri. Look at all them warnings, man. Holy crap. 14 warnings still. Gracious day. It's going to be hard to spot if any of these are on the ground, but just know if you're in a tornado warning, you definitely want to take it very, very seriously because these storms can easily produce tornadoes very, very rapidly. Yep, I sure did see that mesoscale discussion. This cluster's heading up towards St. Louis. They said by 10 p.m. Central. But I bet it's going to go to your north. I'm betting on it. I bet it would go to your north. It's probably going to affect the northern side of St. Louis, pointing north. And this prefrontal, I mean, this thing's been a problem forever. And if that doesn't hit you, I mean, we can take a look at the HRRR. Yeah, you're probably just going to get this moderate, light to moderate rainfall down here when it eventually heads up that way. So our corridor of greatest tornado potential is beginning to shrink here. It's now really right in this area here. Still could see a brief tornado or two on that northern side, but the main area is right around Bloomington, Illinois, and that's going to head towards northwest Indiana. Hey, you still have May left. I mean, we're looking at another signal for severe weather literally middle of next week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and maybe beyond that into the last few days of April. And then, yeah, May looks well below average, but, you know, looks can be deceiving, especially when it comes to Mother Nature. So I wouldn't lock in May being below average. Let's see where this is. All right, let's go to the analysis radar. Oh. There's multiple areas of CC, but they just don't match up very well with their couplets. This one doesn't match up much at all, but this one does. This could be a tornado. I'll do a six product check again. We got reflectivity, we have some velocity, we have CC, we have NROT, we have ZDR, and a very little increase. Very little increase there in spectrum width. That could be a tornado. We'll have to see. They continued radar indicated tornado warnings for most of this area and canceled one confirmed and downgraded the other one. So we're left with 2 confirmed warnings here. One for Lincoln, Illinois, and one for Goodfield, Illinois. The rest are down to radar indicated. I want to give this another scan before I call it a definite tornado. But it's definitely a probable tornado. Ooh, almost forgot. I gotta get my phone out again. I haven't drank water in 3 days. Brother. Ain't no way. I am 5 bottles down today. Which is honestly a little bit below what I normally do. I think this is my 6th one right here. And I'm about to finish that in just a few more seconds. Just waiting for this new scan here. Still ain't in. There you go. It's either bottle 5 or 6. I've only got 2 more in here in my room. I'm going to have to go try to get some more. I might get some more here in a minute. But I shouldn't need more than about 2 or 3 bottles because we shouldn't be live for too much longer. Fingers crossed. Maybe. Yeah, eh, eh. Could have been, could have not been. Maybe, maybe not. There's no way to tell. It could have been a brief tornado right there. Hard to tell. That's our, yeah, we got 2 confirmed warnings still. For a second, I thought that was our last confirmed warning. Still large, strong convergence signature here in Missouri. Dang, that bottle of water sounded like a soda. This has been my supper. I still haven't eaten supper. I just realized that. That's not good. Took me that long to realize I still ain't eaten supper. It's all good. I could use a 16-hour fast or two. If I don't eat tonight, it'd actually be like a 24-hour fast. Because I wouldn't eat until lunch tomorrow. Because I'm not that big of a breakfast person unless I have to get up early. And then I am. And it's very rare I get up early. Yeah, we still got to be concerned about a tornado threat as this moves into the metro of Chicago. Y'all's threat is almost arrived. It's about an hour away from the west side of Chicago, west side of downtown Chicago. The tornado threat is decreased with the northern storms, but we are still at a very much higher end threat here across central Illinois. Very much still at a higher end threat there. Notice we haven't heard an absurd amount of beeps. And the beeps have kind of chilled a little bit, right? There's going to be probably a few more beeps here in a minute. Because in 6 minutes, the warning cycle. Top of the hour. Believe me, after last night, what I ate last night, low blood sugar, that ain't a thing. But don't worry, I had lunch. It'd just be nice to get another meal in before I sleep. But you know, if I don't, that's alright. None of these look overly impressive outside of our QLCS threat in central Illinois. This is like the only area I'm really watching right now. Right around that area in Hudson and Normal. That is a very normal town name. Normal, Illinois. Girl Dev, you should be fine. I think the worst is gonna. I'm pretty confident the worst is gonna stay to your north. You should be fine. You might be putting a tornado watch tonight, but I'm pretty confident the worst will stay to your north. If storms do make it to Illinois, or rather Indiana, they should stay a county to your north all the way up until, the what is this thing? Lake something. I forgot if this is Lake Michigan or not. I'm too tired to know my Great Lakes. Yeah, but you can see down here, definitely more of a wind threat down there. And definitely more of a wind threat up in here. Wouldn't rule out a brief tornado on this guy still. On this northern threat. This northern line here. Wouldn't rule out a brief tornado as that goes to the northeast. But the main tornado threat will be focused along our primary squall line right here. That's where our highest tornado threat will be. 00ZH is done for tomorrow, so let's just see what that has. A little bit more aggressive. Little bit more aggressive on the potential for some isolated damaging winds tomorrow across Pennsylvania, western Appalachians. Not a big threat, though. And then wouldn't you guess, cold front so powerful, we got snow squalls Sunday morning. Snow squalls possible across the upper Midwest into the New England states. Yeah, I bet you didn't expect that one. That's how strong our trough and our cold front is. Tracy, weren't you supposed to be asleep like 3 hours ago? I swear you said goodnight like 3 hours ago. Wophus has stopped running. Wophus is no longer being ran. R.I.P. Wophus. Rest in peace. Goodbye, Wophus. You've done us decently well. I wouldn't say very well, and I wouldn't say really good either. You're decent. Done all right. Done all right. Looks like this is starting to get more contaminated. Hopefully that keeps on getting sloppier here. Main threat is definitely damaging winds along this line. Wouldn't rule out a brief tornado on the line, but the main threat is because of this prefrontal. That's the main tornado threat in Missouri. If we didn't have that prefrontal, there wouldn't be a really good tornado threat right now in Missouri. So we're going to continue to watch this line of tornado warnings as we actively have one confirmed tornado warning right now. That lasts for another... Actually, I believe we have 0 confirmed warnings. I believe we are down to all radar indicated. We are 13 tornado warnings, all radar indicated. This is not here. Yeah, those haven't expired. We're not at 13 tornado warnings. We must refresh until they disappear. So we're at 13 tornado warnings right now, 1 confirmed and 19 severes, but we're about to lose just a few severes and a few tornado warnings. Sunday where I live? Yeah, right. I don't think that's possible. I literally don't think that is actually possible. Like, literally. Let me look. Nope. Yeah, the latest it goes is... what, 14 hours in advance, I think? 12 or 14. So it's not possible for you to get more than 12 or 14. It's one or the other. I don't know which one. 8 tornado warnings, 15 severes. I think we are passing our peak QLCS spam. What do you guys think? We still have this line right in here that's a problem. As we get up to now 9 tornado warnings, but it kind of seems like we're passing that peak QLCS spam. These 2 tornado warnings aren't even needed anymore. I don't even know why these 2 are even here. Storms have moved out of the region for both of these. We still have some storms up here, but they're not tornadic. So we really should be down to 7 warnings, but they're keeping those there for just a little while longer. And I don't think this one will be here much longer either, because that line is catching up. That line is catching up to Wellsville, to that prefrontal storm. Let's see here. Gracious day. Second place for the most tornado warnings in Wisconsin is 84 in none other than 2011. 2026 has had, get this, almost 300. Almost 300. Apparently for Wisconsin. That is absurd. Second place is 84, being 2011. First place is 2026 at nearly 300, dude. More than 3 times the second place amount for the most tornado warnings in Wisconsin between, I think, January and April. Yeah, not for an entire year, just between January and April. Between January and April 27th, or between January and April 17th. But even then, I don't think, even if you go to like the entire year, I don't think any other year is going to have almost 300 tornado warnings in Wisconsin. I don't know, maybe when you get to derecho season, you know, maybe 1 year can break that. $2 p.m. Saturday in New Zealand. Yeah, that's definitely one of the further ahead time zones. Like I said, most likely not continuing that tornado warning further in northern Illinois. Well, no confirmed warnings. We're past the 9-hour mark. I'm going to take this to go get probably what will end up being my final 2-minute break here. So I will be right back. Give me 2 minutes. Enjoy any beeps that happen while I'm gone. I am back. I don't think that was anywhere close to 2 minutes, but we good. Big CC drop. Wonder where. I think I saw that before I left. I'll go check it. Where was it? Oh, two. Yeah, two probable tornadoes right now. Look at that. Two probable tornadoes right now. One east of Bloomington, one near Downs. Caleb, you survived. How was it? Did you have fun? They both have spectrum with increases in ZDR drops. I think both of those are tornadoes. I think we got two tornadoes on the ground here. Just east, southeast, and northeast of Bloomington in central Illinois. One in Downs and one up here near Myrna. So, two probable tornadoes ongoing. See if they get upgraded to observed. But before they do, if they do, we're down to 9 tornado warnings and 17 severes. And they still have 2 of those warnings. Oh, there goes one. So we're actually down to 8. And there's your observed warning. I don't think that was anywhere close to the other 2 we were looking at. That is a new observed warning. That's a new tornado warning altogether. For something. We'll wait for that warning to pop up, but I don't see anything extremely obvious down there. Damaging tornado confirmed by weather spotters. There you go. So we may not be able to see it on radar. That's why. Also, we lost our Oklahoma and Kansas tornado watch. We've officially covered an entire tornado watch today. And if I'm not mistaken, we're getting pretty close to covering a second entire tornado watch. Expires at 9 p.m. So they should have expired, but they actually continued it a little bit longer. I don't know how much longer. That's Tornado Watch 129. And I have no idea how long they extended that till. But I just know it's not now. There you go. There's a new MCD. New MCD out here for our QLCS threat up until 11:15 Eastern is our primary threat. After 11:15, our main tornado corridor is over. So 65 to 80 mile an hour winds, a few tornadoes, one strong and one at hail possible. Let's go back here where we've now got another confirmed warning. Back to our analysis radar, back to probability of debris. Looks like we still have 2 debris signatures. Those could be tornadoes weakening or possibly still weak tornadoes on the ground. No notable debris signatures back here that look like obvious debris signatures. But yeah, definitely a tornado for Downs on the ground right now. That's what got observed. Northern one, not yet observed here. The one that went through possibly eastern downtown Bloomington. And then, like I said, I don't see any notable CC down here, but it is confirmed via storm spotters, not radar. No, my name is not Trevor. I'm not Trey's brother. Trevor Trey. Yeah, still looks like 2 probable tornadoes on the ground. Yeah, we're probably going to get to 140 some tornado warnings or maybe even more tonight. I don't know if he has a brother. I just said that because Trevor, you know, sounds like brother names. Trey and Trevor. Oh, yeah, that's definitely on the ground. Look at that. Nice hook echo, too. Make it obvious for us. Definitely a tornado on the ground here, heading towards Aerosmith. What battery is my phone at? 85%. Yep. Clear. Very clear reflectivity couplet there, too. That northern one, which I think is generally in here, yeah, not as clear of a tornado anymore with this. But definitely could have been a tornado that went through the east side of Bloomington, now up here south of Lexington, weaker, possibly lifted. And then a tornado still ongoing, going towards Ellsworth, Aerosmith, Saybrook, and surrounding areas in central Illinois. Well, glad to hear that your family's good, Caleb. I didn't see any good CC drops around your area. They were definitely getting close to you. And definitely a few to your south. But I didn't see any notable ones in your city. Let's go back down to Missouri, where we are down to just 1 tornado warning now in Missouri, which looks like that won't last much longer at this point. Wait, yeah, 45 more minutes for that tornado watch before it expires. We'll be live. We'll be live for that. I'm gonna stay live until that tornado watch expires. This one, I don't think so. This one is midnight. I don't think I'll be live at midnight. I know I won't be. But we'll... Ooh, 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts right there. 1 minute ago. Spotter reported 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Maybe even a borderline strong QLCS tornado here near Ellsworth. Look at that. Definitely a tornado, but maybe a strong one. No notable areas of rotation moving into Chicago right now. That's going to move through Chicago and be in downtown Chicago in an hour or so. Let's see here. Yeah, they should let that tornado watch expire in 45 minutes here, because if we go look at it, we go up here. That's where the tornado watch is in effect for, and it looks like storms are going to be out of that area by the time that watch expires in 45 minutes or so. So they should let that expire. A brief strong tornado is possible. That would be an EF2. But most of these tornadoes that are happening right now along this QLCS, most are weak EF0 to EF1, most likely. But that one that just went through like Ellsworth, it did look a little bit stronger there on CC and velocity. But earlier today, we probably had intense tornadoes, which were, we probably had 3 or so of those EF3 or greater tornadoes. Oh. Continued confirmed warning there for probably 45 more minutes or so. Let's see here. Yeah, this goes for 43 more minutes. 43 more minutes here. Wait, let me look at that. I was just about to look at that. They just confirmed it. You saw me looking at that, right? You saw me looking at that. I was about to go get the analysis radar and go look at that. They doggone stole my confirmation. Dang it. I was literally just about to look at that. That's probably a tornado still on the ground right there. They just continued that observed warning. So they're still saying a tornado's on the ground with this, and I believe there's one southeast of Clinton. Look at that. We went from no observed tornado warnings right back up to 3. Oh, this one did go observed, so they do think that this storm near Lexington did produce a tornado. Allergies, man. I ain't even been outside much in the last few days, but allergies still be getting to me. Fun sneeze season. New HRRR, wonder what that has here. Yeah, it doesn't have this line continuing too much longer at all. So, like I said, I'll stay live for quite a bit. Quite a bit longer here. I'm not going to go to the maximum YouTube capacity, which is 12 or 11 and a half, 12 hours. We're not doing that long of a live stream today. I would try to make it, but I need to get food before I go to sleep, and I don't want to wake my family up getting food. Yep. We gained about 50 subscribers. We gained a 0.1, but we were at about 12,070 subscribers. Now we're at, I think, about 12,000, 12,010, 12,020, right around there. 12,110, 12,120. We gained 40, 50 subscribers today. Which is very good for a live stream. It's not, not many genres on YouTube where you can spark up a live stream for a while and gain that type of subscribers, unless you're already extraordinarily well known, which I think I'm pretty well known in the community now. Not trying to brag or anything, just saying. I think I'm quite well known with the amount of people that we have tune in here. Every now and then we'll get upwards of 200, 300 people. Yeah, I don't think they're going to continue this tornado warning. I don't believe it's needed. I always do Legacy, just because I don't want to break people's ears, and also because I don't want to break my mic. I don't know if sneezing near your mic could max it out and break it. Yep, very crazy day. I think the tornado potential is just about done. We still got some QLCS stuff to go through and wouldn't rule out a few brief QLCS tornadoes here. Maybe one more strong tornado, but I think our tornado potential is just about concluding. We're getting on the edge of that enhanced risk you could see here. Getting right on the edge of it. So we pretty much covered the entire enhanced risk and moderate risk today. That is absurd. That is absolutely absurd. Yeah, there's your 5 sig tor. You can see we're right at that edge where they're expecting the tornado threat to go down. Let's look at mesoanalysis. We shouldn't have that much ingredients left now. Yep, you still got a hot spot, though. You still got a hot spot. But look at that cape. Only a little bit of 1,000 instability left. Look at that. Only a little bit of pockets left at 1,000. So, you know, earlier in the stream I said as long as we have 1,000, as long as we have 1,000, as long as we have 1,000. Well, we're just at that edge where we are about to be under 1,000. We're right around 1,000. But it's that lower level wind shear on why we keep seeing that QLCS tornado threat, like I mentioned earlier. It's a bit of a low cape, high shear setup. And as long as you have that favorable orientation of an embedded squall line and embedded bow echo along that QLCS, you're going to have QLCS tornado potential. There's your severe for Chicago. And I am extremely proud to tell you that severe has been downgraded. I can't tell you how long we've been at a 70-mile-an-hour severe on this northern storm. Ever since probably southeastern Iowa, western Illinois. And it's now just an ordinary 60-mile-an-hour severe. So they're no longer thinking wind gusts upwards of 70 miles per hour. A few gusts could approach 60. But you're the first severe thunderstorm warning on the northern edge of this line in a very long time to not be for 70-mile-an-hour winds. And rather 60-mile-an-hour winds. Still wouldn't rule out a brief spin-up tornado. So don't panic if we get a random tornado warning in Chicago here sometime. It's just a risk for a brief tornado, but the main risk is half-inch hail and wind gusts up to 50, 60 miles an hour. And they're not going to continue this tornado warning, so in 5 minutes we'll lose that one too. So we're at 7 tornado warnings at 15 severes. We should get even lower than that here soon. We should lose 2 tornado warnings, get down to 5 tornado warnings, which will be our lowest in, I don't know, 7 hours. We're like about to get to our lowest tornado warnings in like 7 hours. Haley, if I can end here, which I probably will, before midnight, then I'll probably try to make me a sandwich, but I don't know because I don't want to wake my family up because they're going to sleep right about this time. Although it's not a work day tomorrow, so I might just make me some food anyways. They might just have to wake up briefly while I make me food. Because here's the thing. Morning people, I've noticed this, like some of my family members are morning people. They will be the loudest people ever. They will make all this noise at 6 a.m. in the morning when you've got nothing to do but sleep until 9. And then when it's 10:30 at night and you want to go get yourself a snack, you got to be the most quiet person in history. It's like morning people are allowed to be loud and nocturnal people just are forced to be quiet. At least that's how I feel. I'm a lot of people feel that way too because I've seen it. But I want to wake up my parents. But that also kind of makes sense though, because your parents, if you still live with your parents are the ones who do most of the things, so they're allowed to be loud in their own house. Let me go back to analysis radar here. I'm just not seeing a lot of rotation with this stuff anymore. Also, this looks like fallout. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. This doesn't look like clear air. This is clear air down here. This looks like fallout, like debris falling from the atmosphere. But I don't know if it actually is here. But we could have a bit of debris falling. That could be from previous tornadoes, or it could be from just significant damaging winds. But either way, the rotation on this line looks considerably weaker than not but just 30 minutes ago. It looks like this line is dying out quite quickly. So, fingers crossed. Keep going in that direction. Keep seeing these storms die out. Keep seeing these severes get downgraded. But I can tell you this, the peak activity is going to be over here at about 11:30. Probably 11:30. That's when our peak tornado threat, our peak damaging wind threat, that goes down. I have a video. I have 3 different videos, I believe, on radar. I think I have one on attic radar, an in-depth one on radar Omega, and then also one on Weatherwise. I have 3 different tutorials that could help you with reading radar. But there's nothing better than just practice. Just consistently getting CC drops right and wrong. It's taken me, 5 years, 6 years to get where I'm at with radar detecting. And I'm definitely by no means perfect, and you're not going to be perfect. There's always going to be a debris signature where you're like, that's a tornado. And then the next scan, you're like, nope, that's clear air. I just screwed up big time. There's always going to be an instance like that. So they just issued a new tornado warning up here for Morris and surrounding areas just southwest of Chicago. And I don't really see why, to be honest with you. Most likely these would be EF0 to EF1 tornadoes. There's the potential for one strong tornado somewhere in this line if it can really get its act together, but most likely any tornadoes that do occur are going to be extraordinarily weak and extraordinarily brief. Most probable is EF0 to EF1. Wouldn't rule out one strong tornado somewhere tonight, and the chance that that goes over your house is very slim to none. Most likely you're going to end up with 50-mile-an-hour winds if you're in front of this line. Some gusts could approach 60 to 70 miles per hour. So definitely still quite the significant line moving through this area. But remember, it only decreases from here. The environment only gets worse. Storms will only have less and less environment to work with. So we shouldn't see any type of intensification of this line to where it jumps from like 60-mile-an-hour winds to 80 or 90. We shouldn't see anything where we go from, 5 tornado warnings to 20. Nothing like that. It's past sunset. It's past peak prime time. It's past the peak instability. Past the peak amount of fuel for these storms. So there's no reason for them to intensify more. They may maintain to barely start weakening, but they should not intensify. Oh, they actually did continue this tornado warning for 28 more minutes here. But that's for the potential of a QLCS tornado near Warrenton in eastern Missouri. We are down to 6 tornado warnings. And if we can just hold at this in 13 minutes, we will be down to, get this, we will be down to 3 tornado warnings if we don't get a new one in the next 13 minutes. There's probably a new tornado warning. Oh, nope, not a new one. We probably will get one more tornado warning here. We might for this area. We might end up with one more warning. So we're going to get down to probably 5 tornado warnings here in just a few minutes. This line is moving through Chicago now. There's not that high of a tornado threat with it. You're looking at a lot of rain, a lot of lightning, and most probably 40, 50-mile-an-hour winds. Still wouldn't rule out a brief spin-up tornado somewhere along the line, but the tornado threat with this northern line is very, very low. The greatest tornado threat is right in here. And that should stay just south of Chicago. So if you're if you're in or north of Gillette, you should be pretty okay from tornadoes. I don't think we'll see many tornadoes up in this area. Again, we could see one warning if like an area of rotation really gets its act together. But there's really no good areas of rotation up here. No areas that I think are worth a tornado warning for the potential of an imminent tornado. What a day, man. What a day. From insane, long-tracked, strong tornadoes across southeastern Minnesota to crazy, long-tracked QLCS tornadoes or multiple tornadoes from one singular couplet to QLCS spam to giant hail to 90-mile-an-hour winds. We had it all, man. Training supercells with significant flooding. We had the whole shebang today. No, high risk would not have verified. I think we got an unwarned tornado here. Let's go check that. Yeah. Unwarned tornado ongoing right now. Just check ZDR again. Yep. See how the areas around this is blue? And then the C drop is gray. That means that is a tornado. So we've got a brief, weak, unwarned tornado. QLCS tornado here. 2 of them. 2 of them. That one might be another tornado right there. See the ZDR drop? How it goes from green to light blue? Right across that area. Not a little bit of a spectrum with increase. So at least 1 unwarned tornado ongoing. Maybe 2 here in eastern Missouri. One or 2 brief, weak tornadoes ongoing here. in eastern Missouri. So make sure you get to your safe spot. You know, if you're indoors in a yeah, that looks like another tornado right there. Yeah. If you're indoors away from doors and windows, you should be fine. There you go. Great job by the National Weather Service out there in St. Louis to issue that observed warning. Yep, there you go. One tornado here and a lifting tornado here. This one is getting a little bit stronger. That one is getting a bit stronger. So we've got one tornado that is weakening and likely lifting here, and another tornado that is likely strengthening there. How many like twins have we had? We've had like 3 twin tornadoes where we end up with 2 tornadoes very close proximity with each other inside like the same polygon. We've had like 2 or 3 twins today. Definitely been wild, man. Definitely been wild. Oh. Oh my goodness, look at that. Not even a Tor possible severe anymore. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. This line is weakening quickly. Love to see it. You love to see it. Yeah, not a great environment out there in eastern Missouri for spin up tornadoes. So very surprised we managed to get one or actually 2 tornadoes out of that QLCS threat in eastern Missouri right now. Still tornado probably ongoing here. Very close to Marthasville. Maybe even a strong one, y'all. Let's go to our analysis radar. See if this goes up with height or if it just disappears. Oh, nope. Definitely goes up with height. Could be a strong tornado. We're looking at 5,000 to 6,000 feet up in the atmosphere right there. Definitely could have been on the stronger side of things when we talk about QLCS tornadoes. Thankfully, it looks like it stayed in a mostly rural open field, but it is getting closer to population right now, so fingers crossed it lifts and weakens. But we'll continue to watch that closely. Very, very closely. Go over here. Okay, obviously that site's a little bit bugged right now, so we'll look at that a little later. Let's go back over to Indiana or Illinois. Yeah, really just big time decreased tornado potential here. We're really just watching this area here for the potential of a spin up tornado or 2. So they might issue a very low end tornado watch across these areas here. We might see a very low end tornado watch across extreme west central Indiana and into north central Indiana later tonight. Maybe just a little bit more of a tornado watch. Or what they may do is just expand this tornado watch to the east. Oh, well, would you look at that? 20 more minutes left on our tornado watch back here, and I'm very confident they're going to let that expire and not continue it. I don't see a reason why they would continue that tornado watch. So, like I said, we're going to watch this thing expire together. That is the first tornado watch we got today. Way back here. That one was issued way back here across Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin. You can see here, that was a giant tornado watch. That was a giant tornado watch that we had across this area earlier today. And now, just a few little counties left. And those counties, really, you're good to go. The watch expires here in 19 minutes, but you're outside of any notable severe weather. Yep. So they should let that expire here in 19 minutes. Like I said, they may continue this tornado watch a little bit further to the east, or they may issue an entirely new tornado watch in this area. And it will definitely be low end because our tornado potential has gone down exponentially with this QLCS threat over the last hour. Let's go back down to Missouri here, where we now have debris fallout. So most likely this tornado has lifted before it went into that populated area. Most likely there is debris falling from the sky right now, just north of Marthasville in eastern Missouri. Yeah, late May into June will be active for the Great Plains. For the Central Plains, we still have threats for the Central Plains at least through the middle of early. I can't English. For the Central Plains, like Missouri, you'll still have a threat for severe weather at least through the early portion of May. English, no fun. English, difficult. And we haven't had too much out here either, Legacy. We did have that moderate risk to the east, but I mean, that was just a line of severe wind. I thankfully woke up early and chased in Greensboro for that tornado warning. And then I lied. We did have a tornado in my city for the first time in like, I don't know, freaking 50 years. So it's just, I went south for that. I went south for the potential of tornadoes, and one happened like practically in my backyard. It was so close to me. It was very close to me. It didn't hit me, but I was in the tornado warning that produced a tornado. Like, it was practically in my backyard. I would have been able to see it if I stayed home and if I just chased a little bit. But man, can't catch them all. Just like Pokemon. Can't catch every tornado. You miss some, get some, miss some. I haven't gotten my first one, but it's probably only a matter of time. They did issue a new tornado warning for this area of rotation here. Going into a campaign in East Central Illinois. We'll monitor that, see if that increases with rotation or not. 7 tornado warnings now active. 5. 2 just expired. 5 tornado warnings now active. So lowest severe amount of, or lowest tornado warnings we've had in a very long time. So this one just expired and this one just expired. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That does not look good right there. That looks like it's up to no good. What's that trying to do? Looks like it's up to no good there. About to go into Troy in eastern Missouri. Give that 2, 3 more scans here. See how it looks. Might just simply be corruption. Or could be a tornado on the ground right now, actually. That could be a tornado ongoing. Regardless, get to your safe spot. We're probably about to have a tornado develop here, if not already on the ground. So get to your safe spot if you're in Troy or Mesoscale Hills. Get to your safe spot. That looks like that's about to be on the ground, if not already is. Definitely want to watch that very, very, very closely. AI tornado thing says there's about just under an 80% chance of that being on the ground. Another area to watch is for campaign here. Area of rotation going towards campaign, eastern Illinois. Oh, is that a new? That's a new tornado watch. That's a 30-10. That is as low as it gets for tornado probabilities. You can have, I think the absolute lowest is like a 32 or a 35. But for that first probability, a 30 is as low as it gets for a tornado watch. That is an extraordinarily low tornado watch. that just got issued for western Indiana and northern Indiana. All right, should get a new scan in that in about 2 minutes. Random severe storm moving through Joplin right now, heading towards Springfield over the next hour or so, producing 60-mile-an-hour winds and roughly half-inch hail. There's that new tornado watch. Far southwestern Michigan, central Indiana, west central Indiana under that tornado watch. Been live all day, Catman. Welcome to the stream again. Surprised you're still live. I mean, I planned for it. This is probably one of the biggest outbreaks of the year, so I'm here for it, man. I'm going to change that threat level to 3 out of 5 because they dropped that almost 2 hours ago. No longer a 4 out of 5 today. Yes, it took me that long to realize that my threat level is incorrect. Took me that long. Waiting outside for my storms. Hey, you do got a severe to your west. Well, is it as intense as you thought, Catman? It's not. It's not. Poor dude's been tracking this thing for like a week, hoping for severe storms. This thing's like some slop. Looks like that North Carolina moderate risk. Still strong area rotation approaching Troy and South Troy right now. Very concerning area rotation. Easily could be a tornado on the ground. Don't think there's a tornado on the ground with the southern confirmed warning anymore. But still stay in your safe spot. Yeah, like I said, these storms, man, they are dying out. And fast. I do see a little area of convergence that I just want to keep an eye on up here. For the potential of a brief spin up. But elsewhere, not really any concerning areas of rotation anywhere else. Just that northern edge area of convergence in northeastern Illinois. For Missouri, still a very concerning area of rotation here, though, for Troy. Want to be in your safe spot, could produce a strong tornado. I extraordinarily doubt it, Catman. It's probably an elevated slop fest over here. Actually, that outflow boundary is in front of the storm, so this is very much an elevated storm. Although I would watch that, just in case, where those winds are the highest. Reason for it being severe warned there, those 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible. But it looks like the boundary's in front of that storm, not actually like about to latch on to it. A very good call there to continue that tornado warning. That is for sure, especially when you have strong convergence like this. Yeah, this whole line just looks like it's dying out quickly. It probably is not going to be much of a threat here in 30 or so minutes. Really hoping this falls apart next scan, because that's not a good look. Let's see. There we go. Give me just a moment. Okay. Well, that did weaken on the latest scan, but there's still some CC there. Easily could be a tornado on the ground. Let's go back up to Gracious. Oh my word, it's not even tornado warned in the middle. Let's go. They just dropped that primary tornado warning. Wow. So they really don't think that this is capable of producing tornadoes anymore if they drop that. They didn't just like let it expire. They full-blown canceled that sucker. That is awesome. Yeah, Catman had a debris signature right next to him the other day. Oh, wild. Do I have a hotkey for unmuting? Let's see. I don't think I do. So that expires in 21 minutes. That expires in 36 minutes. That one in 21 minutes, 6 minutes, 21 minutes. So we'll see what this does here soon. I am on Streamlabs. I don't see any hotkeys. I don't want a hotkey. That's the thing. I unbinded all my hotkeys on purpose because sometimes I'd be clicking the wrong thing on my computer, and I did that once and it ended stream like that. Just boop, gone. Ended stream. I hate having hotkeys. Only time I like hotkeys is if they are on if you have a stream deck. Other than that, get rid of them. Don't need them, don't want them, don't like them. Because I need my hotkeys to do this. That's what I need my hotkeys for. I need my hotkeys to be able to switch rapidly between radar sites and radar products and model run products, not to mute stream. Yeah, I like hotkeys on select things. The reason why I don't have hotkeys on Streamlabs is so I can have hotkeys on radar. I would much rather have hotkeys on radar than on Streamlabs. Did they really continue that? Hold on. Okay, one says tornado warning, one says no tornado warning. Refresh. Man. Tell me that was just a bug. That tornado warning is still in effect, unfortunately. I was hoping that that was completely canceled, but nope. Oh, crap. Confirmed warning in a campaign in eastern Illinois. Let's go to that. This one. Probably not by radar, right? Weather spotters confirmed a tornado. There you go. So be in your safe spot there. That's a confirmed tornado via weather spotters. We only have one extension for a significant severe, and that's right here. So much of this line is getting down to just 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible. Finally. Still strong convergence signature here. Definitely want to be in your safe spot if you're in front of this, going to Batchtown, Illinois. Currently in Fountain and Lakes in northeastern, east central Missouri. Mainly in east central Missouri there. Going into west central Illinois. 3 more minutes. And that tornado watch is gone. Three more minutes, man. And the first tornado watch of the day, tornado watch 129. We're now on tornado watch 133. So we've had 4 watches today. Actually, yeah, 4 watches. Or is that 5? 129, 130, 131, 132, 133. Yeah, that's 5. Because you have to count 124. Or 129. Gracious. It's gotten late. Holy crap. I'm running off of fumes over here. I'm down to my last bottle of water, man. I had 8 bottles of water, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, this is 8. I had 8 bottles of water. I went from behind pace on bottles of water to well in front of it. Typically, I drink about 6 bottles of water for a 10-hour stream. And this is going to be an over 10-hour live stream, and I'll have either 7 or 8. Still very close. And you got to make sure you're hydrated, man. Got to make sure you're hydrated. Especially when you speak this much. If I don't hydrate this much, I am not going to have a voice tomorrow. Instead of doing live streams, I'll be just doing tweets purely. Which I don't plan on doing a live stream tomorrow. Like I said, I don't think it's going to be notable enough for me to do a live stream. So I don't plan on doing a live stream tomorrow. It's possible. It's possible. Tomorrow's a possible live stream. Sunday, no live stream. Monday, no live stream. Tuesday, possible video. Then we may start back up live streams if it looks like it's needed on Wednesday, Thursday, and so on and so forth. That's if it's needed, we'll do live streams towards the end of next week, which I imagine it's going to be needed. What are we at on the Warriors game right now? $27-35. Golly. Not the score I was thinking. We losing, but we can come back. Not much of a basketball person. My most interested sport is probably NASCAR, then football, then basketball, and then whatever's left. Oh, golf. Golf. I'd prefer basketball over golf, but I do like golf. Well, we just passed the 10-hour mark, which means our tornado watch is now expired. Watch this. It's there. See, tornado watch 129. Go away. Refresh. It's still there. It's not supposed to be there. It's expired. This watch is no longer in effect. There's no longer tornado watch 129. It's not there. You can see here, no watch for those counties. There you go. No watch. No watch. Look at the counties. There's your original watch. Look at the current counties. 0. Our first tornado watch of the day that was issued almost 10 hours ago, roughly 9 hours ago, is now gone. It is gone. We've tracked an entire 9-hour tornado watch, man. This thing was issued at 1:40. It was literally like a 9-hour tornado watch. Not too many live streams we do this. First time this entire year we've done this. Let's check on storm reports if they load this time, because last time I tried to check on them, they didn't. Look at that, man. 425 reports, 24 torr, 184 wind, 217 hail, and there is many more to come from surveys and delayed reports. So I expect this number will be closer to 600 by the time all is said and done for total reports. Tornado reports will probably be very close to 40. So definitely the biggest outbreak of the year in this portion of the country. Very close would be March. There was another outbreak March 10th, I think it was, I want to say. We can go try to see that here. If I can remember what link it was, gracious day. Let's go back to March 10th. Not the day I was thinking of, but that day did have more. March 15th. That's it. There you go. That's the biggest outbreak of the year right now. 62, 773, 86, 921. That's the biggest outbreak of the year. That's your QLCS spam event that happened across this area. And then lasted into the next day. Watch that. You'll see it. Watch it. See how the reports stop right here? Go to the next day. They start again right in that area. So, yeah, 511 reports, 1 hail, 505 wind, 5 torr. Yeah, March 15th holds the record for the biggest outbreak of the year. Not March 10th, despite what some people are thinking. March 15th holds the record. Which I ended considerably early on this because it was an overnight event and I had a moderate risk to chase the next day. So I would have covered this for 12 hours, 11 and a half hours, 12 hours, but I had to chase literally all day. I started chasing at like 7, 8 a.m. and I didn't get home until like 7, 8 p.m. I chased for literally 10 to 12 hours on this day. So that's why I didn't cover that thread as much. The tornado threat underperformed absurdly on March 16th, but the wind threat verified pretty well. Maybe except for the risk for winds exceeding 85 miles per hour. That didn't really verify too well. But really the wind threat verified pretty well. Hail threat wasn't expected to be that high anyways. Torr threat, bust. So overall, the whole risk as a whole was a little bit of an underperformance, but we still ended up with 500 reports for a moderate risk, which this moderate risk that we have right now, like I said, that's probably going to be just over 500, probably approaching 600 reports by the time everything is all said and done. Nine minutes on that. 9 minutes on that. 24 on that. 9 minutes on that. Y'all, there is a chance in 9 minutes that we are left with 1 tornado warning. We could be left with 1 tornado warning in 9 minutes. The question is, do I end right after the 9 minutes is up, or do I wait until this warning ends, but risk new warnings being issued? So we could end with 1 warning, or we can attempt to end with 0 tornado warnings. However, more warnings may be issued between that time frame of 15 minutes. We'll have to see. I'll probably end up going a little bit more. I really want to try to get to 11 and a half hours, but I got to get food. I'm going to literally stop like just before 11 and a half hours. But I have to go do other stuff and I got to get food. So we'll see if we get a new warning on any of these risks or any of these tornado warnings here. These expire in 8 minutes. So if we get a new warning, it's going to be somewhere along here. And I'm betting you that is probably worth a tornado warning. So watch that closely. Manhattan, back through Andrews, Wallingford. Watch that closely. And look at that. Your rotation's fully gone on this warning, so this should be allowed to expire 7 minutes. This, not sure if they're just going to keep that going or not. This will be allowed to expire in 7 minutes. This one will be allowed to expire in 7 minutes. Four warnings, and we could get down to 1. And we're down to 11 severes, man. So we'll probably be at less than 10 severes and maybe 1 or 2 tornado warnings when we end. Maybe, who knows, we could get down to 0. We'll see. Plug up my phone here real quick. My charger's across the room, so I guess I'm not. It's on 76%, so it's not that bad. So watching that, going up to the northeast. And really the main thing we're going to be left with here is this severe storm for 70-mile-an-hour winds. And then some isolated severes. Isolated severes here. Isolated severe. Isolated severe. Isolated severe. But really, it's just going to be just that northern side. That's going to be really it. They'll probably issue a new severe downstream of this, but I don't know about a new tornado warning downstream of it. There you go. It's radar indicated again. 20 minutes radar indicated. We've had 0 tornado warnings since 3 o'clock this afternoon. That is a lie. Oh, we haven't had 0 tornado warnings. That shows you how tired I am. I missed an entire word in Sam's comment. Yeah, that's true, Sam. That's true. I apologize. I thought you were being sarcastic there. I was going to just say it. My word. I'm going to pass out after midnight. I don't know if we'll get to 0 tornado warnings, man. I don't know. These areas of rotation are still present. I'm not sure if we'll get a new warning or not on this stuff. It looks worth a warning. It really does look worth a warning here. Well, in 4 minutes, we'll get down to 1 warning. If they don't issue a new one. We're up to 12 severes, but I think we'll get to under 10 by the time we end. What an insane day, man. What an insane day. It always goes by so fast. These big outbreak days that perform well, it flies by. It flies by. 10-hour live stream felt more like 4. It really did. But it was my entire Friday. Ouch. Ouch. Oh, man. That's why I don't think I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, because I'm going to have to try to help my family out. That's what I did yesterday. That's why I didn't stream much yesterday. Or Wednesday. I was helping my family out, because I knew Tuesday was going to be big. I knew Tuesday was going to be big. Let me see if it's the biggest severe report day. 425 is is what we have right now. Yesterday was 168. Yep. Wednesday was 386. Monday 461. Monday is still in the lead. And then wait, is that Monday? Which day was Monday? Oh my word. I'm tired, y'all. Friday's today, the 17th. That's 425. Thursday, yesterday, 168. Wednesday, 386. Tuesday, 480. 461 on Tuesday. 461 on Tuesday. 345 on Monday. Sunday, 35. Saturday, 78. Friday, 8. So in this whole outbreak sequence, Thursday, 33. Because we also had a severe weather Thursday. We've been live every day since Thursday. We were live Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And that's where we're at today. Absolutely insane. One more minute before we lose 3 tornado warnings and a few severes, but I don't quite think we're going to go tornado warningless. We have a chance for that. 16 minutes. Will we make it 16 minutes without a tornado warning? And go tornado warningless for the first time in like 8 hours. Yeah, I'm feeling better, Haley. Took a long time to get over, but I'm feeling better. It literally took like 2 weeks to get over that sickness. It wasn't bad, it was just very long. Very long duration sickness. 2 weeks, man. 2 weeks. Don't even know where I got it from. All right, we are down to 1 tornado warning. It's official. We are down to just 1 tornado warning. We'll have to see how many severes. 1 tornado warning, 9 severes, 2 tornado warnings. Brother. I'm hungry. I'm out. That's another tornado warning. That's where I call it. I quit. I'm done. There you go. You got me. That's it. We're going to end here in just a few minutes. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. I'm going to go get me some food. I'm hungry. I'm feeling dizzy. I would love to stay live more, but when I start feeling dizzy like this, I know it's time to go get some food or I'm going to pass out, and that's not healthy, just in case you ever thought that. So I appreciate you guys for tuning into this 10-hour, 20-minute live stream. We're going to go tornado warning list here in about an hour or so, maybe less. We're going to go tornado warning list. But we got down to 1 tornado warning and 9 severes. That's pretty dang good. We started when there was 0 severe weather, and we're ending when there's 1 tornado warning, 9 severes. Actually, now 2 tornado warnings. So We covered most of it. I'm very, 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 very proud that we were able to cover such a long severe weather outbreak today, the longest that we've covered so far this year. I had fun. I also hope you guys found this informative. I hope everybody is okay after this outbreak. It was a very destructive outbreak. But with that being said, I appreciate the Mods for Mod chat. I appreciate everybody for being here. Thank you to everyone who also donated. Thank you to those who also hit the like button, shared the stream. Every little bit counts. I greatly, greatly appreciate it. And I will see you guys in a video on Tuesday, maybe in a live stream tomorrow. Stay safe, watch the severe weather, and have a fantastic rest of your Friday night. See you in the next one. Goodbye. Stay safe, watch the severe weather, and I'll see you guys in Tuesday's probably video or maybe in a live stream tomorrow. Have a great rest of your Friday night. Thank you, Mods for Mod and Chat. Goodbye.